one side of the ball, and the other side's roughing up beautifully on the sort of rough surfaces that are in and around the wicket they're playing on.
What about the dryness? That's I mean, as I was saying to Steve Harmson a little earlier, there's a kind of secrecy about it. Each team has their own pet theory, but there is obviously a general principle. But keeping it dry, keeping it out of the pores of the sweaty fielders is really important, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd work out how the sweaty men were in your first few training sessions. I know it was Alistair Cook back in the day. They said, he was Iceman. He never even sweat. Sweat wouldn't even drop off his brow in a 6-hour stay of execution at the wicket. So I would assume that Dan Lawrence is very similar in that manner. He doesn't sweat quite as much as some of the other guys. So they try and get the ball straight to him so it goes through less hands. And then he's literally stood at mid-on, mid-off more often than not. Takes the ball from maybe second, third slip or wherever it comes, gives it one heck of a buff, and make no mistake, it's hard work because you never really switch off because you're getting the ball the whole time, and you throw it to the big lads, and James Anderson and Ben Stokes really have done him proud and the team proud this morning. They've bowled beautifully in twofold. One, they've held the game. They've gone for no runs whatsoever, so they've kept it dry. And then that old adage, if the scoreboard is going nowhere and you bowl the good ball and take the wicket like we've just seen, you're in one heck of a position. And England they've not just sort of opened the door, they have kicked the door in through brilliant hard work this morning. 121 for 5. Who would have thought it getting up this morning?
I've got a question for you while the players finish off the drinks break. And so it occurred to me, and this is not in retrospect, not with the benefit of hindsight, because it occurred to me at the time, when Jimmy Anderson was bowling all those maidens, he bowled 5 at the start of the Indian innings yesterday evening. And then he was bowling dot balls and bowling more maidens this morning in his first spell. And we thought, well, is he not wasting the new ball? But it occurred to me that all that time that he was bowling dot balls and bowling maidens, the Indian innings was going nowhere. Dan Lawrence was doing his work, and they were building towards reverse swing. No runs conceded.
Yeah, and you do hear it that sometimes in the subcontinent the best time to bat is against the new ball. Yes, it's dangerous and the ball might fly to slip, but it's easier to score. The ball pings off the bat and it runs on the outfield. So England may have recognised that. That might be a plan for England to say we're not going to challenge the stumps as much as often with the new ball because we want to hold the scoring rate, and we'll still be able to take wickets throughout the innings with reverse swing.
Well, India are 84 runs behind, 121 for 5. Here's Joe Root continuing. Forward comes Rishabh Pant, plays it away defensively on the onside. This is going to be a absolutely mouth-watering prospect, watching Rishabh Pant have his temperament and his reading of the game tested here. He's in the early stages of his career. Root in again. Forward comes Pant. Over the face of the bat, runs down, a quick single to backward point. He was slow setting off. He was called for the single by R. Ashwin, and Pant was just hesitating. But Pant's got to read the game here and really play the percentages. I know that he's a counter-attacking batsman and he's aggressive, and he likes to take the game forward, and we heard earlier Akash Chopra saying that he should be encouraged to do that and that he shouldn't try to change his game. I wasn't ever suggesting that anybody said to him, don't play your natural game, play this way, play that way. But what would be interesting is if his cricketing sense directed him towards playing a more cautious, less risky game because of the situation. It'll be really interesting to see whether his instincts take over or his reading of the game. Anyway, Joe Root's got the ball in his hands. He's a different bowler now. Just the numbers. I mean, you look at an off-spinner with an average of 47, which Joe Root had before the last test. It's pushed away behind square on the offside very nicely by R. Ashwin. Guided, actually. Just allowed the ball to slide off an open-faced bat down towards third man boundary, and then suddenly his average goes from 47 to 40, and you go, oh.
I think just the performance of a 5 for 8 in the previous game would do wonders for somebody's confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I've said for years that Joe Root clearly takes his bowling very seriously. I don't think he thought that in his most optimistic moments that he had a 5 for 8 in him, but anyway, he started off very tidily, doing a good job. 124 for 5 India as Ashwin comes forward and pushes this one straight back to Joe Root. Does his own fielding. So James Anderson, 17 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 19. And here's Root once again. Forward comes Ashwin, bat and pad actually together on this occasion, not playing in front of that front pad. And Ben Stokes, no less impressive, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 20. Of those 13 maidens, of those 13 overs from Ben Stokes, 11 were bowled in succession in the morning session. As Root is in now, that one turns quite sharply and is guided with the spin by Ashwin round the corner to short fine leg. Hello, Jared.
Just wanted to talk about Joe Root, his brilliance at bringing himself on again when there was a left-hander for him to be able to bowl to. That's just great captaincy, knowing your own bowling so well. But also, they're going to want to bowl Jack Leach to R. Ashwin. That's going to be the matchup that they're going to be looking to do, especially if they can't get another wicket with the seam. It'd be very interesting to see what they do with Rishabh Pant and Jack Leach, because Jack Leach has bowled very, very well in this series. I think far better than even his numbers have shown. But we know that Pant is the big question mark for him, especially on a wicket where there's no real assistance and there's no real footmarks yet, I think, for him to bowl to. So it'd be very interesting to see how long they wait into this partnership if they can't break it before bringing Jack Leach on.
I imagine, Gareth Batty, and this is a question, but I imagine that Jack Leach would love to bowl to Rishabh Pant with the scoreboard reading 124 for 5.
Yeah, it's certainly a better time than 250 for 3 or 4 or whatever it would be, wouldn't it, if he's batting at 6. Yeah, and I think to an extent that's why Root's brought himself on now with Rishabh Pant, because he was very clever in previous test matches in this series to bowl very wide of the stumps, to hit the rough, to get it outside his eye line.
Ben Stokes around the wicket to Rishabh Pant, and that one is clipped very nicely indeed out to Jimmy Anderson at wide mid-on. They scramble through for a single, 125 for 5.
So what I mean is Rishabh Pant's been incredibly successful at hitting spin when it's been down the tram lines. Root actually in previous test matches has thrown it very wide of his eye line, saying, well, come on, you're going to have to fetch me from a long way outside of stump, and obviously the ball's turning away. So that will be at the back of Rishabh Pant's mind. Plus 5 for 8 speaks for itself. Why shouldn't you be bowling?
No reason that I can think of. In fact, I'm quite surprised that it's taken him this long to bring himself on.
I think that's a measure of the man and how good a captain he is. I think he's that empathy sort of driven captain. He knows that
he waited for a left-hander. What are you two talking about?
No.
No,
he's giving Don Best the best opportunity to get into the game, and I'm you won't sway me with any numbers, any stats, anything.
He always waits for a left-hander. He did it in the last match as well.
Well, I think he would have given himself a couple of overs earlier. Here's Ben Stokes. Oh, that one just seemed to stop in the pitch a little bit, and Ashwin was looking to turn it on the onside, and it just didn't arrive at the time he thought that it was going to, and it popped up off a leading edge.
Yeah, Ben Stokes, as he's walking back, was sort of looking at the footholes. You wonder if his foot got stuck and it didn't quite come out, so his release position was affected by a foothole, which obviously then the ball maybe came out with less pace or something different on its arrival at Ashwin, and it just stopped him in his shot. It was a curious sort of movement from him.
It just seemed to grip a bit, didn't it? That was gone down the leg side, and he might just have been looking to swing that one away from R. Ashwin, bring the slip cordon into play, but it just went straight on and straight past the leg stump and into the gloves of Ben Stokes. India 125 for 5, trailing by 80. There may well have been some people that foresaw this situation or a scenario similar to this yesterday, but I didn't speak or hear of any of them. There was quite a bit of doom and gloom around, and I must say that if there was a bit of pessimism around, it wasn't in any way calmed by Stokes himself, who admitted that England had batted really poorly. That's a low full toss outside the off stump, and it's punched away for 4. Once again, I don't know what Ben Stokes was trying to do, but he was clearly bowling a particular delivery, and it's gone wrong, and he just shakes his head now, and again just illustrates that his wrist didn't get it quite. I don't know, what was he trying to do? It's a wide full toss, it's gone for 4.
Yeah, it's very rogue in how he's gone about his business today. He's been magnificent. But pre that ball, it's about the third time in as many overs that he's taken his boot off the shoe. Is he having some kind of a problem with his footwear, with the footholes? And if that's at the back of your mind as a bowler, you're not on a stable footing, sometimes it can affect your sort of rhythm and how you get through your action. So it might be something with his footwear or the footholes, possibly.
Here's Ben Stokes again, 129 for 5 now, and that one's much better, full and wide enough to be left alone by R. Ashwin, who's 6 not out from 8 deliveries. We've heard Goffey talk on various occasions about how many problems Ben Stokes has with his feet and his toes, and sometimes you get what runners call the mythical stone. Sometimes there's something's upsetting you, something's sore, and you're convinced there's a stone in your shoe, and you take it off and you look for it, and you put it back on, and it's still there.
He's looking for it now. That's the 4th time. It's off again. It's every ball. The shoe's off.
And you start taking the inner sole out and banging it on the ground. I know there's a stone in here, and there isn't. Here is Stokes once again. Good bouncer, really good bouncer. Ashwin didn't know a great deal about that. There's no short leg in. It might not have carried to him if there had been, but he just fended it off. He took his eye off it as well. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. The boot's off again. He's still looking for that stone. His feet are obviously sore.
Yeah, the outcome of that delivery, though, the final delivery of the over, right what he's after. Ben Stokes gets that ball short, in towards the body, right into that throat region. Ashwin standing up tall. He's a tall man, trying to ride the bounce, but couldn't get his hands high enough to use the blade of the bat, and it wraps him on his bottom hand, his right hand. Now that's his spinning finger, that generally your index finger is where you get hit on that right hand. And as the physio rushes out now, we see him looking at the nail and getting a bit of that magic spray. Not only the magic stone in Stokes, he's got a bit of magic spray for his finger. It's all magic out there. But let's hope there's nothing.
We talk about the hidden contributions towards a victory, and there's Dan Lawrence. I mean, it's not hidden, but it's often not talked about. I've tried to bring it to the fore. So his contribution, and if Ben Stokes can't take another wicket, if he's put R. Ashwin's spinning finger out of action,
it's all smoke and mirrors here.
Well, what about India's physiotherapist, Nitin Patel, I believe his name is, although it didn't look like that was him that just came out on the field, who I think has spent more time out on the field in India's last 2 series than most of their batters have. I mean, he should have a cap by this point. He's been out there over and over. I don't know how he has any magic spray left. I think the magic's gone, Bats.
All the hidden contributions that go towards a test match performance and a victory. You're listening to commentary on the 4th test between England and India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team led by Lizzie Ammon and former captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook, and our gratitude to the Times and the Sunday Times for supporting our commentary. Jack Leach, it's Jack Leach time, Bats. He's entering the attack.
Yeah, Gerrard called it. He wanted him in here. He wanted this matchup. Well, he wanted Ashwin first, but it's going to be Pant, I think. Did they sneak a single? I think it might be Ashwin first up that'll be facing. And but the mouth-watering from an explosive point of view is the other one, Pant. How is Pant going to play Jack Leach now? What is he going to look to do? It's been a fascinating battle throughout the series. Leach has had his wins, but he's had his losses with Pant, and it's just as the game is poised perfectly. 130 for 5. What do you do? Do you spin the wheel, or what do you do?
Don't know. Answer your own question. I'm dying to hear your theory.
I'm spinning the wheel. I'm going all in on red. If I'm Pant, I'm going hard here. I'm saying this is the breaking point, and I'm going to be the man to really put some pressure back.
And Root, does he put men on the boundary?
Yeah, has to. Yeah. I think it's get as many catches in as you can, stick everybody out on the boundary.
In outfield?
Yeah, if he gets a single, so what? Don't care. The scoreboard's going nowhere. If he starts banging a few out of the ground, whoo. Pant's thinking, hang on a minute, we're making a bit of a dent in that deficit at the minute. But from a Leach point of view, keep the catches. I bowl a goodie, I'm getting him out.
Root's got a couple of men in what we used to be told as schoolboys was no man's land. Johnny Bairstow's halfway back, maybe 2/3 of the way back at mid-on. So that's an invitation, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's trying to open up that onside play with the ball spinning away from the bat.
Leach in to Ashwin. Forward he comes, playing defensively. You sense this is a big moment, don't you? Big moment in this Test match. Right now, this next half hour.
Yeah, you feel that way. And the field is set accordingly. Even Joe Root's tempting Ashwin. He's saying, come on then. If you think you're a good player at hitting mid-on, let's have a see.
Delicious tension in the air. Leach in again. Quicker one, actually. And Ashwin seems to be hurried. And it's not often you say that about Jack Leach, but Ashwin was suddenly, maybe kept a bit low too, and it made him look even more rushed. He went deep into his crease and it just skidded straight on.
Yeah, a bit more square spin, so it travels a bit further, so he misread the length there, Ashwin.
Here is Leach once more, and this time it turns from middle towards off, and he's back and across, playing it off the pitch. Rishabh Pant, 22. Ashwin has 7. India 130 for 5. Still 75 runs behind England's total of 205, which is looking more and more, or less and less unimpressive. That's not a double negative. Here is Leach once again, and it's pushed out square of the wicket on the offside. It was inadequate. It was under par. Ben Stokes was the first to admit it yesterday. He was quite down in the face speaking. He said we should still be batting. He said we are perfectly capable of scoring 300 on a wicket like that, and we should have done. So he admitted that England were under par, but they're fighting back. Here's Leach again, and Ashwin tries a late cut, a back cut, and misses it. A wee bit of extra bounce there from Jack Leach, and nicely taken by Ben Stokes.
Yeah, he's just driving the ball into the surface a little bit more, Jack Leach here. A bit more direct in his approach and his trajectory. That one just bouncing a fraction more off the surface. As we've seen on this pitch, it's bounced a little bit.
Here is Jack Leach again, and it's forward comes Ashwin playing defensively, and Jack Leach completes a maiden over. More often than not, the ball looks like it comes up out of Jack Leach's hand. In that over, it seemed like it was going more straight out and forward.
Yeah, and I've not been able to see the seam position for every ball, but certainly for a couple of balls he's trying to get that more square spin, and with square spin generally it travels a bit flatter in trajectory and travels a bit more direct, because it's got sort of the spiral, as opposed to his stock ball, which I would suggest is more of an overspinning ball. It does come out of the hand because it needs to go up a little bit to then drop. The overspin on the ball makes the ball curve and drop in that last sort of 3 metres as it arrives where it bounces, and then obviously you get the spin. Both you're trying to spin it, but it's just how it arrives into the area on the surface that it pitches.
Mark Butcher will take over commentary now as Ben Stokes continues. I must say it's a wonderful point of the Test match.
Certainly is. Rishabh Pant, who is a man always eager to pounce on a run-scoring opportunity, has a go at that short ball from Ben Stokes, and was a man back on the fence at deep backward square. Came off the bottom edge of the bat and rolled all the way along the ground to him. Pant picks up the single that takes him to 23. India 74 runs behind now, score 131 for 5. He has Ravichandran Ashwin for company. Century maker in the series, one of only 3. Root, Rohit and Ashwin. He has 7 from 5 deliveries, 2 slips in the gully. Stokes in, and that short ball has flicked the glove of Ashwin. Ashwin immediately reviews as if to say, well, it's hit me on the shoulder. I've not got anything on that at all. It was an immediate reaction from Ashwin.
Fair delivery.
Umpire's decision is out. Let's have a listen.
Yeah, give your best angle, please.
Yellow, white, yellow.
Went on coming, stand by. Ball is very close to the bat. Give me alternates to double check. Yes, please.
Well, the crowd is roaring because it looks to me as though that ball has missed the glove and hit the shoulder. It did seem that the bounce was very steep from Ben Stokes, and Ashwin's hands were late getting up.
Keep going.
Ultra edge is, well, it's not moving, unmoved as the ball goes past the outside edge, and then there's a spike.
Just do it one more time.
It's not really a spike, it's more of a bump. A soft looking bump as the ball hits Ashwin on his right shoulder. And
Keep going.
that decision will be reversed. I'm pretty sure of that, Gareth Batty.
Yeah, the new boots not taking the wicket if we're going by ultra edge. But as you say, arriving with a bump. And there's a bump on Ravi Ashwin's right shoulder now to go with a bump on his right index finger. We're not getting it out, but we might be making his bowling harder work in the second innings.
Nitin Menon just signalling that's one for the over from Ben Stokes. He's had to reverse his original decision of out. You can understand why the umpire was fooled into thinking that had made contact with the glove. The sound of Ashwin's shoulder and the gloves would have been similar. As Ashwin faces up to Stokes again, who edges. Ashwin edges over the head of the man at gully. Don't think it was a chance. It flew above head height. There was a dive from the man at gully. I can't tell you who that is at this moment in time. The television replay is on the crowd. But Ashwin, who has been unsettled by the short ball, both in Australia and in this series, flinging his hands at that wide delivery from Ben Stokes, and perhaps it was at catchable height. It just went so quickly. I think it's Zach Crawley there at gully. By the time that Crawley had got off the ground and got his hand up, the ball was already a metre past him.
Beautiful follow-up ball from Stokes, hitting hard length just outside his eye line.
Stokes building up a head of steam here. Ashwin, who has a bad back, that's given him problems against the short ball. We'll be expecting more of it from Ben Stokes. But this is a crucial juncture in the match. It really is. Rishabh Pant waiting to resume hostilities with Jack Leach at the other end. England again with only the two seam bowlers to call upon. Have a bit of reverse swing going as Ashwin faces up to Stokes again. Stokes wider on the crease this time, back of the length. Ashwin in behind it off the back foot, knocks it to Rory Burns, who's on as a substitute at cover, and there is no run.
Still a little bit of a grimace there from Ben Stokes as he's walking back. I wonder if he's still having those issues. He maybe thought it was the change of boots that would work. Almost did at the start of the over, but just a little grimace. So is it the footholes maybe that's affecting him, or is it the workload? He's had one heck of a workload so far in the two sessions today.
Yeah, bowled a 12 over spell in the first session. Brought him the wicket of Virat Kohli for a duck. He's got Kohli out 5 times now in Test match cricket. Ben Stokes, the most that he's got any single batsman out in his career so far. Man has gone back on the hook. Stokes to Ashwin. Ashwin will probably be expecting a short ball, whether he was up or back, but he's back now. Pitched up on just outside the off stump, and the ball dies on the way through to Ben Stokes, and that is the end of the 54th over. An eventful one. I've actually given up trying to speculate whether or not Ben Stokes is struggling, because if you remember back to Cape Town, the beginning of 2020, before the world went to hell in a handcart, and Stokes bowled that magnificent spell, gut-busting spell from the Weinberg end that brought England victory in the dying throes of that match at Cape Town. And every over you'd say, well, he can't bowl another one, surely. He's limping, look at him, he looks terrible. And then he'd bowl another one, and another one, and another one.
It was the old adage, beware the wounded dog, wasn't it? He just kept going, and he kept taking wickets. It was you could imagine the batters in the middle of the over saying, don't worry, that's his last one, he can't come back, he can't come back. They were doing that for about 3 hours. He just kept coming back. It was phenomenal. We know he's got one heck of an engine and a heart in him. And England need him here. They really are at the point of kicking this door down in the game and really getting into a position of strength.
Well, at least not being in a position of weakness. I mean, you know, even if the lead is 30, they've got to come out and bat against Axar and Ashwin. I mean, Axar has 22 wickets at 10 in the 3 matches he's played so far. Ashwin 27 wickets at 15. So I mean, you know, obviously any lead that England can get, brilliant. But they're still up against it, you would think.
Yeah, we need to stop talking about superhuman effort. There are some mere mortals on the field as well.
There are indeed. Right, here is a contest for the ages. in terms of this series anyway, which I suppose is not an age, although some might think that the win for England in the first test in Chennai was an age ago, as it's Leach versus Pant. Pant is down the wicket. There's a puff of dust as the ball lands in the footmarks. It spins past the inside of Pant's bat, hits the pads, goes out on the offside. They scamper through for a single. There's now an overthrow, and they come back for 2-leg byes.
Jack Leach won't particularly like that, but from a viewer, I'm excited about it now. Pant's shown his intent. First ball, he's ran down the wicket, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, take the rough out of the equation.
He missed it by miles, didn't he? The ball spun sharply out of the rough. Ben Stokes picked up and threw at Ashwin's end on the turn, and he went all the way out to Johnny Bairstow on the sweep for a second run. Pant with the sweep. It's bottom edge to Joe Root on the 45 on the leg side, and there's no run. But Pant, well, his intentions are pretty clear. He wants to take down Jack Leach. It's going to be one or the other of these two men, you'd think. 40 balls, 73 runs, 1 dismissal. That's the numbers of Leach versus Pant. Oh, big turn, huge turn out of the rough for Jack Leach. Pant on the back foot rather sort of gives up the ghost. It crashes into his gloves, I think hits him on the thigh pad, and then bounces out just agonisingly wide of Ben Stokes on the offside.
Oh, this is brilliant from Leach. He's not throwing it up and underneath the bat, he's driving it into the surface, making it very difficult for Pant. What a contest.
Leach in again. That's a little bit straighter, perhaps too straight, and the ball missing the rough areas, hitting the good part of the pitch, and Pant is able to steer it to the right of Root on the 45 and pick up a single. Ashwin on strike. Pant 24 from 43. India 138 for 5. Lead is 67 now. Difficult, isn't it, for the bowler to consistently jam the ball into that rough area, but he does have quite a big margin to aim at outside the left-handers off stump. He's now got the right-handed Ashwin in his sights. Just Stokes at slip catching, and Ashwin uses his reach to good effect, gets forward, and even though the ball turned and bounced a little, was able to smother the spin and knock it down into the point region for no run. Field is it's not over-committed from England. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover. Man back on the sweep leg side and offside as Ashwin is on the back foot, drops it down at his feet, and that is the end of the 55th, 138 for 5.
Yeah, fascinating battle. Leach Pant is the one for me. Can Leach be really brave and do what he's doing, hold the ball at the top of the stumps hard, but then every now and again chuck it really wide? It's got to be wide outside Rishabh Pant's eye line to get his arms away from himself. As soon as he's hitting the ball, when his arms are in close, you feel like he could get him and he could smack him out of the ground. But could he be brave and get it really wide? So he's got to fetch the ball, get his arms out in front of him. It's mouth-watering. The next 10 minutes are going to be amazing here.
Well, sadly, Bats, you won't be able to talk us through them because time for you to take a bit of R&R and be replaced by the magnificent duo of Harmison and Goff. India 67 runs behind, 2 big quicks in the commentary box with me, and the game is heating up as Gareth Batty describes. Stokes into Pant drives, and it goes on the bounce, crowd catch to Johnny Bairstow at extra cover, and there's no run.
Well, talking of quicks, they've kept us in the game, haven't they? These two, I think Stokes and Anderson, have been magnificent last night, and obviously this morning especially, and now since lunch. It's just a shame we haven't got someone else who can bowl a bit of seam, because they look the most likely to take wickets in this game. They've got 4 between them, and absolutely both of them have bowled beautifully.
Yeah, both Ben Stokes and James Anderson might be a little shorter come the end of today. Certainly are going to get through the overs. 17 for Anderson, 15.1 for Stokes, who's around the wicket to the left-handed Pant, has a little shuffle of his feet before he picks the bat up. Slower ball from Stokes, goes down the leg side, and there's no run. And Ben Stokes looks uncomfortable on his way back to his mark, but we judge nothing from that with Ben Stokes. Tough lads up there in Durham, aren't they, Steve?
They are tough lads up there. They're made very, very strong up north.
and he's been brilliant, absolutely brilliant, as ever when he gets on one of these spells.
Stokes hit the crease and gets that ball to jump at Rishabh Pant, who rather fends it down to the left of Gully and all the way out to backward point, who's on the fence, and they come through for a single. He has 25, Ashwin 11.
He tends to get better as the spell goes on, and normally that's into his 8th and 9th over, which is not really what you want when you're out in India with the heat and humidity and the surface that you're playing on. But he's been a champion in this innings so far, along with Jimmy Anderson. Really kept England going in the game, and what his captain would give another breakthrough here.
Back over the wicket to the right-handed Ashwin, and starts that one off a little straight, and Ashwin times the ball beautifully to the man just in front of square at square leg, and there's no run.
He's played like a top order batsman, hasn't he, Ashwin, in this series? He's more comfortable against spin than he is seam. I think that's quite obvious, and I think when he does come over to England in the summer, I think he'll get a few short balls. If it is on the flat side, which I'm not expecting it to be, if it swings around a bit, there's a good chance he'll nick off, but if it does go flat, I think he'll be getting a few short balls.
Stokes in again, closer to the stumps this time, and that ball moves off the seam. Short of a length delivery, it climbed and moved away from the right-hander. He really is finding a little bit of extra something out of this surface, Ben Stokes.
We have found that climb, haven't we, Ahmed? There's been that climb from just back of a length.
It's hit the surface,
and it's gone quickly.
It just seems the harder you hit the surface, you get something out of it. Something else happens, whether it nips off the seam or there's a little bit of unevenness in the pitch and the bounce. But it just seems that the harder you hit it, Ishan had it yesterday morning.
Just bouncer from Stokes. Ashwin is nicely underneath that one, ducked it sort of inside the line. Ben Stokes turns to the England dressing room and beckons for somebody or something at the end of his 16th over. 139 for 5. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say the bounce is uneven. I think it's steep, isn't it? It gets steep.
There's a little bit of inconsistency in there. I think the harder you hit the surface, there is a little bit of inconsistency. It does stand up a little bit, but I think it comes with the harder, the bowlers that hit the pitch hard rather than the pitch up and sort of kiss the deck bowlers.
Yeah, he shouldn't really be in any trouble. We saw one great delivery to Virat Kohli, which affected him, and the one to Ashwin. It's that length, Andy, that's got the batsman in a bit of trouble. And when Ben bends his back, and we all know he's a lot quicker than people give him credit for, a lot better bowler than people give him credit for. And I think if you look at he's not bowled as much, I would say, the last probably 12, 13 months for England. But I would say his averages have come down in the last 12, 13 months.
He's not bowled that much in the last 12, 13 months because he hasn't had to, because the balance of the attack's been the right one. Hence why he's bowled 16 overs this morning, or in this innings.
Yeah, enough said. Leach into the rough to Pant, who's on the back foot. Plays French cricket with that one, really, out of the rough. But there is a bit of turn there. We haven't seen Pant come out and attack Jack Leach. England have got the field set with a couple of men in catching, but 3 back on the leg side to Rishabh Pant. Just watching a little underlay of Pant screaming down the pitch at Leach and depositing him into the stands. But he's played much more soberly this time. He's on the back foot again, knocks it into deep mid-wicket off the back foot along the ground, and they come through for a single. 140 for 5 now.
It looks a bit bigger though, the boundary, doesn't it, on the leg side? Jack Leach bowling into that, bowling over the wicket, and it just looks like it's a little bit bigger.
I think pressure as well, Darren. I think the pressure on the situation where the team's at this moment in time. If he runs down the wicket and misses one, at 140 for 6, and he puts his team in one almighty position. So I think while the fielders are on the boundary, using these skills to milk the ball. And it'd be interesting if Joe decides to gamble a little bit and bring one of them fielders up and see what Rishabh Pant decides to do with.
Leach is over the wicket. Big stride forward from Ashwin and defends it into extra cover. 56 overs, 56 and a half overs for 140 for 5 for India. Gives you an indication of just how well England have fought here on day 2. Leach is in once again and again finds that really good area on off stump, brings Ashwin forward, who is able to knock it just in front of square and come through for a single, bringing Rishabh Pant back on strike. I mean, it's interesting you say that about the situation of the game. In the first test in Chennai, England had posted 580. Pant came out with his team in big trouble. He just ran at everything, made 90 in no time. I mean, you could say, I suppose, that he had nothing to lose. India was so far behind
the game.
Yeah. And in the end, the 90 kind of didn't really make any difference. What India needed at that point was for somebody to take some time out of the game, not put time back in it.
His innings in the second test was better.
Yeah.
Because that affected the result of the game.
Absolutely.
Leach is in again. Just drops a little short, and Pant is quick onto the back foot. Oh, goodness me, he's timed that well. Looked like Jimmy Anderson was going to haul that in, running away from the stumps, from extra cover out to the fence, and the ball just seemed to accelerate away from him.
That's where he's so good, isn't he? Rishabh Pant gets really deep in the crease. Such a good timer of the ball, and Jimmy Anderson might have a new running style, a new technique he's talked much about over the past couple of weeks, but he ain't stopping that because Rishabh Pant times the pants off it.
Yeah, he might hear that once or twice in his career, particularly in England this summer. But he did. Sweet timing indeed, as Leach is in once more. Misses the rough, and Ollie Pope has had a chance straight off the face of the bat. Ollie Pope has caught some screamers in his short time in there at short leg. He had to move sharply to his left. We'll catch the replay, I'm sure. Quick look as Pant is on the back foot, turns it into the leg side, straight off the middle of the bat, and it hits Ollie Pope on the knee just before he's able to get his hands to it. You're listening to commentary of the fourth test between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and Sunday Times. And scores 140 for 5. India still 60 runs behind. Word from Darren Gough, and then Mark Nicholas will take over.
Yeah, Ollie Pope, such a good fielder, isn't he, in there at short leg. It's a horrible place to field, but he stays down, he stays low. Pant just punched it off his hip, hoping to just get one as it goes past Ollie Pope, but he got some kind of hand and knee on it, didn't he? An unbelievable effort from him, and that would have been a strangle. He got out himself a little bit, unfortunate, wasn't he, in that first innings, inside edge onto the back pad up to short leg, so he'd have liked his revenge.
Still Stokes and still 2 slips in the gully attacking, 3 in the cover ring. And Ashwin is back, trying to work a spot on the leg side with that bottom hand of his, but not quite able to do it. He's a tall man and he prefers to play off the back foot. He very rarely do you see him take a big stride forward. Steve, you're dying to say something.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask Goffey from a fast bowler's point of view. Would you have a short leg for Ashwin? How far he's going back? He's not playing the short ball. He stands up because he's got a bad back. Ben Stokes just it's more psychological, putting something in his eye line on the leg side. Would you have a short leg in?
Goffey's thinking about it. Here comes Stokes again, and Ashwin plays it down into the gully area for no run from right at the top of the ball's bounce. That didn't get big on him like the one did on Kohli earlier today. I suppose that the only thought I have about Ashwin playing back at the moment, I'll let Goffey answer that in a sec, but really what Stokes wants now is exactly the ball that he bowled to
Bit harder to the left-hander though, isn't it?
No, Rohit Sharma.
Oh yeah,
so
to Ashwin.
Do you see what I mean? Yeah, the ball he's had for Roach, and now that he's forced him back and he's exclusively playing back, now's the time for that big hooping laid-in swinger. Let's hope he can find it. He runs in now. Not many people in the ground today. Bangs it into the surface again. Ashwin plays it unconvincingly out on the offside from a leading edge. Right, back to you, Goffey.
What I would have field now, if I was bowling to Ashwin, I wouldn't have a short leg, the way I bowled especially, a bit different from Ahmed, but I think I'd have a man round the corner on the leg side, and I'd have a short mid wicket, because then I've got 2 goes at it. I've got that short ball, it's in his mind, he's going right deep. in his crease, and then if I throw one up there with a little bit of swing you're talking about, and he just try and clip it, if I don't get it quite right, it might bring short mid wicket into play as well. So that's what I would go with.
This lack of spectators, it's dawned on me what I think the answer is, actually. Here comes Stokes again now, pounding in, 55 on his back, and there he tries, it almost works, not quite full enough. That's out, I think. That could well be run out. This is so close. England have a chance here. Brilliant from Jack Leach. So Ashwin drops it down on the leg side in the area Harmy was talking about, sets off for the single. Pant decides to go, and he's in real trouble here.
Have we got a bouncing bat? Bat?
Didn't ground it.
Dive
Maybe.
full length, and
I
can see where
think
Mark's at. He's out.
England have a chance here.
Grounded.
Oh,
Yeah, go to the big screen.
oh, we're all disappointed.
Wow, it was Bairstow, and wow, isn't that deceptive? So often those direct hits, you tend to think it's tight and you'll prove right, but we were proved a foot wrong.
Yeah, in full speed, it looked like he was out. It looked like his bat was up in the air, but it just goes to show those two frames, the difference it makes whenever you're watching a run out. But Bairstow was in, he was pretty quick, good pick up, good release.
Oh, you know, the
It was
bat didn't
uncomfortable.
bounce you. That was the ball, that in-swing we were talking about. Truth is, I think we've just caught people brushing their teeth or making coffee, and we just wanted to liven them up a bit, get them jumping, get them thinking the cricket.
I tell you what, you can't bowl too long a spell here. They've got the new ball soon.
And because of how well England bowled, when the new ball does come around, England are still in the game.
Yeah, it's 22 overs away. Now Stokes is on a length at off stump. Pant is forward and pushes quietly to mid-off, and there's no run. The score 146 for 5, still 59 behind England. Pant has 30. He's played very well, actually. Sedate's the wrong word, because when he's had to dance down, hit it over the top, he has. Just a very considered and well played innings. He was beaten a bit by Anderson early on, but 51 balls of proper batting, I'd say.
Yeah, he's played well. He's been watchful, hasn't he? Especially to Anderson. Anderson bowled that wide round the wicket, bowled kind of wide into the rough to him, trying to tempt him into a big drive.
Stokes again, hair flowing back, big ginger beard on. And as Pant goes forward there, the ball goes onto his toe from his bat. It rolls out on the offside, and Bairstow says, "You want to go?" Pant says, "Nope, I'll stay where I am, thanks." So the end of the Stokes over, 146 for 5 on a glorious day in Chennai, down in the south of India, once known as Madras, of course. Not Chennai, what am I talking about? It was, that was the previous test. What I'm trying to say is, having had glorious days in Chennai, once known as Madras, we've now moved to the more modern stadium in Ahmedabad, and of course they're talking about greater BCCI control, since the Shah family are from this part of the world, and the Prime Minister, who is responsible for now the naming of the stadium but also the development of it, is from this neck of the woods. And there is a thought in India that there may be a power move from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, Mathura. I wonder, it's hard to believe it'll ever leave Mumbai. That is very much the strong arm holding of Indian cricket, and what a job the BCCI have done in these past couple of years in ensuring plenty of test matches are played by the most powerful nation on earth, that many young cricketers are emerging. India could probably put 2 high-class teams on the park and do well. So for all the talk of the IPL, they've done their bit to keep, the pastoral care needed to keep test match cricket going.
Spot on, Mark. There was a worry, wasn't there, a few years ago,
Very
but he
much
was
so.
going down very much the T20 route.
But
And,
the new management of Indian cricket
yeah.
has been very good. Different. I mean, you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of them, I don't think. But anyway, Jack Leach is going to bowl. I think that's a good decision. He lobs one up, and that's out. Caught at mid-wicket. A funny, soft old dismissal. Not Jack Leach's best ball, maybe his worst. It drifted miles down the leg side off a full length. Ashwin pushed it for a single, or tried to. Failed to. It lobbed up in the air, and at short mid-wicket, a comfortable catch was taken.
Is there a crowd in there, Mark? Because I can't hear a pin drop really quiet, absolutely huge wicket. Jack Leach, like I said, he's bowled really, really well this series. Just a steady ball, pitched on leg stump, tried to turn it to the leg, a little bit of a leading edge, and straight to short mid wicket. A huge dismissal that for Jack Leach in England. India now in serious trouble here. 146 for 6. We're on TalkSport 2. And Ashwin, who's been such a thorn in the side of England with ball and bat, is gone.
Yes, in such an unlikely way, because he did seem to have control. Maybe, there's no doubt that effort from Ben Stokes, that brief, the short pitches and everything, it just upsets your equilibrium. You get a bit jumpy, and Stokes troubled him, and now he's made a little mistake, albeit a bit of luck for England. It wasn't a very good ball, but maybe you make your own luck by a long period of intelligent bowling that holds the game nicely for you. And it was a good bowling change too, to get Leach into the attack with slightly fresher fingers after a break. Here comes Washington Sundar. Don't underestimate him. This is a lovely natural batsman, used to bat much higher up the order and has been successful in first-class cricket, so England should not take him for granted, and he's an ideal partner for Rishabh Pant. He's also got all the strokes, but he can certainly hang on in there. Quite a stylish looking player. But what a wicket. England need 4 more, and they've got 59 runs to play with. I can't tell you how tense the Indian dressing room will be now. Remember, if they don't win this test match, they don't make it to the... Well, a draw works, but it isn't going to be a draw, so forget the draw. If England win this test match, India don't make it to the World Test Championship final in England.
I'll bet they have a little bit of a grumble after all they've said this last few days. What would be quite nice if England did win this game, it would be a magnificent 2-2 series. I bet they do have a few moans about the pitch then.
Just a little bit.
What do you reckon, lads?
But how can you moan about the pitch?
Well, they will.
No, they won't.
They can't. They can't. This has been a great test match surface.
No.
This has been a great test match surface, which I don't think they would moan about. But I tell you what, and we are thinking too far ahead, but if they do win this test match, England, what a monumental achievement it's been this winter, even with all the selection that we've talked about.
India are still favourites, by the way. I mean,
there are no 2 letters bigger than I and F when put together.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
A long way to go, yeah. A long way to go.
146 for 6. New batsman. Washington Sundar is on strike to Jack Leach. There's some rough outside the off stump. England have a couple of fielders around the bat. In he comes. He lands it in the perfect spot. And Sundar plays well forward and defends it excellently. Television just showing a replay of the wicket, and the catch was taken by Ollie Pope, who still has his helmet on from the short leg position. So we'd be very pleased with that.
Yeah, a bit of a leading edge, wasn't it, from Ashwin? Just
nice.
Again, he bowls into that area outside off stump. Sundar shuts the face and tries to plonk it down the ground for a single, but doesn't get it. Leach does the fielding of his own bowling.
How many times do you see that though, Mark, where an excellent spell of bowling and you feel as though the pressure, so much pressure and concentration by the batsman is just released by just a little bit of a bowling change.
Well, he's really lobbing it up there, Jack Leach, encouraging Sundar to drive, which he does firmly, but Leach throws himself this time to his right, having gone left off the previous ball to make the stop.
And it's a big innings this for Sundar. Listen, Virat Kohli he told us all that he was in the side to get in some runs, batting down the order.
Down he comes, Sundar, and again it's Leach who does the fielding of his own bowling as Sundar slaps it into the turf. The ball often comes quickly off the pitch itself when you hit it into that pitch, but because these are crumblier surfaces, maybe it didn't there. No, he hit it into the rough and it bounced up, and Leach, who has a great mark of dirt where he's dived to make a stop on his chest, parries it and saves it, and now he bowls it on a good length, and it hits the splice of Sundar's bat in his forward defence. End of a terrific over, albeit not the best set of balls he'll bowl, but if you get have an over that gets Ashwin out, you're going to be very pleased with yourself. Ashwin went for 13 incidentally, caught Pope bowled Leach. Rishabh Pant has 30, and Sundar yet to get off the mark. 146 for 6. I was mentioning the crowd, or lack of it, and why, as against the big crowd in the previous match, and I've come to the conclusion it's simply that was a day-night game and a first. And day-night games, people come in the afternoon, they come later, and they can certainly come in the evenings. I'm sure the prices were kind. To come in daytime during the week when work is on in this heat is less likely, and also there isn't the novelty factor of the first game being played in the newly generated stadium.
And by the way, if you're going to go to a day night with a pink ball, you're going to get there the first 2 days, because there's a good chance you won't be able to watch a test match, no matter where you are in the world.
Except the UAE.
So they're spreading it out over this one hopefully will go 4 days at least. At a push. 4 days?
Do you think it's a day in innings?
It's looking like that.
Would England settle for that? Would England settle for bowling them out for...
Yeah, I would.
Yep.
Yeah, I would.
What, for 225?
I think the longer the surface, the longer the surface is in the sun, the more deterioration it is. And I think if England have a day batting tomorrow and say, right, 200, 220 on the fourth day.
We are getting ahead of ourselves. Run full day batting.
Stay calm. Here's Dom Best. Both spinners on then. Best bowls a good ball. Off stump. Spins. Bounces. Left alone by Rishabh Pant. And it's taken by Ben Stokes. Has to jump a little to take it in his midriff.
He did. Full day batting, I'm a bit worried about, Army. We're getting a bit carried away there. Let's just take one day at a time. One session at a time here. India are finding it difficult. England are going to find it difficult.
Very. Bess again. Oh, and he goes to reverse sweep. It hits the pad, does it? There's a half appeal by Stokes. Nothing more comes of it, and the reverse sweep is a miss for Pant on that occasion. Quite difficult to reverse sweep out of this rough. Not that it's behaving especially badly, but when bounce is uneven, reverse sweeping is trickier. You need to get the length right to do it successfully. Bess is operating round the wicket, lobs that one up, and Pant, because he'd used his feet, gets the easiest single out to long off, who's most of the way back to the boundary. Bess, like Leach, covered in muck, or he's dived around the field somewhere, the dirt, maybe even around his own bowling crease to stop the ball there, but absolutely. In the old days, you'd have been told to wear some clean clothes, clean flannels. He had a lot of dirt on him.
And I got 5 days out of them.
Yeah. Short and cut. Sundar goes back and hits it very hard. There's a man sweeping out there. Dom Sibley, who does the fielding. So a single run there for Sundar that gets him off the mark. That's the 6th ball that he's faced.
We talked about this yesterday, didn't we, Army, about how he captains Dom Bess. I think he's given him a lot of cover today, hasn't he, out on the boundaries. He's given him a man out on the offside for that bad delivery and just trying to give him some confidence and get him in the game.
It's nicely bowled, a little fuller. Sundar went back to play it, but it bounced more than he would have expected. Pant went back to play it, bounced more than he would have expected, and he ended up playing it around chest height. Slip and short leg, the two men waiting for a catching opportunity, but a really soft ball from Bess is played with the minimum of fuss off the back foot out to long on for a single. Bess will not be pleased with the sets of balls that he's bowling here. There's inconsistency. It's pretty ordinary over. Comes to an end. 149 for 6 with Pant on 32 and Sundar on 1.
Yeah, you don't want to be setting fields for bad bowling. But you want to be trying to give the bowler the confidence that if he does land it, he's got fielders in catching positions that can potentially get a wicket, which will then give him confidence. I would like with 10 minutes to go before a break to bring the man at long on and long off up against Pant and say, right, who has been quite quiet, he's batted really, really well and watchful, but just say, right, do you want to have a go? Try and buy his wicket just before this break. So it'd be interesting to see if Joe Root thinks that way, especially to Jack Leach and not so much to Dom Bess.
But Steve, that's a real change to England's model for the day. And if you've only got 56 runs to play with here,
but you've only got 2 overs. What, 2 overs would you say before the break, before the tea break? It's worth a little gamble of potentially losing 8 runs to Richie Pant. If you walk off
you
before
might lose
lunch,
18. He could hit 3 for 6 in 1 over.
but if you were to get him out,
Of course, that's absolutely. It's very interesting.
We had the argument
normally
in the
my
first
instinct
test.
would be to go your way of thinking, but I like the control England have had over the game, and I'm not sure I'd change what they're making work now. Anyway, Rishabh Pant is on strike to Joe Root, who's replaced Jack Leach. Great ball. You see, he's more direct, as Gareth Batty would say. That kept a bit low, and Pant kept it out on the back foot. But Joe cannot. He cannot ignore his own bowling to keep Dom Bess happy, to keep his confidence high. You've got to be ruthless here. Joe has to bowl, and he bowls another ball back of a length that Pant works away nicely off his body, and it's going to be worth a couple as Bairstow comes round from deep backward square leg to do the fielding. It was just a bit too straight, and from round the wicket with Joe's lowish arm, well, that was a higher release than some, those angles work in favour of the left-hander as long as there's no spin.
I'd be tempted to have a look at Dan Lawrence, the over before tee as well, because he's tall, and we've seen Sundar, he got Ben Stokes out, but you've seen Sundar Ashwin's quite tall, and see if there's any bounce for Dan Lawrence.
Okay, well, they're all good ideas, I don't dispute that. And now that's short again from Root, does bounce high, and back goes Rishabh Pant, and very elegantly plays the ball square on the offside for a single. He goes to 35. Sundar has 1. India's deficit 53 at the moment, so England still with a bit to play with. They've worked very well today. 3 wickets in the first session, 3 in the second. We are coming closer to the tea break as Washington Sundar pats the ground in quite an orthodox stance, plays a nice forward defensive stroke, grips his gloves or velcros his gloves off on, very David Warner like that. Every single ball that David Warner faces, he undoes the velcro and does it up again on both of his gloves. Forward goes Sundar, defends not quite as convincingly as the last time. Root really bowling it in there pretty quick at the moment, and well, the batsmen have come together for a chat, but it's not the end of the over, and back goes Sundar to take his stance. Root has to wait for him as he velcros and gets ready again now. Pretty good over from Joe Root, defended on the offside that last ball for no run, 152 for 6.
Well, one thing David Warner didn't do in the last Ashes series, he didn't do it too often, did he? Hey, because Stuart Broad kept getting him out, so we didn't see it too often in that series.
Those outswingers from round the wicket. Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it, because he's such a terrific player, isn't he?
It became hugely predictable, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely terrific player. I love and again, and we were talking about
good contest.
Watching Rohit Sharma bat. I used to love watching David Warner bat as well when he gets going and comes
not
in.
as elegant a player as Rohit Sharma.
When he first came on the scene, David Warner,
thrilling.
Came from T20 cricket.
He did.
Suddenly to a test match. Yeah. And he came in and he was hitting it over the top, wasn't he, in the first hour of a test match? Yeah. Well, brilliant to watch.
He was picked for Australia before he played a first-class game. Anyway, you're listening, well, I'll tell you in a second what you're listening to. I'm sure you know. Here's Bess.
Oh, we're bowled, lobs it right up, hits him in front of leg stump, I think, but a bit high maybe. Do England review? Root thinks about it. It didn't spin, it went on with the arm from round the wicket to the left-handed punt. It's such a big wicket. My guess is it's only hitting the top of the stumps. My guess is that it goes umpire's call if it is.
Review for leg before.
But I'm sure.
Umpire has given not out. Fair delivery.
I'm sure because it's Rishabh Pant and the situation of the game, Root's gone for this.
Yeah, he had to. And he's going so far back, Pant, as well, isn't he? Did it to Joe Root the last over.
Bat is close.
Going
Can you give me ultras
so
to double
far
check,
back in the crease. He's got to have half a chance on it. Because he's not a tall man, is he, Rishabh Pant? Not a tall man.
Keep going.
But it hits him above the knee roll.
Keep going. Yeah, there is a gap. Yeah. Yeah, let it the pad.
On-field decisions not out though.
Bad. No bat involved.
It's just not out, is it? I don't
ball
think.
tracking
He's
when you're
missing
ready.
leg stump, clipping leg stump. What do you think? Top corner of leg stump, maybe.
Stand by.
Possibly.
Missing
but
leg stump.
No, I just think with the on-field umpire that's going to go with him, which is a shame because it could do Dom Bess's confidence the world of good.
Pitching in line.
Well, hang on.
Backed in line. Wickets umpire's call. Go to Nathan, please.
No.
Nitin,
Ball
you
was
are on
hitting the
screen.
bails.
Stay with your decision.
So the original call by the umpire, it transpired that the ball held its line a bit, straightened a bit, and was hitting the bails, and punters got away with it. It was closer than any of us thought.
Isn't it strange, this umpire's call thing? When you look at Rohit Sharma, we're just clipping the bail, but because the umpire gave it out, they stick with the umpire's call. And then that one, it's hitting the bail, but again, the umpire gave it not out. Exactly the same situation.
The one thing I've noticed throughout this test match is that when the ball has hit the batsman and the pad, the actual contact on DRS looks a little bit lower.
I agree.
Because that looked high. And there was one in the first innings that looked high, and in England innings it looked high.
It's a good call, Harmy. Down the pitch comes Pant, wanting no more of it. Chips it to mid-on, I should say, for a single. He wanted a second, but Washington Sundar didn't want any of it, and James Anderson is so quick across the ground that when he's doing the fielding, you're better off not risking a second. I think it's a good point, Harmy. There was one that
Bairstow, wasn't it?
Yes, was it Bairstow? It might have been Root. I thought it hit him around sort of upper shin, and in fact it had hit him on the knee roll. Yeah. A slip and a short leg still. Here's Dom Bess bowling to Washington Sundar. It's a good ball around middle stump, bowling a nice tight line, no room outside off stump to drive or cut, though there's been very little driving in this match, and there's no run as Sundar pushes it to straightish mid-wicket. Tense scene here. You can really feel the pressure on the players. That ball's more shorter, flatter, faster outside off stump, and Sundar sort of drops his body on it and pushes it rather inelegantly for a usually quite elegant player to square cover, and gets no run. 153 for 6, closing in the tea break, probably be at the end of this over. Taps his ground, taps it again, and that's a lovely delivery that is left alone wisely by Sundar. Bounces and turns, and Ben Stokes takes it, brings the ball back to the bails, but the batsman had never left his ground, so he doesn't whip the bails off. If you could just get that ball fuller and straighter and get it to spin that much, wow, that would be near impossible to play. And again, a big bouncy thing. Stokes leaps up to grab it, and that will bring the tea break on the second day. And India will be pleased to have Pant still there. England will be mighty pleased to be right in this cricket match. The score at tea, 153 for 6, which tells something of the story. Certainly the story of England's fight back, which has been courageous and well thought through. They've got their tactics right today, but it's a mighty performance, really. When you take everything into account, 2 big losses in a row, it's a mighty performance to have come back like this after yesterday's lacklustre batting.
Yeah, it is indeed, and like I said, they've been so disappointed. Joe Root said it at the toss, didn't he, where we got the first chance on a pitch that we know is going to spin as the game goes on. We're just going to bat well, and I think we all thought around 300, 320 would have been the absolute par score. Virat Kohli said day one will be the best day to bat, but today has been a good day to bat. It's not been that bad, not too many demons in the pitch. There's been a little bit for the seamer, there's been a little bit for the spinner. As the day goes on, we've seen the odd one dust and bounce now, but England find themselves still in this match, even though they had that first poor day, and India are on a battle to try and get up to England's score.
Yeah, it's been a great fight back for England. Stokes has been heroic, Anderson's been brilliant, well backed up by Leach, and for England to still be in the game at tea time on day 2 after what happened yesterday is a monumental effort, first and foremost, and it's one that, sitting there at tea, you're thinking, right, you know what, with India having to bat last on this surface, we've got a great chance of winning this game.
Absolutely right. And who would have thought we'd be saying that? So congratulations to Joe Root and his men. More of the same after the tea break, please. You're listening to commentary of the 4th test between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, led by Lizzie Ammon and of course former captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. The score is 153 for 6. The wickets are shared between Anderson, Stokes and Leach, who have 2 apiece. And there's no doubt that England are showing India that they're riding this game. They're staring them in the face, and they're playing some darn good cricket. We'll be back here in just a moment.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match live from Ahmedabad.
Only on TalkSport 2.
Hi there, small business owner. Your tiny hard-nosed QuickBooks team here. Payroll and pension contributions. So stressful, am I right?
She's not wrong. And you got bigger fish to fry. Hairs to curl, parcels to post, and other business to get on with.
So let us take care of that payroll stress, eh?
Visit quickbooks.co.uk today.
Taking care of payroll. And do it QuickBooks.
Get ready for the McDonald's Homestyle Crispy Chicken. A delicious crispy chicken breast, bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a caramelised onion relish, all tucked inside a glazed poppy and sesame seed bun. Delicious. The McDonald's Homestyle Crispy Chicken. Get it while you can. Served after 11 a.m. until the 23rd of March. Participating restaurants only, subject to availability.
Mums do so much for us, so it's time to say a special thank you. Treat Mum this Mother's Day with a celebration cake layered with raspberry jam and decorated with floral frosting for just £6 from your local Co-op. Show Mum you care this Mother's Day. Co-op, it's what we do. Subject to availability, participating stores only, ends 14th of March.
It's finally time to bring in the spring, and the new season means new deals at Screwfix. Like a £10 saving on DeWalt Phoenix waterproof safety boots, now just $49.99. Plus, save 10% on Scruff's 3D trade shorts, now only $26.99. Order online at screwfix.com. Spring into action and get your job done today. Screwfix, here when you need us. While stocks last, prices valid until at least 28th of March. Visit screwfix.com for T's and C's, delivery charges and restrictions.
Your office is outdoors. The aircon is the elements Mother Nature serves up. You carry the earth that shapes the landscapes, the bricks that build the homes to keep us warm, the feed that grows the greens that bring colour to our Sunday roasts. For the tireless outdoor workers, this is your cargo bed. The Ford Ranger Wildtrak, the UK's best-selling pickup. It can carry a ton, it can pull 3.5 tons, and it can do it all off-road in whatever Mother Nature serves up. The Ford Ranger Wildtrak, built for the office in the wild. We're with you on this journey. Ford Commercial Vehicles. Search Backbone of Britain.
For verification, search SMMT New Van Market 2021.
They say those who live frugally must be living miserably, but we believe they've misperceived. There's a joy in frugality that's living more leisurely, that's growing more greenery, using energy less eagerly, and day by day you will see that frugal is the way to be.
Fortune favours the frugal. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
This is the sound of business owners bossing their day with Sage.
Fish delivery, bossed. Invoices, sorted.
Clients workout boss. Expenses smashed.
Tax return, done.
Take control of business with new financial tools from Sage. Boss it. Try for free at sage.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Live Gallagher Premiership Rugby on TalkSport 2. Sunday afternoon from 2.
Brilliant try!
Hear tough tackling rugby union commentary as Harlequins take on Northampton Saints.
Harlequins are piling on towards the cell line. They're up to the line. Are they over the line? Well, the players think they're celebrating, and now Luke Pearce gives it.
Harlequins take on Northampton Saints.
Sunday afternoon from 2 on TalkSport 2. On DAB+,
online,
on your smart speaker,
and via the TalkSport app.
That's what the crowd wants to see.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match live from Ahmedabad.
Only on TalkSport 2.
Here is Jack Leach once again. Another appeal. It's carbon copy, and up goes the finger this time. Pujara has immediately reviewed it. I tell you what, it's hitting halfway up, just over halfway up, middle and off.
So there's two titans of the modern era head-to-head here.
Oh yes, beauty from Stokes, he's done it!
And Kohli playing at it has nicked it through to Ben Stokes. That's fabulous fast bowling.
Terrific wicket, huge wicket for England.
Leach is in, and Rohit Sharma.
Kohli went without. Scoring edge, and it's taken by Ben Stokes at second slip, and Jimmy Anderson has the 3rd wicket of the session, the 4th of the innings, and India are 80 for 4.
Anderson, that's a little wider, and it's a one-handed drive by Rishabh Pant, and it'll go for 4.
Rohit Sharma peels off an imperious drive, just wide of mid-off.
Down he comes now, and he hits it high and long and for 6. He waits for Stokes. Oh, Bar done it with a beautiful in-swinger. He's LBW. That is some delivery. If Waka Yunis at his best had bowled that ball, he'd have been proud of it. Jack Leach is going to bowl. I think that's a good decision. He lobs one up and that's out. Caught at mid-wicket.
Is there a crowd in there, Mark? Because I can't hear a pin drop. A huge dismissal that for Jack Leach in England.
This is commentary of the 4th Test between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. Try it free for 1 month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. Subscription auto-renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply. It's tea time. Another absolutely absorbing session of Test cricket. And England are doing more than just clinging on by their fingertips to this Test match. They're right in it. They're in the midst and the thick of it with India at tea. 153 for 6. Still 52 runs behind. And Rishabh Pant, well, my goodness me, does the result of this Test match rest on the young wicketkeeper batsman's innings. He's 36 not out. And he survived a perilously close LBW appeal on the stroke of tea. After tea, Washington Sundar will resume on 1. Rishabh Pant on 36. Well, it's that time of day again where we catch up with the odds with 888 Sport. Let's get the latest with Sandro Di Michele.
Form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Predict the wins and draws in our free football predictor game. Up for 8, and you could win £8,000. Make your picks now at 888sport.com. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Well, it's fingernail biting time. It's edge of the seat stuff. Sandro, I imagine it's fairly tense in your office as well. Yesterday you told us that India were 2-1 on, but I would imagine that's to win the game. I would imagine those odds have been changing quite a lot today.
Yeah, good morning, Neil. What an enthralling couple of sessions of cricket we've had. It's been superb, hasn't it? And it's been, interesting work for our traders at 888 Sport who are doing this game. I think, look, when we spoke yesterday, India were around the 3-1 on mark. They started the game, as you said, as a 2-1 on chance. And interestingly, the prices haven't really changed. India are still 3-1 on to win this Test match. But I suppose the interesting point is after that England innings, I think we all felt it was, way below kind of a par score for first innings. India were extremely short to win this Test match. They were as short as 8-1 on to win this Test match. But a superb bowling display from England today has seen them sort of pull some of the power back in this game, and they find themselves in an interesting position. Like I said, India 3-1 on, England 13-5 to win this Test match. Now they have been as big as 5-1. The draw 33-1. Like we said yesterday, I think we can dismiss the draw in this one. But yeah, look, it's great to see such a tight match and some excellent bowling and batting on display. This is just really, really enthralling cricket.
It certainly is. It's great to have the job of describing it, I can assure you. Now then, Rishabh Pant, you should always bet with the head rather than the heart. He's 36 not out. I said the whole result of the Test match might hinge on his innings. What are you offering on him going over 50? He's 36 now not out at tea.
Yeah, look, we're confident, or the market's confident that he will go on to make 50. We're currently 2-5 that Rishabh Pant goes on to score his 50. He survived that LBW appeal, didn't he, that got reviewed, and maybe he's got a little bit of luck on his side. Look, if you think he's going to go on even further, we actually offer 15-8 that he makes a score of 75 or more. If he could go on to make a score like that, you feel that could really take the game away from England. Let's hope that isn't the case, and let's hope he doesn't even make 50 from an England perspective. if you fancy him not to make his 50, you can get that at 15-8, Neil.
Okay. What about overhauling England's total? England 205. India are currently 153 for 6. So under over 200? 250?
Yeah, we definitely think England, India are going to go ahead of England. We make them 8-1 on to get over the 200 mark, and we make them 2-1 on to get 225 or more. Then it starts to get a bit interesting. We feel at the moment this India total is probably going to be around the 260 mark, something like 240 mark. It's 5-4 that they score 250 or more. If you fancy them going on past that, you can get 5-2 about them to go on to score 275 or more. But you know, we saw when we spoke yesterday, Neil, we thought England were going to score around the 250 mark, didn't we? And sadly, from an English perspective, we didn't get that one right. So let's hope we get this one wrong as well, and we see a little bit of a collapse from the India tail, and really trying to level this match up and get England right back into it. Let's hope the next time we speak, England are a shorter price than 5-2 to win this Test match.
Sandro, great to chat once again. Well, yeah, same time, same place tomorrow.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
That's the very latest odds with 888 Sport. Gamble responsibly, 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Call 8 results from 8 games and win £8,000 in our free weekly football predictor. Up for 8. Fall short and we'll still give you a £1 free bet for each correct pick. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
We still have a few minutes left before the players return to the field for the third and final session of day 2. Can England continue what has been a most extraordinary effort? Do they have enough gas in the tank? Do they have enough overs still in Jimmy Anderson and Ben Stokes? And indeed, will they be saved for the second new ball? Lots and lots of questions. It's still 18 overs away, so they might just have a couple of overs each, or we might just go straight to spin. Anyway, it's not only that time of day for the general odds update with 888 Sport, it's also the time of day where we get Jared Kimber's World Cricket News Update.
You can't just make something up and pretend it's a thing.
It's a thing.
Like, there's no music playing under that or anything. That was just you.
It's a thing.
Yesterday you realised you'd gone through the tea break too quickly and you threw to me. And now you've done it again. And now you're pretending it's some TalkSport 2, special or something.
Sponsored by World News.
Do you want the world news?
Yes, it's Jared Kimber's World Cricket News Update.
Australia are currently playing New Zealand in a T20. They made 156. Aaron Finch made 79 of those, of 55 balls. No one else really did anything with the bat for Australia. And New Zealand again have collapsed while batting. They are currently 82 for 8. And is this the music?
That's the music that proves it's a thing.
That's how long it took them to find a track. Would be my point there. Ashton Agar has had another very good game. He opened the bowling for Australia and he took 2 for 11 in his overs. He took 6 for the other day, but probably didn't bowl that well. Looks like he's bowled a little bit better today. Having a look at that. There's also the England women played overnight. Also another game in New Zealand, of course. Amy Satterthwaite made 49 off 30, but the New Zealanders only made it to 123 from their 20 overs, and England chased that down pretty easily in 17 overs. Tammy Beaumont made 63 from 53, and Heather Knight made 39 from 39, so they cruised to victory there. And for the ball for the England women, Freya Davies took 4 for 23. I'll give you a Sheffield Shield score if you want as well. Tasmania made 188 against Victoria, and Victoria are 70 for 30. And I've got one other news thing for you. It's quite a random one, but a very important tour for Bangladesh. Bangladesh were in Ireland to play the an A tour, and they played a couple of games, and the Irish, one of the Irish players had COVID, and he'd already bowled 4 overs before, the positive obviously came through, so they've now had to abandon that game. So the poor Bangladesh have gone all the way to Ireland for an A tour.
Isn't it Ireland in Bangladesh?
Oh, sorry, it's in Bangladesh, isn't it? Right. Yeah, sorry. Poor Bangladesh, you were quite looking forward to this, and the Irish players as well. Obviously, it's a big deal for both of those. It's very good practice for those players involved, and sadly the games had to be called off.
You can imagine the management meeting before that game started. So everyone gets tested 24 hours before the game, and then the manager says, right then, have we got the results of the test, boys? No, they're not back from the lab yet. Oh, well, let's just start anyway.
Yeah, so they bowled, I think it was a one-day, so they got 30 overs through the game before they realised there was a player on the field who had COVID. So it's not been ideal.
Hello, Gareth Batty.
Hi, man. Jared, before you go, what's happening on the roads, pal?
Yeah, traffic update. Have you got a traffic update?
It looks okay, doesn't it, to be fair?
From the 17th floor.
I mean, it is funny looking out the windows. We never see anything. We're literally bats. We're literally an eye from the sky up here.
Just quietly, what a jingle you've got to go with your little segment there. Magnificent.
Good work from Ollie, I think, trying to catch up with manners.
Very, very good work indeed from Ollie. It's always the truth about radio is that the greatest talent is always out of studio. They're always behind the scenes. They're all the people who should be doing our job are actually the talented ones pressing the buttons and plugging cables in.
And they're all part-time baristas, aren't they?
That's exactly right. The players are making their way down this enormously long staircase that takes you up to the players' change rooms. It's India's equivalent of Wembley. I don't know how many steps it is, but it looks 100 at least. And we're only moments away from resuming at 153 for 6. We were on this morning, Steve Harmison, when in fact we were both talking about how many overs Ben Stokes might have in the tank, and we were talking as well about how he had lacked rhythm in the series so far, in which he'd only bowled 15 overs. How much rhythm can you get in 15 overs in 3 test matches? But then he found it. He found it this morning, and then he went on and on and on like the Duracell bunny. Oh, hang on. Steve Harmison's microphone's there. Oh, there you go.
He was. It's been quite bizarre the way Ben has gone throughout the series and not bowling, and then. But he always seems to do this. He bowls that long spell that just seems to bowl him back into form and back into rhythm, and he gets himself into a bowling cycle, actually just out in the middle of the test match. And you just mentioned there the long walk to the dressing room, the 100 steps. It's probably the last thing Ben Stokes wanted at tea time after bowling that 2 long spells in a day, thinking, oh, I've got to go all the way up there.
He needs a funicular, doesn't he? Installed one of those little electrical.
It's a bit like the one in Pretoria. I remember coming off the field on a hot day in Pretoria thinking, I've got to go all the way up there for 10 minutes for me to come all the way back down to start bowling again. Can you not just bring me tea and me coffee to the side of the I'll just stick an umbrella over me head and bring a shirt down. I'm not bothered about changing me socks and me boots. I'm going back on the field.
I'll tell you what, spare a thought for the lads who have the fluorescent vests on.
Oh, yes.
Doing the 12th man duties. I did a full tour for you and Oggy in South Africa. I reckon I did 50,000 up and down of those in Pretoria steps in one day because of you two. Whatever the word I'm not allowed to say on camera on radio is.
Yeah, that was a hot test match. I do remember that.
I know
one.
It was, mate. It was blooming up from where I was sat.
I remember that goes back to a story. We played at Eastbourne once, and I played against Sussex. 48 overs in the field, and 48 overs. I think fielded for about 180 overs, and Robin Weston was 12th man, and he came in at the end after fielding 180 overs, and he put the drinks down, and he went, "Oh, I'm glad that's finished." I tell you what, I nearly took his head off. Honestly, if I could have had the energy to get up, I would have took his head off when he said that. I couldn't believe 12th man couldn't, tired from running drinks around after bowling 40 odd overs. But Ben Stokes, to answer your question, Manners, I think he's bowled himself into a little bit of form, and he's bowled England back into this test match.
Bats, I think it was around about the same time that you and I sort of noticed that he had that glazed eyeball look at Ben Stokes, and he had the bit between his teeth. I think it was after about 6 overs we looked at each other and we thought, hang on a minute, he's not coming out of the attack anytime soon.
He does get that, doesn't he? And I suppose there's 2 kinds of bowlers, aren't there? There are the guys that need to do lots of bowling in nets and all this sort of thing to get up to speed, and there are some guys who are just natural bowlers. He's probably the only time I've ever seen anybody just somewhere in between. He'll do a little bit in nets and he'll do a little bit in games, but it's just one spell that gets him into it, and he's up and running. It's that sort of volume of capacity in an hour or an hour and a half bowling, and then it's like, right, here we go, I'm good to go.
You need to synchronise your pain, don't you, as a fast bowler? You need to get everything aching and sore in the right rhythm. Then you just keep going.
But it's also, Manners, once you get loose and you get going, you just think, well, how sore I'm going to be the next time. I might as well bowl me overs now and get them over and done with. Freddie was the same. Andrew was the same. Freddie would bowl long spells, and it took him 4 overs, 5 overs, and then the captain's looking and thinking, well, his third over wasn't very good. His fourth over was a lot better. His fifth over was very, very good. His sixth over was very, very good. And you're looking and thinking, well, I want to take you off here, but actually this is the best you're bowling. And because of the heart, and Andrew is the same, and Ben's got the big heart, it's like, well, you're not taking the ball out of my hand.
It's like getting one of those super tankers going, isn't it? Like a cargo ship. You can't ask the captain to turn round after a couple of miles. We've got to go like a 15-mile turning circle.
The problem is the medical people, and I'm assuming on the tankers it's the mechanics, would tell you that actually the amount of extra effort in that 9-10 over spell does more damage than keeping it short spells, hence why the big lads generally bowl the shorter spells, because the sort of accumulation of damage is magnified by those longer spells.
Well, it's also, to counter that argument, it's let's use the floodlight analogy. How much power does it take to turn them on? And then once they're on, just leave them on.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's the conundrum with someone like Ben and his body, with his feet and with his knees. You know, the balance of, as a captain, having the medical team saying, you know, you're doing more damage to him bowling like 9 and 10 overs. But you're also saying, well, from a captaincy point of view, we've only got 200 on the board. I need a wicket. I need him to bowl this 9 to 10th over. If I bring him back in 20 minutes or half an hour, his first 3 overs might cost me 16 runs, 18 runs, and that's a huge gamble. So I'd rather bowl him in these next 2.
I'm pretty sure there's some people tuned in listening now going, hang on a minute, it's paid to bowl. Get bowling, my son.
Just by the by, the batsman kept the England fielders in the field, by my watch, for 3.5 minutes. England were out there 3.5 minutes ago. And that's why we've been talking. And the batsman eventually emerged. Joe Root's going to continue then. Well, he's going to start after the tea break. First delivery is nice drift on it into Rishabh Pant, and then pushes it through the covers on the offside. That's just purely a miscommunication, right?
Well, the umpires should have been on top of that, but I'm not 100% sure, so I might be wrong here. But Pant was down for a while. He was sitting in the dugout. I just wonder if Washington Sundar was either late coming out, or one of them had forgotten something, and 12th man had to bring like another pair of gloves or an arm guard or something like that.
Okay, all right. I didn't see Rishabh Pant in the dugout. Here is Root once again. That's a little round arm slinger, or maybe he's just got a stiff shoulder. It seemed like his arm was a bit low with that delivery.
No, it definitely was from the first one. The first one was pretty much straight over the top, and that one just dropped his arm a bit. He does like to play with angles, Joe Root.
Nice, 154 for 6. And a peel for leg before wicket here, and a dramatic one from Joe Root. I like that. It was spinning around towards the umpire and then down on one knee. He looked like he was about to propose.
I think he got an inside, decent size inside edge onto that. Just wonder, Bats, if he's going the round arm to Sundar over the top to Pant, but the round arm to Sundar to basically stop him from coming down the wicket.
Another one, quicker one, slinger. 154 for 6. Hits the pads again, and there's another ooh and an ah, and it might have been another inside edge.
Yeah, I would say generally your round arm, you're looking to hit the tram lines for DRS.
Yeah.
Straight over the top, it allows you to maybe get it wider into the rough. So maybe the opposite way for Pant, you might want to chuck it wider and get him trying to fetch a wider ball rather than it being in the slot.
Root again, once nice drift in more to Rishabh Pant playing defensively. He's on 37. Sorry, it's Washington Sundar on strike. Rishabh Pant took a single off the first ball. 154 for 6. India still 51 runs in arrears. It still feels significant, but it can change quite quickly. Mind you, we haven't seen any quick runs at all at any stage of the day so far. Forward comes Washington Sundar, pushing it out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary, Zach Crawley, and they go through for another single. But then throughout the series, and indeed it's a common phenomenon in Test series in India anyway and in the subcontinent, but throughout this series we've seen most runs scored in the third session of the day.
Yeah, and there's an amount of that. The ball generally is at its best for batting at that point. It's lost the newness, and then the sort of bit in the middle of the reverse swinging, and then it's just nicely soft and placid and consistent. But also the sun has had its effect on bodies throughout the day. The minds aren't quite as weary. The minds are a bit wearier as the day goes on. But I find this game, England are desperate for a 2-all in this series. India are desperate to get into that World Test Championship. There just feels like there's more mental pressure for players in this game than any of the other games, which is bizarre, really.
Somebody that just like nobody wants to break away. Nobody wants to take a. Rishi Pant is probably the one to do it from an India point of view. But the way the game's meandering on, the new ball's due in 17 overs, and I know that's a long way away. But if the scoring rate goes the way it's going, India are still batting, pretty much be parallel scores.
Oh, it's interesting. Dom Bess has got the first over from the GMDC end, and he begins with a high full toss, which is punched away by Washington Sundar for 4, and it's statement of the obvious, I know, but every run is so important while England is still in the lead, and to give 4 easy ones away like that just feels doubly disappointing. It's a thigh-high full toss, and Washington Sundar could have hit it anywhere, and he's chosen mid-wicket for 4. That's better from Bess, and it's slapped away out to the man giving him protection, Dom Sibley, on the cover boundary. 160 for 6.
You can understand what Joe Root's trying to achieve with the 2 off spinners to left-handed batters, trying to angle the ball in and spin it away, but you've still got to execute. It's great having all the good ideas and plans, but if we're not executing from a playing point of view or from a plan point of view, each individual, all the great ideas go out the window, unfortunately.
It's quite difficult to watch as well. I haven't been there many times on a cricket field where I've had struggles with lines and lengths. You feel as though you're just dying in a hole.
Here is Bess once again, and it's short and wide and cut through extra cover. It's not a good delivery again. It's another poor one from Dom Bess. High full toss and then a drag down, and he's been slapped through extra cover for 4 more. That's why it's the definition of an individual game as well as being a team game, because he knows he's letting all of his teammates down.
Yeah, you can see that in it. As he's walking back, he's sort of talking to himself, looking up at the sky. As Harmy says, it's not a nice place to be as a sports person when it's not quite going your way and your body's not moving in sync, it's not working as you want it to.
Here is Bess once again, and that's forward. Comes Sundar pushing out towards cover again, and there's no run.
And the added pressure of your body's tightening up because you're trying, your mind's telling you one thing, but from a confidence point of view, it's not there. He's probably thinking he doesn't want to let go of the ball here, and that's when you get into a position like that, it is horrible.
It's Rishabh Pant on strike as Dom Bess is in, and that's better, but it's pushed out towards long off, fielded by Dan Lawrence, and they go through for a single. End of the over, 165 for 6. Jared Kimber. No, it's not the end of the over, but don't worry. Go on, Jared.
Bats, I just wanted to ask, his speeds in this over, he's gone up to 90 kilometres and all the way down to 75 kilometres. Would he be better off maybe not even just going to whatever he feels is his standard speed here until he gets everything else right?
Good question. Answer after this ball. Last ball of the over. Forward comes Rishabh Pant, pushing up towards out towards cover. 165 for 6. India trail by 40.
Yeah, I think it's that buzzword. You go back to your stock ball. It's no different whether you're a fast bowler or a spinner. Same as a batter. If you normally bat on middle stump and you've been playing around with a different guard, go back to what is stock. Go back to what your muscle memory suggests is in there that will be repeatable more than anything else. So he will know roughly what speed his stock ball is. I would guess between 82 and 85-ish, maybe somewhere around that. Might be a little bit off either way, but you're basically talking 2 or 3 kilometres either way of your stock ball, and just try and bowl your best ball over and over again to try and get yourself into that muscle memory feel. And as soon as you get the muscle memory, all of a sudden your mind stops playing tricks on you quite the same as it is doing at the minute.
And it's like a seamer. When your seamer's not going well, you try and encourage them to take the batter out of the equation and say, just bowl to the wicketkeeper. Just bowl to the wicketkeeper. Take everybody out of the equation.
Here's Joe Root now continuing, and that's flicked nicely off his pads for another single by Rishabh Pant out towards deep square leg.
But there must come a point, and not from a spinning point of view, but a captaincy point of view, where you look at your subject, i.e. Dom Bess, and you think, actually, this might not be a bad thing. Just take him out of the equation the whole way. If we have to bowl Dan Lawrence, I'll bowl Dan Lawrence. I'm just going to take him out of it for his good and for the team's good.
Yeah.
Here's Root again, and that one is driven along the ground, nicely fielded by Root.
Yeah, I think Mark used a great word, and it's got to be a little bit more ruthless with his decision making. It's not something I was ever good at as a captain. I had too much empathy for players and probably cared too much about them at times and didn't make the right decision for the here and now.
Quicker one from Root, just back of a length, allowing the batsman onto the back foot. Punches it down the ground, no run.
Yeah, but the right decision, empathy-wise, could be to take him out and just stick him on a boundary for a bit. You know, and then it comes to what the way you describe it brilliantly is we don't need to hear or see or actions from the outside, but actually what's being said inside between Root and Bess and everybody else around him. That taking him out might be a good thing, but actual communication and talking to him could be the best option.
Root again, forward comes Sundar, pushing defensively to mid-off. Cruel to be kind, Bats.
Yeah,
cruel to be kind.
I mean, basically, you're not going to fix what potentially is the problem now in the game. So you've got to make it work for you.
Root again, wide of the crease and beautifully bowled past the outside edge. Washington Sundar groping at that one and not finding the edge. Fine delivery from Root. You were talking about angles. It's not just his arm, isn't it? It's use of the crease as well. Sometimes close to the stumps, that time very wide. It just has the batsman doesn't always pick it up immediately, and so he's not aware of the change of angle. That was a super delivery from Joe Root. Every delivery in this over in the 90 kilometres an hour. Last ball keeps a bit low actually, and is pushed out in towards cover. And there's no run. Every run's so important. I mean, that lead of 30 or 40 could just be critical. And at the moment, England's lead is 39. India 166 for 6.
I suppose the difference between Root now and Bess is bowling like a frontline spinner, so he's worried about his output at the minute. He's concentrating on, I've not bowled that where I wanted, and worrying about it. Root is bowling almost like a batter that he's bowling and saying, well, this is what I don't want to face, and he's just trying to get the ball into those areas. Possibly the thing for Bess is to say, don't worry too much about outcome, just bowl as he doesn't want you to be, and take that out of the equation.
Yeah, just exactly. I mean, forget about the run. Well, don't forget about the runs. But Bess is in once again. Another full toss. Another one. Just flicked though, rather harmlessly, in the circumstances, by Rishabh Pant for a single to mid-on.
The hardest part about this whole thing for Bess, and I know from personal experience, because I've been in this situation, one or two times before, is that forget anybody else. Forget what anybody else has said. It's what's going on between Bess's ears. It's what's going on between Dom Bess's ears. That's what's putting himself under pressure. Tension of the shoulders, not wanting to let go of the ball, feeling as though he's not doing his job properly.
Here is Dom Bess once again, and pushed defensively off the outside. He's changed his shirt, by the way. Dom Bess looked like he'd been playing rugby in his previous shirt, but he's got a clean one on now at tea. And are you actually seeing signs of slight yippiness?
A little bit, yeah. And I don't like calling it yippiness because it's like I'm like bats. I want to see nice, be nice to everybody and see nice things.
Outside the off stump, and that is left alone. I think to say that a sportsman has the yips is not a criticism. I think that's an enormously sympathetic thing. I mean, that's we mostly associate it with golfers putting on the greens and chipping. You get rid of you get slightly yippy. You don't want to let go of the ball. Darts players suffer from it as well. Another full toss from Dom Bess, and it's driven up towards mid-off. Dan Lawrence picks up and shies at the stumps, and he's actually hit Rishabh Pant on the arm. He was diving in to make his ground at the non-striker's end, and absolutely within his rights to have a go at the stumps there, Dan Lawrence, and Rishabh Pant diving has taken a blow on the arm. 167 for 6.
Yeah, painful when he's diving in, and with the dive in the crease, the ball's been thrown at the stumps and it's copped him. But copped him on the shoulder. But just going back to what you were saying, man, it can happen with anything where you're talking about being repeatable. Repeat. If your body for some reason is just out of sync, and then the mind starts playing tricks, that is the real difficult thing to get over.
And it's the mind, a huge there's a couple of times, for instance, I can explain from examples. There was one in Perth in 2002 when I was running into bowl. Got a chance to explain because the physio's on, but I was running into bowl and there was a sprinkler head right on on my eye line, and I kept trying to miss it, and then all of a sudden I lost my run up completely. I was hop, skipping, and jumping, and I mean, Butch will tell you, because they were at slip, and they were honestly wetting themselves laughing. I had no idea,
as cricketers do.
Honestly, they were. They had no idea which was going first. My left foot, my right foot. Didn't know what was going on. And once I'd missed it once, that was it. I was history. I just had to. And I had nowhere to go, and it was affecting my bowling. It was affecting everything. The crowd was getting on my back. I was false starting all the time, and it wasn't a case of me being able to run, because I could run. It wasn't a case of me not knowing me run up, because I knew me run up. It was just the minute all that came into the mind, I just stopped thinking about trying to do anything. And I remember saying to Nasser Hussain, I didn't ask him to take me off. I thought he would have took me off, and he just said, keep going, you'll get through it. And that worked for me.
Here is Don Best once again. 2 balls left in this over. Jared?
I mean, there's been a lot of sports science in the last, 30 years, and they haven't been able to work out exactly what this is. We talk about muscle memory in sports, but obviously muscles don't actually have memories, so it's about the brain and the implant on the brain, and we don't know why sometimes that doesn't happen.
Here is Don Best to complete the over. He's up to that's driven in the air, just over the head of Ollie Pope at short cover, and I mean just over the head. And it's down to the boundary for 4. That was a loose and unconvincing shot from Washington Sundar. It takes him to double figures. He's on 11. Rishabh Pant is 44. India are 171 for 6, trailing by 34. Another word from Jared Kimber, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas for the next 20 minutes.
And what I've noticed in cricket is it seems to happen, I know you're talking about it happening to you, Hummy, but it seems to happen to part-time finger spinners a lot. I remember there was a Hong Kong spinner called Anshi Rath, who I think tried to play for Middlesex but couldn't get a visa. Very good left-arm finger spinner. You watch him in the nets and go, this guy could be really good. He went out in the middle and would double bounce it. And there's also, I remember Rosalie Birch, who played cricket for England, started bowling head-high full tosses that couldn't stop it. So for whatever reason, it does happen to part-time finger spinners on a higher rate in cricketers than other skills.
I think in particular left-arm spinners as well, isn't it?
And not necessarily part-time. I promise you, even Phil Edmonds had a period where he struggled and used to bowl just from a standing still position. He didn't even dare run in. There was a famous Derbyshire left arm spinner called Fred Swarbrook who couldn't let go of the ball at all physically. I mean, it does happen to left arm spinners, and there's no rhyme or reason to that, I don't suppose. 171 for 6. The danger of Washington Sundar is that shot we've just seen, because this pair have now put on really valuable runs. 26 to be precise, as Pant goes forward, and it comes off his inside edge out to deep backward square leg, and there's a single in it. No batsman yet got to 50, but Pant closing in on 1, as Rohit Sharma was a little earlier. It's all pretty tense, you know. India battling for this place in the final of the World Test Championship against New Zealand. That'll be in England in June. They haven't yet confirmed which of the grounds it'll be at. Lords is a favourite along with the Aegeus Bowl. Now Best bowls again, get some bounce out of that just as Sundar goes forward. Root, we talked a lot, I want McGareth to go into it further, this business of bowling into the pitch, that really hit the splice of the bat and lobbed up, but only straight, not on the leg side where the short leg fielder is. 33 runs, England's advantage. Root again, nice straight bat in defence. Root bowls it into the pitch.
Yeah, it's kind of putting the energy through the ball directly into the surface to try and get extra energy from the surface. Same as fast bowlers when they get the fingers right behind it. You put energy into the pitch and get it out, as opposed to it kissing sometimes, and we're not as direct.
Push off the back foot this time into that square cover region, as the ball just hurried Sundar a touch, but actually he was in pretty good control. The great thing about Washington Sundar, I mean, he's quite a stylish batsman. He's got a very good eye, a natural eye. He watches the ball pretty closely. There's Root again, short, and that was a ball that might have been pulled on another day, but no, Sundar defended it back to Root, and this habit of undoing the Velcro on his gloves and doing them up again before every ball, a la David Warner, continues. Root's bowling at a fast pace. Television just put up those paces as Sundar goes forward and defends out onto the offside. Orthodox forward shot, no run. Yeah, he's bowled between 90 and 99 all the time with the score at 172 for 6, Gareth.
Yeah, which is not an easy thing to do and hold your action. I know we've touched on it before that if we were to say, Steve, your optimum way of bowling is 90 miles an hour, but today we want you to bowl at 93, it's very difficult to keep your strength of action and raise the stakes in the pace. And Joe Root does it quite naturally, but other bowlers find it a lot harder. I would suggest that Jack Leach is not somebody that operates as a natural pace in the 90s, but has been able to up his skill set and his pace in this game particularly, which is incredibly impressive, that he's held his line and length and still done everything he wants to do, and he's sort of felt his way into that throughout the series.
What I'd say with that is the strength of action from a fast bowler's point of view is that it's not just actually at the crease, it's the momentum going through, actually your run-up going through the last 3 or 4 yards of your stride into the bound and then going straight through with it. If you've got that all in sync, that's a better chance of going from 90 to 93. Could it be something simple in something like Don Bess's run-up, or because Joe's got a very, very simple run-up, he wants to bowl an over very quickly. He turns, there's no real science in his run-up. It's not a very long one, so it's just basically like a step and fetch it. So there's less to go wrong. Where you watch Bess, he gets the ball, he flicks it up, he steps himself, he skips, and then he goes into it. Where in the process, there seems to be a little bit more could go wrong with Don Bess as opposed to Joe Root.
A bit more feel, isn't there? As soon as you get feel, without going from point A to B in a dead straight line, there's more to go wrong.
172 for 6, long delay. I don't know why. Finally, Jack Leach is going to bowl. Reed had a long talk with him. The umpires didn't tell him to get on with it. I suppose they'll say, oh, we're ahead of the over rate. Everybody's always trying to make the over rate rather than beat it. Leach bowls a good ball, and it's beautifully played by Rishabh Pant, who goes deep into his crease and just flicks it away on the leg side with no fuss at all. It's such a naturally talented player of the game. So 173 for 6. They're creeping up on England here. They need another wicket, do the England boys. I tell you what I think about all of that. I think Bess now looks overcoached, and there's a series of steps that have to be taken each time he bowls the ball, and he's worried that if he gets one of them out of sync, he won't bowl a good ball. So he's overthinking the art of spin bowling, and there's no naturalness in it, whereas Root just runs up and bowls because there's no expectation of him. And I think that's making it hard for Don Bess to bowl consistently. Sure, he'll bowl good balls, he'll get it all right, bowl good balls, and they'll spin. But by trying too hard, we've seen him drag a few down, over pitch. If you got another very long delay here as Joe Root reorganises the field, the batsman waits, and again the umpires say nothing. Leach is sort of spinning the ball in his fingers as if it were a top. Up it goes, down it comes. Licks his fingers. Little stretch for Sundar, and again England changed the field. These two balls have taken forever. Finally Leach seems ready to bowl. Sundar taps the ground in his orthodox stance, nice and side on, and goes back. Too short this over so far from Leach, and it's worked away to square leg. So there's a bit of a trickle here. It's a bit too easy for the Indian batsmen. They're getting their singles and the scoreboard's ticking over without them having to work in the way they've had to for most of the day. Maybe the bowler's a bit tired, and certainly the ball's softer, but we're still 12 overs after this one from a new nut.
Yeah, it's just that it's only singles, which is not hurting in massive impact consistently, but it's just trickling away.
Leach switches to bowl round the round the wicket to Sundar. Goes down the leg side, nicely taken by Ben Stokes. I was about to say we haven't said much about Ben Stokes today, but no, all wicket keepers love that.
Yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
the old Tommy Cooper line, isn't it? About it's a good ball, turns and bounces and hits. Very cleverly played, actually, and the batsman allowing it to hit him in the waist. Might be Rishabh Pant, in fact. Can't see because the television screen is on something different. Yes, it's Rishabh Pant on strike, and he goes back, and this is good stuff from Leach. Good move to come round the wicket. Yeah, the old Tommy Cooper line. I haven't seen you at camouflage training today, Private. Thank you very much, sir. Just like that. 174 for 6. That goes Pant, and works the space on the leg side just by opening the blade. He used his wrists very well there, God, he's a good player, this guy. He gets a single from nothing. No, very few other players would have had the ability. Now he limps around as if he twisted his ankle, perhaps, completing that single. Steve Harmison takes off his headphones. Darren Gough puts his on. Gareth Batty's off as well. Doubtless, I don't know. Batty's a great coffee man. He's got his own brew here. He bought some beans in, didn't you, Gareth? And you're making brews that no one dares go near. They're so punchy.
They're starting to flag the boys now, aren't they, this last session? It's like I've bowled 25 overs here, honestly. Up at 1:30. Coventry starts 3:45 a.m.
You're up at 1:30. You see, I'm the lucky one. I live nearest to here, me and Harmy. Harmy's staying in a hotel here. I only have to get up at 2:30. The deficit's 30 runs. We're obviously coming to you with the Times, which is a great partnership. Commentary of the fourth test is on TalkSport 2, as you know, with the Times and the Sunday Times, the team that write with edge. Root around the wicket to punt, who goes forward, waits and waits, he does, and then gently pushes the ball into the offside. He played it late, which got them all gasping in hope, but no hope was to be found.
I love it when Joe Root just comes wide of the crease and fires it into the stumps, that little bit of drift on towards off stump. He looks in the game because Rishabh Pant is looking to go back most of the time to Joe Root.
And back he goes and plays him beautifully on the offside. Dom Best runs round to do the fielding. Not much spin at the moment, is there? So as if the fingers are tired. The score's 176 for 6. England still have a lead. But England fans need the ball to spin.
Or is it because he is firing it in, just trying to fire him, and he's going back deep in the crease? Rishabh Pant, we know when he comes down the pitch, he's coming down to hit the maximum, isn't he? But he likes to stay deep in his crease.
Yeah, he does. And Sundar does too on that occasion. Sundar has 12. Pant has 48. Partnership is very handy. 30 it is, in fact, off 62 balls. Root again with the full ball, and this time Washington Sundar miles forward, big stride. This is good batting from Sundar, back forward, playing nice and straight, not making it look very difficult out there. That'll be calming the Indian dressing room, who will now be beginning to think about a first innings lead, having been very concerned about a first innings deficit. As Sundar goes forward again, plays another forward defensive stroke, and it goes away on the offside, and there's no run. It's as if the two sides are jousting with each other here. Case of who'll crack. Will one of the Indian batsmen go big and get it wrong? Will England find a ball that rips a glove off and takes a wicket? There's a drive down the ground off the front foot, and mid-off has to go wider than he'd like to, and even James Anderson can't stop the single. So another nice trickle for the Indians, who've got players to come. Akshar Patel's a good batsman, believe me. Ishant Sharma is a very resilient defender, and I tell you that Mohammad Siraj can strike it nicely.
Well, I'm not so sure Ishant Sharma against the seam. Against the spin, I totally get it, but I think when Ishant Sharma comes in, I'd be having a couple of overs with a spin. If you don't get him out, I'd be bringing Stokes back to him.
Assuming Stokes is up to it, he's bought a lot of overs, he'll be tired.
He will be when the tail enders come in.
His feet hurt.
Let me tell you, they won't be tired then when number 10 and 11 come in.
Okay, good.
It's the best time to bowl.
Okay. Nice to hear it. Also like to welcome all our TalkSport listeners. Great to have you on board. TalkSport 2, the Times, the England cricketers. We're all a team here in this studio, 17 floors up in the News UK building, as Sundar goes forward and defends on the leg side, and it rolls into the hands of short leg. There's a slip and a short leg. There are 3 in the covers, a sweeper out on the offside, an orthodox short mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. That is back, by the way, deep mid-on. That's the field. And Sundar having nothing of the idea of attack, even though he's got this in-out field to profit from. So he goes forward, and the ball bounces a lot right firmly into his splice and drops down onto the cut bit. Tugs on those gloves again. Gets ready in his stance, more orthodox stance than some. Not too much waving around of the bat. As again goes forward, they appeal for LBW, because it really did spin back into that pad, but he got himself outside the line. That's great batting.
He did. Good bowling from Jack Leach and good batting as well from Washington Sundar. I feel as though he's got to score runs really to his selection into the side was mainly as a batsman who's going to get runs down the order rather than that third spinner in this Indian side.
Back goes Sundar, has this easy single as he drives it off the back foot down the ground to long on, and there's just the one run takes him to 14, and India now 27 away from England on a day of little atmosphere in the stadium. Very tight cricket, not very sparkling cricket, if you don't know what I mean. So there's not been much for the crowd to get animated about. The bearded Rishabh Pant waits. Leach bowls round the wicket at him, he goes back and he pulls. That's got the crowd a bit more excited. Nice fielding, very quick to the ball. And the throw whizzes into the non-striker's end, so there was only a single. Oh, it's a no ball. Can you hear that? It's not a fire alarm, it's a no ball call. So, there you go. A run and another ball. Not a free hit in Test match cricket, though I don't think it'd be a bad thing if it was.
Oh, I'd love to see a free hit for a no ball. Now I've retired, especially.
No one would bowl no balls then. Leach again over the wicket to Sundar, who again knocks him down the ground. I fear these runs are coming a little too easily at the moment. Another single.
Can you imagine the noise for a free hit in a Test match? No matter where you are in the world, just think about that for a moment. There's a no ball, it's quite quiet, it's a real tight Test match, and then suddenly you bowl a no ball, and then the noise would be unbelievable, wouldn't it? For that one ball, the next ball. It'd be a great spectacle.
That would have put Harmy under pressure at Edgbaston in 2005.
He didn't take the cup bit, did he?
No, I'm talking Edgbaston to Kashmir.
Oh, that would be
181 for 6. Here in Ahmedabad, and that's driven firmly to Joe Root at short mid wicket, but for no run. 181 for 6, 10 overs still till the second new ball. Rishabh Pant is on 49, a really well thought through innings. Gosh, he's a good cricketer. And Washington Sundar, playing soundly, is on 15. Akash is joining us now from India. If you're new to our coverage, Akash Chopra, former Indian opening batsman, and now excellent journalist and commentator and all sorts. Akash, I'm really impressed with Rishabh Pant here. This is not a slam bam thank you man innings. This is the innings of a really thoughtful cricketer.
It is, and he's been showing signs of maturity since that innings in Sydney. That comes to my mind straight away, where he got to 90s, and then he just marshalled the chase in Brisbane, and he's just grown from strength to strength from there.
Nice stroke as Root bowls a full ball that Sundar leans into and drives towards mid-on. He could have been Michael Hussey for a moment there. He's not as gifted as Hussey with the bat, but he's sure built like him, very slim. It's short and he's back, and that could have been Hussey too as he whipped it away in the spaces on the leg side. He gets a couple for it, and this is tremendous stuff. Now they really look comfortable, this pair. They look like they could develop a serious partnership. It's already up in the late 30s. They're not far from England, 37 to be exact they've put on, and still 3 more Indians to come in. Aksha, Ishant and Siraj. Root again. The ball's a nice ball that's left alone outside off stump and taken by Ben Stokes with a minimum of fuss.
I think that what's been impressive about Rishabh Pant for me is, but on a pitch where all the batsmen have struggled to be fluent at the crease, he's only faced 70 odd deliveries for his 49. Fantastic knock.
Yeah. Looks different class, 78 deliveries exactly, and that's a nice forward defensive from Sundar for no run. Exactly. I mean, Rohit Sharma played very well too, but he's supposed to.
Faced a lot of balls, didn't he, Rohit Sharma?
Yeah, true, yeah. Pant on 49, but not on strike. That last ball from Joe Root, 97 kilometres per hour. That's quick for a spinner. Nicely worked away by Sundar in that leg side space again. 2 for that one. This must be a worry now for Joe Root. How he'd love to be able to take that new ball. He'd love the whole thing to be 10 overs further on than it is. 185 for 6 is the score. all in reply to England's 205 yesterday, a score that was certainly 100 below par, as admitted by Ben Stokes and as commentated on by so many people. The theme of all the experts this morning is England's worst day's batting of the tour, because conditions were at their best. Now, if the call is for LBW, is it? Now, Root likes it, you know. Root's appeal, but he didn't appeal with much conviction.
Desperation.
He's asking Ben Stokes what Ben Stokes thinks. If it's held its line, it won't be far away. If it's gone straight on, it's going down the leg side. It's simple. Does he, doesn't he? Does he, doesn't he? Time's run out. He doesn't review. The decision review system, brought in 2009, that allows a third umpire to act upon reviews asked for by the players. They get 3 nowadays because of, well, it's a complicated reason why, but we've just seen the replay on TV. I think it's probably right not to review it. It was pretty high as Sundar came well forward. England do have a review or 2 left. Anyway, they haven't reviewed it, so just to finish on that with the score at 185 for 6. So what happened was the neutral umpires were giving decisions, and those that were on the wrong end of the decisions could review them. Simple as that. As of 2009, the decision review system came into place. Technology therefore took over. Umpire's call became preeminent, which was a decision made by the umpire, was mainly backed by the system as Sundar goes forward and tries to work that onto the leg side and hits short leg, so there's nothing more coming out of that other than a dot ball. This is Jack Leach bowling round the wicket, a ball that spins. It is spinning from round the wicket. Rishabh Pant lets it hit his thigh, and now television is having a look at that. Joe Root one. The ball clipped Sundar's elbow on the way through to his midriff and was bouncing way over the stump, so he's done the right thing in not choosing to review it. Leach still round the wicket, and Pant watches closely and defends with a dead bat, no follow through. He just sort of stuns the ball back into the turf, wipes a little bead of sweat from his brow, and settles again, taps the ground, slightly opened his stance to face Leach from round the wicket so he can get to the ball, and then he skips down the pitch to knock it down the ground for a single that takes him to his 50. A huge smile on his face. He's delighted with that performance. He knows it's taken a bit out of him, but what really matters is it's taken a lot out of England. An excellent, classy innings from Rishabh Pant.
Absolutely, Mark. He's a ball of energy. I really enjoy watching him play. I think he's behind the stumps. He's been excellent for India. Much talk about his keeping, but I think he's been brilliant behind the stumps, and then with the bat he's shown great restraint today. We all know he likes to hit big sixes, but today I think this is his best innings of the series so far for me.
Nice, Goffy.
Fantastic.
We've got Akash around too. A quick word maybe, Akash, before Mark Butcher takes over from me.
He's been very, very good. He's been showing restraint. He's showing maturity in terms of his shot selection, and that was his only downfall in the early part of his test career, international career. Of course, he's very young still, but that was debatable, just throwing his wicket away, not knowing which ball to go after, because he had like a plethora of shots. But this series, he's just continued from where he had left in Australia, and you'd find that his shot selection has improved manifold against England right through this series.
Yes, it's been some return to the team for Rishabh Pant since victory in Melbourne, the tour of Australia. Leach into Washington Sundar, who defends inside half of the bat, collected by leg slip. But Rishabh Pant has been in the thick of the action for India. He's been a fan favourite for his 6 hitting in the short form of the game. As Leach is in once again to Sundar, who plays off the back foot wide of man at mid wicket, and India will pick up another single. Partnership now, 41, equal with the best partnership of the innings so far. That was between Rohit and... who was that between?
Rahane.
Was it Rohit Rahane? 41. Rahane went and the score was 80. Rohit went I think it was Rohit and Ashwin. Anyway.
No, Rahane.
Yes. There've not been big partnerships in this game. I think that's just to just to hammer down the point. 72 overs gone, 8 overs before the new ball, 187 for 6. Akash is still with us out there in Mumbai. How are the folks out there in India viewing Rishabh Pant now? He's more than a cult hero, somebody that they think that they can base a team, a lower middle order around.
It's a very young career, Mark, and he's already seen quite a few shades of how people used to, or rather tend to respond. He was a favourite, a darling of everyone, the X-Factor player, somebody who could win matches on his own. He was flown to England for the World Cup 2019, by the way, as one of the replacement players with the hope that he is that guy that India is missing. And then he became a veritable pariah. Nobody wanted him. He was the only guy on that tour to New Zealand, I remember. In the entire white ball cricket leg, 5 T20s, 3 ODIs, he was the only guy in the squad who didn't play a single game, right? And now he's back to being one of the favourites, the guy who can actually win matches on his own. But just this time, I do feel that we are seeing a far more mature Rishabh Pant, who's unlikely to get carried away with what's been said and has been talked about him. And yes, once again, he's the rage again. He's the guy who's the future of Indian cricket and perhaps the present as well.
Akash, is he a lot fitter now as well?
He is lighter on the feet, you're absolutely right. I believe he's lost some 5 or 7 kgs.
Wow.
Route in to Washington Sundar, who plays an expert forward defensive stroke, and there's no run.
Can you send me his dietitian, please? I could do about 17 kgs.
We can get you a dietitian. I'm not sure we can do anything about your age, Goffey. As that route is in to Sundar, who's on the back foot, steers it down to Dom Sibley, who fields it deep backward square leg, and India come through for another single. I mean, how much would Rishabh Pant's life have changed post the extraordinary run chase in Brisbane? I mean, the Indian cricketers are treated very differently to those of us who played in the UK for all our careers, but has that seen him elevated to a different status? Joe Root is in to Pant. Sorry, Akash, go ahead.
Well, yes, you're right. You're right, absolutely right. Obviously, the perception has changed, but these COVID times, I'm sure he hasn't experienced anything different from the people that he's interacted, because you can't meet many people, can you?
This is very true, yeah. Leave from Rishabh Pant, which is probably not quite as close to the off stump as Ben Stokes made out.
That's what he's been trying to do with India, that wide of the crease, drifting in just to try and clip off stump. Rishabh Pant going back to Joe Root.
Pant on the back foot, cuts, and is fielded by Dom Bess at backward point. And he's made an incredible splash since coming back into the Indian side for the Boxing Day Test in Melbourne. Consistency added to the clear excitement that he brings as a batsman. Keeping's not been bad either, as Darren Goff was telling you before. Forward from Pant this time, defended into the offside, and the end of 73 overs, 188 for 6. Akash, England have been on the end of some exquisite spin bowling from India. We expect that from Ashwin, perhaps not quite so expected to see Axar do what Jadeja has done to England so often in the past. But how have the Indian pundits viewed England's spinners? Jack Leach has done well. What about Dom Bess? Is there any sympathy for him out there?
A lot of admiration for Jack Leach. He's been that standout bowler. But Dom Bess, you do feel that he's not right up there at this point in time. He's showing signs of brilliance from time to time, but lacks consistency, and lack of consistency on even on spinning pitches. I think then it's a recipe for just leaking runs, and Dom Bess is not viewed. I'm commentating with Harbhajan Singh, one of the legends of for our game and an off spinner himself, he's not rating him too highly for sure.
Well, you said that sort of on turning pitches, Don Best missed the 2 matches where the ball was turning square, so you perhaps have a little bit of sympathy for him not to have played in either of those. But say hello to Budgie for me. I had the great pleasure of captaining him when he was a brown hatter, a Surrey player in the dim and distant past. As Leach is in round the wicket this time to left-handed Washington Sundar, again plays forward and defends it into the short leg area, and there's no run. Imagine, I don't think I ever faced Harbhajan Singh or Anil Kumble on anything like the second and third pitches that we saw in Chennai and Ahmedabad, and I'm quite grateful for that too, because it was hard enough as it was without it exploding in your face as well.
Saying that, we did face Matai Muralitharan at the Oval once on an absolute turner, if you remember. I think he got 17 or 18 wickets in that game.
16, yeah.
16. Wow.
As Leach is in to Washington Sundar. It was the first time I'd seen Muralitharan bowl.
That was unreal.
And I think I faced 12 balls consecutively off Muralitharan, all of which pitched on or just outside my leg stump, and they all fizzed past my shoulder. Didn't lay a bat on one of them.
That was a joke, that game. We just had a great year, hadn't we? We played some brilliant cricket against South Africa.
It certainly was a bit of an eye-opener. It was a bit different from the 5-man pace attack that we were playing against South Africa. As Leach is in to Pant, who comes down the pitch, and perhaps Leach saw him coming because he fired it leg side round the wicket to the left hander. Fired it a bit leg side. Pant had to reach and stretch to stop it from going past him. Ben Stokes was waiting, and as it is, Pant picks up a single. If that ball had just gripped a little bit more, it would have been past him and into the gloves of Ben Stokes. And we pretty much know what happens when Stokes gets it in his hands. The bails are off in a flash, but Pant survives. 51 for him now, 190 for 6. Sundar on the back foot knocks it down for 1. Just going back to that Sri Lanka game. So that after watching 12 balls flash past my outside edge, and with the increasing giggles from Jaya Surya and Jayawardene and co, Aravinda de Silva. Actually, Jayawardene might not have been playing in that test match. It was Aravinda.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I then ran down the wicket, the 13th ball, I think, and hit one over extra cover for 4. And thought, well, that's the only way I'm laying a bat on it. So I ran down at the next one and was run out rather than stumped. I was that far down. Oh, Pant goes up, bang, has smashed it over mid-wicket for 4. Sweep slog, 1 bounce, 4. And I wonder how long it'll be before Jack Leach goes back over the wicket again and tries to hit the footmarks, because Rishabh Pant has decided that the ball pitching on the good part of the pitch has got to go. 195 for 6. Akash, so the battle of the spinners has been won. Has what Akshar has done in this series surprised you, or surprised cricket followers in India?
Well, we all thought that Ravindra Jadeja will be missed, because he's been that key performer. He's been actually at times played ahead of Ashwin away from home. So you would expect to miss him, but and that was quite visible actually in the first test match when Shahbaz Nadeem was playing. Akshar was unavailable. But since then, it's come as a very pleasant surprise. All of us knew that he's capable of taking wickets, because he's played a lot of first-class cricket for Gujarat in the Ranji Trophy circuit. But this kind of performance, see, I'd be lying if I say that we expected this to happen. He'll come and he'll take 3 fifers back-to-back. Pitches have been to his liking, yes, but he's been remarkably good.
Certainly has. Thanks, Akash. Go back and join Harbhajan in the studio there in Mumbai. His route is into Washington Sundar, who tries to play the ball with a straight bat into the leg side against the spin, gets an outside edge, leading edge that dribbles back down the pitch. Joe Root fields.
I think what's been good about this test match is, but I said yesterday, I think it's the best I've seen India bowl this whole series, with seam and spin.
Forward defensive again from Washington Sundar.
And take Dom Bess out of it, I think this has been an excellent performance from England in the field with the ball. I think Stokes and Anderson have been out of this world. I think Jack Leach has bowled well. Joe Root's played his part, and I feel
back foot this time, as Sundar looks as good as anybody defensively at the moment in the game.
But I feel for Dom Bess, I really do, purely because, as I say, he was taking wickets, playing in Test match cricket, got left out of the game on the biggest turner we've played on, and then he's come back in with the added pressure. So I actually feel a little bit for Dom.
As Joe Root is in, well, yeah, I mean, Sundar is on the back foot, forces it between point and extra cover, and they pick up a single. India 1-9, 6 for 6, just 9 runs behind now. Yeah, I have every sympathy. I mean, you imagine the confidence boost that he would have got from bowling on either of those two pitches, Ahmedabad or the second one, in Chennai. But it wasn't to be. He's not in the side. He has picked up a couple of 5-wicket hauls in his time for England in the last 14 months. Ball passes the outside edge of Rishabh Pant's bat, shoulders arms in fact, and it goes through to Ben Stokes, and there's no run.
I mean, they've been worried about him becoming Jason Krejcir. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to, isn't it? That they've been worried that Rohit Sharma is going to hit him completely out of the attack and he won't be able to come back. It does make sense, even if it didn't quite work out the way they wanted.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose... But then you go back to management then, don't you? And say, well, England must have had a clue that Moeen Ali was going home. They must have looked at the two surfaces. I mean, we can now surmise that they looked at both surfaces in Ahmedabad and at Chennai and got them completely and utterly wrong. I mean, only playing one specialist spinner in the second match in Ahmedabad. And, you know, England at the moment, going back to this game specifically, 9 runs ahead. England have been in a holding pattern really since tea time, because they'd have loved to have bowled one of their seamers, but they can't because they know they have to keep them fresh for the new ball.
Well, they're a seamer short.
They tried to start with 2 off spinners after the break, not because they thought they were the 2 best bowlers, but because there were 2 left-handers in. And I wonder how often, you know, in the modern game, and perhaps, you know, Bats is the only live player we have here. Although he needs that super strong coffee to make him look alive these days. Is you know, how much of these decisions are made by preconceived ideas or by sort of things that you get thrown up by statisticians, or how much of them are done by looking at what's going on in front of you and making the right call at the time.
Well, no one's ever listened to me, so
exactly.
Having been around it with England, there is a lot of people there who's making decisions, stats. Which bowlers have got success at grounds, how big the boundaries are on one side to the other side, how he gets his runs against spin or seam. That all comes into play. Then you've got a selector who loves all that stuff, doesn't he, as well? That's how he got the job. So he's involved. You've got Jailo, the director of cricket. He's out there at this moment in time. You've got the head coach. You've got 2 assistant coaches. You've got the captain. You've got the vice captain. There's a lot of people making decisions on who's going to play each game, and I think it has been premeditated selection. I really do, and that goes back to the selection of some players going home after 1 test, somebody going home after the 2nd test, somebody going after the 3rd test.
But bearing in mind, I mean, England have known. You know, I wrote down in my notes before the first test match in India, I went from Sri Lanka to India, and I knew, apart from Moeen Ali, I knew who was going home when they were going, when they were coming back. So you can't use any of that stuff as an excuse, because England had this planned out. They knew who was going home. What I'm saying to you is they've turned up on 2 decks in consecutive test matches in the same venue.
And
they completely misread the pitch in the first one and have completely misread the pitch in the second one.
Or they're just scared of the batting and the depth of it and played an extra batter. We won't know that unless we actually ask them an honest question. Did you pick Lawrence purely because you were scared of having a long tail like they did the last game? Or did they just did not think it was going to be beneficial for the seamers to bowl on it? As it has been. Both seamers now, this is the most the seamers bowled for England, I think, in the series, isn't it? 17 overs each they've bowled.
I don't think Stokes has bowled this much on the entire tour.
He's now equal with the amount of overs he bowled on the entire tour.
Yeah.
He's doubled his account
Almost in a spell.
In a spell, yeah, almost. He's now, he's about to bowl his 18th. He had 17 overs on the clock in this series before this morning. Stokes is in, over the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar. That ball keeps a little bit low, whether that was because of the lack of rat power behind it from Ben Stokes as he goes into another spell, or whether the ball hit an indifferent part of the surface. We're not too sure. Probably, I'm going to go with it being a real loosener from Ben Stokes. And there's no run.
I think the other real noticeable thing about him is he just looks so uncomfortable bowling with that brand new ball, trying to pitch it up and swing it away. He couldn't control it. The minute the ball got older, he just looked like such a better bowler. He could just run in and bowl as fast as he wanted and use the surface a bit more.
And goes Stokes, bouncer this time. Sundar is underneath it safely. Gareth Batty joins us. A man who is alive. You are alive, aren't you? As a cricketer and as a broadcaster.
Well, I woke up this morning, so I'm prodding myself. I'm still here.
And we've had
good to go.
Interesting conversation about Batty's beans as well, which is something that I don't know, perhaps has never come up before in a cricket radio broadcast. But they are very good.
Might be a new business for me. That it's got a bit of a chime to it, hasn't it?
Stokes is in to Washington Sundar. Wide of off stump, Sundar forward, shoulders, arms, it goes through to Ben Stokes. You're listening to commentary of the fourth test between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. It's been an excellent day if you're just joining us for England. They started the day having only made 205 in the first innings on what everybody considers to be the best all-round surface of the series so far, but have fought back, led by heroic efforts of Ben Stokes, who picked up the wicket of Kohli for a duck. Another short ball from Stokes flies through to Ben Stokes, and there's no run. Kohli, who he's dismissed now 5 times in Test match cricket for a duck with a short ball that he could only fend to Ben Stokes behind the stumps. He also then picked up England's bogeyman in the series so far. In fact, the only batsman that's really had any mastery and command of conditions that we've seen in Rohit Sharma for 49. And England have been in there battling. They found life a little bit tough post tea, and the deficit now for India is 9. And they have 4 wickets in hand on the first innings. Make that 8 as Washington Sundar turns Stokes away into the leg side for a single.
Without wanting to go over old ground, though, I was listening as pre-coming on air to the discussion you guys were having. And all generations will have different ways of doing things. I think the generation we're in now, there's lots of outside information. There's lots of people who do brilliant work. That doesn't mean to say that everything is gospel. It's the sort of leader of the group, the party, the team, whatever you want to call it, to dissect and take the bits of information that are relevant to you now.
Stokes, Pant looked as though he was going to pull that one and then changed his mind and played with a straight bat. Rishabh Pant seems to be struggling a little bit with a stiff back. He just took some painkillers between overs after the last over from Joe Root. 197 for 6 now. India just 8 runs behind. 4 first innings wickets standing. Perhaps most importantly, Rishabh Pant is one of them. He's 55 not out. Washington Sundar is 25 not out. Gareth Batty will tell us more about the myriad of opinions and voices in modern dressing rooms, after which it'll be Neil Manthorpe.
And I suppose sort of stats on grounds, stats on teams are all relevant within reason, but it's a broad spectrum at times, and grounds do change. This is a new ground. This is new information that we would have been given. Some grounds you don't have information, or it's from 20 years ago, or it's from a series where the surfaces were very different because of team makeups. I think you have to be very careful how you use the information. To go off on a tangent and go Moneyball and everything has worked once in baseball, but they didn't actually win anything. They won an accumulation of games, but they didn't win the trophy at the end of it. So we got to be very careful how we use this information, and there is a huge place for it in modern day cricket, modern day sport. The game is evolving. We have to use that information, but I think also we have to put a little bit of context to people that understand the game from a different side of it as well. There's a place for it all.
Here's Joe Root, begins a new over, thick inside half of the bat from Washington Sundar to short leg Ollie Pope Fields. I don't think we have to use it, Bats. I think we should be aware of it. But do you know what I mean? We should have as much information as possible, but we should have it rather than we should have to use it.
But that's how it's given across. Just on the Moneyball thing, just so you know, almost every baseball team has won using Moneyball by now.
Here's Root, pushes out to cover again. No run, 197.
The Oakland Athletics did not win
with
that
Brad Pitt in
particular.
charge. Not with Brad Pitt in charge, my friend. I watched that movie. He did not win in the end.
Jonah Hill goes to another team and they win, I promise you. But I think it's mostly, I see it as a conversation, but I think Joe Root is a very algorithmic-driven person. If you watch him bat, especially.
Root again, but it's defensively Sundar. Still, India remain just 8 runs behind, 197 for 6.
We talked to KP about that method of either going forward or going back. No batsman in world cricket has nailed that more than Joe Root, and that would have been something that he was told by KP, probably through the Royal Dravid letter.
Here's Root once again. Forward comes Sundar, no run.
And then he's been working with the England analysts and coaches on the same thing. It's exactly the same with his bowling. He doesn't bring himself on until he thinks there's a matchup that is in his favour. That's how he thinks. And I think when you're working with those sorts of people, you know, from an analyst perspective.
Here's Root again, and Sundar forward, then back, and plays defensively again, no run.
There are so few occasions I say you have to do this. If Zach Crawley was batting at the moment, and India weren't using the left arm finger spinner, I would probably throw my laptop onto the field to get a message on to say bring him on. It's very rare that ever happens. Mostly you're just giving information.
Root again. Oh, and he's tossed one up and it's spun, and he invited the drive, and Washington Sundar threw his hands and body at that drive, and it's spun, and I think it spun so much it beat the outside edge and just deflected off Ben Stokes' left glove towards Ben Stokes at slip. That was an interesting delivery. 197 for 6.
We have seen Root operate like this, just chucking it wide in those footholds. The footholds in this game are not quite as big yet as we have seen in the previous couple of games, because they were sort of, let's say, expanded a little bit sooner than maybe normally we're used to seeing. So that's quite smart from Root, just to chuck one out there to show it's spinning. To then go back to the normal stuff. Sorry, Gerard.
No, I mean, just on that, again, we've seen him also bowl leg spin when he bowls to right-handers. Like, when I say he's an algorithmic cricketer, it's almost like he does do that. So he's the sort of person, as an analyst, I'd actually be careful with, because you don't want to give him so much information that he goes away from his sort of natural instincts, because he's a really good cricketer. Or there are other players that I've worked with where I give them extra information because I know that eventually something's going to seep in.
Ben Stokes, edge just over the head of second slip. Oh, that was so close. This time it's Rishabh Pant throwing his hands at a full one. A bit of width on it. It was too tempting for him to leave alone, and he did throw his hands at it. He got a thick outside edge and simply dived as high as he could, but he just couldn't get fingertips to it.
Yeah, Ben Stokes again, he always makes things happen. This is all about the length of the ball. It's not too full, it's not too short. It's that good length. It's a fraction wide. That's the only thing going for Rishabh Pant here. And like you said, man, as he threw his hands at it, he stays a bit leg side of the ball to create the width, and he flares, almost a bit baseball player style, trying to get it through point and up and over the slips.
Stokes this time a little straighter, and it is left alone by Rishabh Pant. Jared, I just sometimes, you know, that, like, if you say to a player, you average 60 against right arm finger spin and you average 18 against left arm finger spin, and you know, he might say, well, I'm not surprised. I scored 2 double hundreds last year against 2 off spinners on a flat track, and the last time I played against 2 left arm spinners, it was on a raging Bunsen, and we were about to declare, and there's context.
They always say that, and then generally look into the numbers that it doesn't stand up.
Short from Stokes, pulled away by Rishabh Pant through mid-wicket, and he's absolutely crunched that. This ball is in its 78th over. It's old and soft. Ben Stokes is giving it his absolute everything, but that one has come like a tennis ball to Rishabh Pant, and he's smashed it.
No, he's a crackerjack, this fella. He's so quick on his feet. He picks up length so quickly. He's bided his time. He's 94 balls into his innings before he's really pouncing. Ben Stokes, back of a length, not really an effort ball into trying to get that chin music going, and Pant up to the task. Quick on the pull shot, well in front of square. Wonderful shot.
Scores a level. India have 4 wickets in which to try and build their lead. Ben Stokes is getting into his delivery stride there, and the ball just squirms out of his fingers, and it actually went forward onto the pitch, and Ben Stokes kicked it away, much to the crowd's lack of humour. No, but he didn't bowl it. That's the point. It fell out of his hands as he was getting into the gather.
There was no chance somebody was walking up and having a bop at it, though.
If he'd gone through the bowling action, the batsman could theoretically have run up, and that's driven again through extra cover. There'll be more runs here as it's chased by Dan Lawrence. Shirt untucked as it has been each test match he's played, because he uses it as a ball polisher as much as a shirt. And those 2 runs have given India the lead, 207 for 6. I am going to come back to you, Jared, about the contextualising of information. It must be relevant sometimes, surely, but that was... We'll do it at the end of the over, because I know you've got a lot to say on it, and I'm not in any way saying that your job isn't extremely valuable. Analytics has been underrated in cricket for a long time. Here is Ben Stokes once again, and it's nudged away for an easy single for Rishabh Pant out towards mid-wicket once again, and Rishabh Pant moves on to 66, and what an innings it's been. 208 for 6, lead by 3.
Yeah, and he's been quite expansive in this over. His last 3 shots, sort of big shots. The drive only went for 2, but it's a big, expansive shot. This time, Gone's back into sort of reining it in. He's back down to second gear, came into the pads, good length. Okay, I'll just knock that into mid-wicket. I'll take my single. He's just playing with great authority, great skill, and a great calmness, which we've not always said about Pant.
It's very mature innings, isn't it? Here's Stokes. Oh, dear me, that's a chest high, waist high, full toss, somewhere between waist high and chest high. Stokes apologises, and Washington Sundar fends the ball off out towards mid-wicket. It's called as a no ball, rightly so, by Nitin Menon. And as I said, Stokes apologised immediately. He must be a bit sweaty. That ball, no doubt, just slipped from his grasp. Maybe that's why the previous one slipped as well, as he was about to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, his second spell of the day, I think it was, he struggled with the footholes or his boots, or he's had some sort of issue with getting that base that you require to bowl. His front foot maybe not feeling solid, which explains why the odd one like that one came out wrong.
Stokes to complete the over, full and wide enough to be left alone by Rishabh Pant. 66, Washington Sundar 25, 209 for 6. India, they lead by 4 runs. Off you go, Jared.
Well, to follow up what you're saying is, part of the job of analytics is to find the context of that situation. So I think you see it as a black and white issue, and there are certainly people in my job who just only look at the numbers, but there are lots of other factors to look at. Like if a player has a poor record coming around the wicket, my first thing is, do you practice coming around the wicket? I don't know if they do or not, but we need you to be able to bowl around the wicket, because this batsman can't face it, and you have a poor record, so is there something that we need to do? But I can tell you, there was a batsman who came up to me and said, I know I have a low strike rate, but the reason I have a low strike rate is because my home ground is this ground, and it's one of the slowest scoring grounds in the world. I was like, that's fair enough. That could be completely true. And I had a look, and he had a higher strike rate at home than he did at anywhere else. And so straight away, you know, in his mind, that's why he had a slow strike rate, but it wasn't. He just wasn't playing the way that he needed to play.
I don't see it as a black and white thing at all. That's why here's Joe Root again, using his feet now. Rishabh Pant down the wicket and driving to Ollie Pope at short cover. Which is why I say, have as much information as you can gather, but be selective about how you use it.
I don't see my job as that much different to bats coaching a young player. There are things that you don't want to say to a player. There are things you don't want to say to, a coach, unless they're your boss, the general manager. Is probably the only person that you can be completely open with at some times.
Here's Root once again, desperate for a breakthrough now, and that's well left. It's into the footholds outside the left-hander's off stump, and he leaves it alone.
But it's also the same as, if you're coaching a kid, or even if there are lots of parents listening, we don't tell our kids every bit of information, but we might, with that bit of information, try and plant a seed in the player's head to see if that can come good.
Sweep shot, and it's gone horribly wrong, but it'll result in runs. I think it's a bottom edge, and it's gone through past Ben Stokes behind the stumps and down to the boundary for 4. Rishabh Pant's got a bottom edge on that, I think, and it's just squirmed away all the way down to the boundary, and he moves up to 70. India 213 for 6. I just fancy Rishabh Pant is got hold of that gear stick again, and he's looking to change up.
Yeah, and Joe Root operating in that wideish rough again, and Pant looking for a big expansive sweep. This time it's just bounced out of the rough, and it's got the top edge, and gone over Stokes, who turned quickly to chase after it, but on this billiard table outfield, it's run off into the picket fence at the bottom end.
Here is Joe Root, and slog sweep, and he's picking up the tempo now, is Rishabh Pant. That's 4 more. Oh, he's tucking into the old ball here, and suddenly, having kept a vice-like grip on the scoring rate and the test match, England are just beginning to lose control for the first time.
Yeah, it's just a matter of inches, just an inch straighter from Joe Root, so missing the rough. Rishabh Pant this time, similar sort of a shot, but no rough to contend with. Sweeps hard and in front of square. Wonderful shot. You can't really set a field for that sweep shot hard and in front without basically opening up gaps somewhere else. Wonderful shot from Pant.
Certainly was, and India's lead is only 12, but with Pant on 74 and 4 wickets in hand, it feels like more than 12. Here is Joe Root again, width outside the off stump, chopped away to backward point, straight to the fielder, and there is no run for once, a dot ball.
And for everybody that's at home listening, you can hear the crowd. It's not long you've got to wait. You don't have to wait too long until hopefully sporting venues are open here, because this is playing a huge advantage for Rishabh Pant. The crowd are right behind him. You can see him feeding off that.
Root again, big appeal for leg before wicket has gone straight on. He had a think about it, did Virender Sharma, and Joe Root's also having a think about it now. He's walking up to Ben Stokes and Ben Stokes, keeper and slip, and saying, what do you think? Root really fancied it, but I think it was a slider. They're reviewing, I think, out of desperation more than anticipation. It just looked like it was a slider. It was quick, and I don't think that it turned enough to hold its line and straighten.
Review for leg before.
That was my initial view.
Umpire has given not out. Front on, please.
But here's the review. England do have 3 reviews. They've had a couple turned down, but they've been umpires' calls. So has it gripped enough to straighten? Because it was certainly heading down the leg side from the hand. Has it gripped enough? There's no bat, right?
Pad first.
No bat.
It is pad only. Go for the ball tracking. When you are ready, please.
Impact is certainly in
outside.
line.
Impact in line. Wickets missing.
Missing leg stump.
Please.
Just didn't think it had enough on it to straighten.
No, I mean, it was a good decision from the umpire. The naked eye, you could very much understand why England have reviewed that, particularly with 3 reviews. Why not? With Pant actually just arresting a bit more initiative now and really coming at England before this second new ball, or even will England take it, but he's putting England under some pressure now with a lead of 12. Totally understand why it was reviewed, but God blimey, there was no hold at all in the surface, and just running on to miss by a good stump down the leg side, wasn't it?
I mean, the other thing that England can hope for now, and I know this is going to sound like straw clutching on an Olympic scale, but they might just hope that it slows Pant down a bit, just breaks his rhythm a bit. He was on a bit of a roll there, wasn't he?
Olympic straw pulling, wow, that's a new one.
Straw clutching.
Clutching, sorry.
The new Olympic sport.
They've got to put a new one in every time, haven't they?
Well, I mean, they've got breakdancing in the next games.
Get in there, why not? Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating point in the game. You've just felt like England have had the upper hand for the first 2 sessions of the day, and they've controlled the scoreboard, and this is the first time, this last sort of 45 minutes of play, where it's basically Rishabh Pant, supported very well by Washington Sundar. They've just arrested that initiative. England are not controlling the scoreboard, and this is where, in the subcontinent, this last session, when everybody's a bit tired, a bit weary, the game can be taken away from you, and quickly.
You're listening to commentary of the 4th test between India and England here on TalkSport 2, with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. I think it's time for Mark Nicholas to take over. Earlier we had Mark was describing Washington Sundar being on the charge, and there was this picture of a 1780s man on horseback waving a sword and charging at the British, but it's not George Washington. It's pity his nickname's not George. Anyway, here is Mark Nicholas.
Isn't it?
No, it's Washy.
As in Cyril Washbrook, wasn't it? It was Washy. 71 they put on. Oh, Rishabh Pant 74. Washy 25. 217 for 6. And there was a period really from about 175 where they started to get control. They were milking it very well. It was an in-out field. They found singles pretty easy to come by. They didn't have to hit boundaries. And England's control was not relinquished, but certainly marginalised during that period. And then since then, of course, they hit the accelerator a bit. 71 partnership that's come mainly in favour of Pant. 25 of them scored by Sundar, but it's made for great watching today because all the elements of Test cricket, that intensity, that ebb and flow, belonging to one side, belonging to the other, and the high quality of some of the play, particularly with the bat from Rishabh Pant and with the ball from Jimmy Anderson, has been really something.
Oh, it's been fantastic to just look behind the eyes of some of these players and understand what they're trying to achieve for this period. And Pant has had some really tough periods where all the bowlers have bowled well at him and made him have to really earn his runs, and you could see just that little switch, as you said, Mark. It started off with a trickle of singles and rotating the strike, and then all of a sudden pounced on one ball, and then a flurry of boundaries, and now he's off and running, and that momentum is starting to come a little bit quicker for India. But make no mistake, India will have their say. England will have their say, though. One of the bowlers will come back with that steely determination just to rein the initiative back and just hold that scoring rate. A wicket it might be. It might be a period of 2 or 3 maidens. It's been a fantastic encounter today. It really has. Ebbed and flowed.
You might be wondering why we're not commentating on any cricket, and the answer is that we think that they've just taken an extra drinks break on the basis of the heat. It's registering 38 degrees, but apparently feeling like 41 degrees. And that's hot. And of course, down, well, at this time of year, it can get quite humid. So it's pretty demanding for the players out there. Looks like we're ready to go with Ben Stokes. Still not quite the new ball. 1 over to go. And Stokes bangs that ball into the pitch. That old, soft, chewed ball, and it's defended on the back foot by a very comfortable looking Washington Sundar.
I'm not sure whether they'll take the new ball or not, Mark, with the attack that they have now. Lots of overs in Stokes and Anderson. Are they fresh enough, both of them, to take it? Will they want a spinner to take it? I think I'd be holding with the old ball and trying to somehow stem the flow and possibly then use it for a newer batter. What do you think?
Well, they've got Anderson back out on the field. He'd been off for an hour. So he can't bowl for how long? It's 45 minutes, isn't it? You have 15 minutes grace, so that will decide that for them, which is why Ben Stokes is bowling now with the old ball. So that's unravelled that. They won't be taking the new ball unless he wants to give it to the spinners, of course, as Sundar goes back and defends firmly to mid-off for no run. I can only begin to imagine how frustrated Joe Root must feel. A case of Sonia so far, both in the performance with the bat and now in the opportunity with the ball. Certainly it's been a higher standard performance with the ball, but to have missed out yesterday, not to have passed 300, must be just killing him inside. And now to have had them 6 down for 154, whatever it was, 146. Oh dear. Anyway, it's such a cruel game like that as Sundar goes back and drives out onto the offside where there's a sweeper, and you know, the history of the game, the cricket's never been any different. It eats away at you for the things that might have gone your way that don't, and then you just have to find a way, don't you, to have the patience and the courage to fight back.
Hence the selection dilemma that Goffey and Harmy have been talking about. We're a seamer light, but the flip side of that is India have gone for the seamer light, but they've gone the extra batting with Sundar, and he's making the difference for them right now in this partnership. So you can only go with what you've selected and make it work for you, like you said, Mark.
I just heard that Anderson was off for the first hour of the post tee. I don't know. The answer is we don't have any contact to India as Pant goes back and pushes that ball out to the man behind square, actually on the offside on the boundary. So a sort of backward cover sweeper, and he gets a single. He has 75. Sundar has 26. It's 219 for 6. We don't have any contact with India, so we're not able to find out things, and we rely on the television pictures here in our London studio. So we'll try to establish exactly when Anderson can bowl, but we don't have anybody that we can pick up the phone to and ask at the moment, I'm afraid. But I would think the signal perhaps maybe that Stokes has bowled a few overs before the time of the new ball, that ball left alone by the way outside off stump, means that he isn't planning to bowl with a new ball.
No, unless it's to try and get him into his spell for 2 or 3 overs, and then him only go a couple of overs with that newer ball. Maybe break it up with a bit of spin for then Jimmy to come in at the, sort of 6 or 7 overs into the new ball to try and break up the spin and fast bowling options. So you've got one at each end.
Now a nice little punch down the ground. Very good stroke. Wow. Washington Sundar with a dead straight bat hits a dead straight 4.
Effortless from Sundar. This keeps his balance neutral, which is basically the key to the shot, and then ultimately just drops the bat down on the ball in a straight line and hits it through that straight mid-on, just the leg side of the stumps. It's a beautiful shot, this. You can tell this man has played a lot of first-class cricket as a batsman alone without his off-spin. He does line the ball up fantastically well, and that natural angle around the wicket makes the shot potentially even harder, that he doesn't fall across it and stays upright, and bang, it's full face down the ground. Beautiful shot. Timing was impeccable.
Well, I have to say it, I really think this is the time that England are feeling the fact they got the attack wrong for the match. It's irrelevant to me in terms of discussing the balance of the side whether Lawrence's innings was so valuable. Of course it was, but in working out the balance of the team, you're trying to take 20 wickets in the match, and there's no doubt that this attack looks jaded now. 2-2-3 for 6 as England will take the new ball. It is James Anderson, so that period off the field has now been covered by the time back on the field, and he's available, and that'll be great for Anderson because he's they're now saying he wasn't off for an hour, so you see we can't see all that. Saying he was only off for a very short time. So.
Could have been an external blow maybe as well, which the time doesn't count at all, does it? An external blow, maybe copping on the finger at mid-off or something.
Right, well, I'm sorry for the confusion, but please don't blame us. We get what information we can, and sometimes clearly it isn't right. England are taking the second new ball, and hopefully James Anderson will find his best form and a bit of magic to come with it. I think back to that first wicket at Lord's, a bit of a skunk haircut. Remember the young Jimmy? Well,
yeah,
you'd
absolutely.
remember very well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Here he comes then. Anderson to Panther comes down the pitch, slaps him back over his head. Wow, the arrogance of youth, the expression of talent. Well done, Rishabh Pant.
England fan or not, you've got to admire this. This is brilliant from Pant. First ball to the great Jimmy Anderson. He's been magnificent this innings. Skips down the pitch, gets a bit offside of the ball, but not too close that he can't get that full flow of the bat. Almost what you'd see in a one-day international. Opener batting, run down, smacked him straight into the advertising boards. Welcome back into the attack, Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, here we go again. What now from Pant? A bit shorter this time, and he slaps it through extra cover. Brilliant stroke play, 4 more. A flat bat, rolling his wrists on the stroke, and Pant is saying this hard ball is going to fly to the rope.
Always the danger with the new ball, subcontinent, when you've been holding the game a little bit. But Pant, the skill levels of what he shows when he's so expansive, the way he positions his body leg side of the ball to allow his wrists to do the hitting, so he can hit over the ball and into it, almost like a tennis player would hit a forehand to keep the ball on the ground, to eradicate that bit of risk because of the width. He's phenomenal from this young fella. He has all the talent in the world.
Anderson again, bangs it into the surface, drives on the up, does Pant, but it's fielded by Dom Bess at short extra cover, and the crowd almost moan their frustration at not getting a 4 a ball. Yes, that last stroke, the flat bat through extra cover, if you'd frozen the finish, it could have been the 1930s, couldn't it? And those huge strides those guys took, bent their front leg, got down low, and then wrapped the bat round their shoulders as they finished the shot. It was quite something, as it was to play those shots on some of the pitches they played on back then. Anderson again, 2 slips and a gully in place because they're expecting the new ball to move, and that's a beauty! Beats him outside off stump. Anderson getting it to bounce and nip and fly into Ben Stokes' upturned mitts.
And we've seen this all day. One team, one player gets the advantage and the opposition come back. James Anderson, do not write this man off. He's around the wicket. He's got this ball to leave Rishabh Pant on a great length, back of a length. He's got him fencing at the ball. He's bringing those 2 slip catches into play. Unfortunate for Anderson. Fortunate for Pant, he misses by an inch.
Anderson again. And Pant knocks it down to mid-on and gets a single, which will really annoy Anderson. There really shouldn't have been a single, other than the fact that Pant took a little bit off the ball with the softness of his shot. But just put yourself into James Anderson's mind for a minute, everybody. Imagine how he feels about Rishabh Pant running down the pitch and hitting him back over his head and then through the covers. Think how badly he wants Pant's wicket. Firstly for himself and the pride of the moment. 2 dominant male figures, 2 egos going at each other. And secondly for the team, the breakthrough for the team to lift spirits and think about bowling India out this evening. Crucial wicket if Anderson could get it. Here he comes to Washington. Sundar pulls a nice ball and Sundar plays it very calmly. Nice and late, watches it closely onto the bat. It goes to cover, there's no run. Little skip and jog down the pitch from Ben Stokes, who's always athletic looking. He's a tall man for a wicketkeeper, is Ben Stokes, and England players generally jostling around the place and suggesting the body language is still good out there. There's no labouring. And how they need a wicket with this new ball. I assume that Ben Stokes will continue. It does look as if Ben Stokes has gone deep again rather than up to the stumps. There might have been a temptation to try Jack Leach lobbing it into the rough, but equally they might have been worried about Punt looking to get after him. Hummy, you're with us. Hello. The great Steve Harmerson.
I think I'm with you. Yes, I am with you, Mark. Yes, it's what an interesting last over. Pant's played beautifully, absolutely beautifully. We've seen both sides of Rishabh Pant in this series so far. You know, the explosiveness of the first Test match. I think this has been a brilliant innings, an absolute fantastic innings. He's got India back in the game, but I think his mindset's been magnificent. And this is going to be some battle between Pant and Stokes with the new ball.
And Stokes bowls full, and Pant drives him really hard off the inside edge in a direction to which he was not aiming, but for which he earns 4. So he's thinking mid-off. It shoots through mid-on. The fielder at mid-on's wide. It beats him easily. Rushes to the boundary.
Yeah, that was a fantastic. I was going to say that's a fantastic shot. Actually, do it some justice there. He just come over to my side, a little bit of whip, and Ben Stokes is
no good call. No, good call. I'm with you now. Having seen that replay on TV. And now he eases him through mid-off. And is there a single in that? Yes, there is. I think you're right. I think he, from way outside off stump, that boundary, he thought, come over to my side and fetched it and shut the face on it and picked his spot.
I thought when I first seen it, I thought it was one of my shots. I'm aiming in one direction and it goes in a completely different direction. Typical tail ender. But no, I thought he was total control. He knew what he was doing there. Come over to my side. I remember batting a few times with the great Graham Thorpe at the end, at the death, and we're expressing himself, got a few on the board and playing shots like that's a shot Thorpe would play outside off stump, fetch it onto the leg side where the more gaps are.
Stokes again, and that's a beautiful stroke by Washington Sundar. Ooh, yeah, special. The top of the bounce, off the back foot, through point, another boundary, and this new ball is very costly. I think Root had to take it, but the lead is now 36. It's 241 for 6 the score.
Yeah, I agree. England did have to take it, but a lot of the times when the new ball comes, it can travel, it can go the distance. I like this guy. I think this guy is you mentioned there, special talent. I like the way when he first came into bat, there was a little bit of pressure on him. Used his feet first couple of balls to the spinner out the rough. It looked as though he wasn't bothered about the baggage what had happened in the overs previous and wickets lost. He was coming in to play his game, and boy is he playing his game well now.
Sundar's gone to 34. Here's Ben Stokes, much straighter, and that draws the defensive stroke from Sundar. Pant has 89, by the way, from just 110 balls, and yet it doesn't feel he's had his foot on the gas until the last 10 minutes or so. A lead of 36 for India, still with 4 of their first innings wickets in hand. Hour and a half ago, England had real hope here, really. Even an hour ago, thinking of bowling India out and having an advantage and getting going on it tonight, but excellent cricket has taken that away from them, truth be told. The standard of batting that India found today and England couldn't find yesterday. They found it in the nick of time, and that flies over gully as Sundar slashes outside off stump to a short ball. He gets a thick edge. So often it favours the brave, that shot, if you really go at it, and that's what happened there. 4 more. Oh, India rollicking along now.
A bit of width, just a little bit of width for Sundar to get his hands free. It's a good shot. He's hit it upish, but I think he's trying to hit it upish. I think he's trying to go over the infield, use the hardness of the new ball, go with the bounce and the pace that Ben Stokes brings. So, yes, it went in the air, but I think he was in total control, and Washington Sundar knew what he was doing.
1 ball in the over left. Stokes left alone outside off stump. It's a full ball and goes through to Ben Stokes at waist height. So a lively old over with India 2:45 for 6 now, and a reminder that you're listening to commentary of the 4th test between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team led by Lizzie Ammon and former captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. Very interesting to read Athers tomorrow. He was understandably tetchy about England's batting yesterday. Today I'm sure he'll commend a bowling performance that in the end was run out of steam in the face of this superb partnership that's touching on 100. They put a 99 together, this pair.
Is it safe to say the insecurities of selection has cost England in this? And what I mean by that is, because they're not getting any runs at the top of the order, they've gone for 1 extra batsman, which has cost them an extra bowler. And actually this extra bowler at this point of the day, even more so now, we've talked about it earlier, but the extra bowler now with Dom Best not bowling at his best, that's what's costing England.
Yeah, absolutely right. Anderson, oh no, Rishabh Pant has just reverse paddled him. Incredible shot. I've never seen it in a test match against a new ball bowler of any class, never mind James Anderson, and even he has to admit that is special. You can see it on his face. It's a face that says, okay, that's a fair cop. I kid you not, he has reverse lapped Anderson over first slip's head for 4.
That is a beauty. What a shot this is. This is Jimmy Anderson. This is 600 test match wickets. This is a brand new ball. This is no respect whatsoever from the Indian batsman over the top of first slip. Interesting to see what Anderson comes back with.
Takes him into the 90s and he defends on the back foot. He wants a single, but they don't get it. Yeah, what he's saying is that, Anderson's tired. It's a nice pace. The ball's hard. This is the time to score off it. That's an amazing shot. We're just watching the replay. Incredible head position as he watches the ball right onto the face of the bat. And he gets a lot of it, actually more over over first slip. It's over first slip, and it goes 1 bounce over the rope. Never mind the shot of the day, the shot of the series, the shot of the winter. Remember what Rishabh Pant did to the Australians in Brisbane to see India home in that series. Brilliant batting again today. Down the pitch to Anderson he comes, but this time Anderson's wise to it and tightens him up, gets it really sharp into his hips. And he misses the attempted glance, and it hits him and drops down, and then he sort of skips around the ball a bit. Anderson follows through and kicks it towards the stumps, but by then Pant is home and safe.
And for me, Mark, I've always been a big believer of having when you're talking about wicketkeeper batsmen, having the best batsman. I've been able to catch the ball, yes, gloveman, best gloveman, but for me this ends the argument of having the best batsman as your wicketkeeper. Relinquish a little bit on the skill level from catching from the keeping point of view, even though Pant has kept wicket very, very well so far in this series. He's not India's best gloveman, but boy, he is the best option when it comes to the bat, because like in Brisbane, he got India over the line, and in this game here and in this series, for me, far outweighs any argument you can throw at me about having the best gloveman, especially in the subcontinent, because he's proved that many times in this series that he's not only kept India in the series, but he's actually potentially going to put them in a position where they're going to go and win it now.
Well, let me tell you the story of how he got in the side, because in the first Test match in Australia, Wriddhiman Saha, who's also made a Test match 100 by the way, and is the best gloveman in India, was in the side. India were bowled out for 36, a debacle. So they decided to strengthen their batting, and a way to do that was to get Rishabh Pant into the side as Anderson bowls a short ball. He goes on the pull and it doesn't carry out to deep backward square leg, so he gets a single for it. Big Dom Sibley, a slim looking Dom Sibley does the fielding. A lot of weight shed there, I'd say, over the last months. Looks very fit, does Big Dom. And so he gets into the side, plays well, stays in the side, wins the Test in Brisbane, becomes irreplaceable. So they come back to India where they want the best gloveman, because there's going to be spinners bowling at both ends, at least 2 if not 3 through the series against England, but he can't be dropped. He's made such a strong case for himself, he can't be dropped. So he stays in the side, and as Sundar goes back and works a single to the leg side. Is it 2? Is it? Yes, it's 2. Very well placed shot, just off his hip. Is Sundar against Anderson there. 252 for 6 now, just to finish that story. So they say, well, we can't drop him from the side, and by which time he's worked hard on his fitness and his wicket keeping, and that begins to show itself. He keeps well, he moves better, he bats brilliantly in that first Test, and the consequence is he's now a dead cert. It's sort of funny how things happen. That's a straight ball that Sundar punches to mid-wicket off a good length. Doesn't get a run for it. He has 40, Pant has 94, and we'll have the strike at the start of the next over. India 252 for 6, a lead of 147. It just shows from ill fortune, being bowled out for 36 and having to leave out Wriddhiman Saha simply to strengthen the batting, so came this startling new career, or second career I should call it, for Rishabh Pant, one of the world's great talents. He's on 94, Sundar on 40, and here's Mark Butcher.
Thanks, Mark. What a partnership this has been for India. Match winning potentially, series winning potentially. 106 between Pant and Washington Sundar. 252 for 6. The lead is only 47. I say only with stress and emphasis, because 47 to England, given the way that they've batted in the last 6 innings, is quite a sizable amount. Pant has played quite magnificently and has decided pretty much since tea that it was time to put the foot down. Since he's seen the new ball, he's enjoyed himself immensely, playing shots with great impunity, and even taking the mickey out of the great Jimmy Anderson with a reverse sweep over 2 slips.
You said since he's seen the new ball, he didn't really have a good look at it, did he? He literally went from the first ball.
Well, he saw it come out of the box.
Literally when he saw there was a new ball.
He watched them take it out of the box and said, I'm having a piece of that, thank you very much. And yeah.
You know you're seeing them well when you're seeing them out the box.
Absolutely. He's thinking out of the box, seeing it out of the box and smashing it out of the ground as Joe Root is in, and Pant with a slog sweep has hit it all the way for 6. What a way to bring up a third Test match 100. An absolutely stunning return for the young man from Haridwar, from Uttarakhand state, where the Ganges come out of the foothills of the Himalayas. It has been a quite astonishing re-emergence from this youngster since coming back into the side in the Boxing Day Test match in Sydney. Scores of 97, 89 not out in Brisbane, 91 in Chennai, 58 not out in the second match in Chennai. He, along with everybody else, missed out in the first instalment at Ahmedabad, but he now has a third Test match 100. And this one, as Root is in again, he's on the back foot, punching into the offside, turns down a single, and this one, like the one in Brisbane before it, may well be series defining. What an innings, Steve Harmison.
What an innings, what a shot. We are in one of the great cricket stadiums, or to be great cricket stadiums, for years and years to come. 110,000, and that's the only shame that we haven't got 110,000 people in this stadium, because that's what this innings deserved. It was a fantastic innings, and what a way to get there. It was more one-handed slog sweep for 6, but it's been an absolute beauty innings. It's been patient, been watchful, and then when the new balls come, he's attacked, and he's attacked with purpose.
Yorker from Root, dug out by Rishabh Pant to the man on the fence at point, comes in and collects the ball. Pant turns over the strike to Washington Sundar. Just watching replays of the moment that Pant reached his 100. Virat Kohli left his seat, went charging down the steps to applaud his young charge, as did the rest of the Indian team. Rishabh Pant, with his eyes closed, kisses his glove and says a silent prayer to whom we don't know, but it has been wonderful entertainment. It really has. Joe Root brings a defensive stroke out of Washington Sundar, who has played quite beautifully and as technically proficiently as any batsman we've seen in the match so far. He has 40 from 90, with all eyes, perhaps not a billion pairs of them, but a sizable chunk of that extraordinarily large population of India will be watching and listening to every moment of this innings from Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, there's always a agreement, disagreement whether the new ball is the right thing to do. It was 100% the right thing to do for England to take the new ball with Stokes and with Anderson. But Rishi Pant has completely changed the course of this innings in the space of 3.4 overs. From the very, very first ball of that new ball, he signalled his intent. We've got a little bit of a lead, 10-15 run lead, and we're now going to make the most of it. England bowlers are tired, the ball's hard.
Defensive stroke again from Sundar, from Root around the wicket. I couldn't agree with you more, Steve. I mean, England had no choice. They had to take the new ball. Yeah. Unfortunately, Ben Stokes had to bowl 3 overs before it was available. And England are on their knees a little bit. It was the only option they had to take wickets, as Root is in once more to Sundar, who again plays a glorious, if there is such a thing, forward defensive stroke. And there's no run. 84 overs gone, 259 for 6 here on TalkSport 2. It was the only option England had. But unfortunately, they put it in the hands of 2 bowlers who probably shot their bolt halfway through the afternoon session.
And like I said earlier, Butch, it's about, you've got keep banging on about the selection, the selection of this team and the selection of the last few teams, but it's their deficiency of not having runs at the top of the order to pick in the extra batsman, which then gets the one bowler short, which has been, if there was ever a point where it was so apparent that they needed that one bowler, it was in this situation here, because Jimmy Anderson and Ben Stokes having to take the ball after Ben Stokes had bowled 3 overs previous, and it's going to come down. That's not cost them. It's not going to cost them the series or anything like that, because there's a lot of other factors that come into it.
No runs for a start.
Well, that's, if you don't get any runs, you ain't getting. It doesn't matter what bowling attack you've got. You could have, like we said in the last test, if you get bowled out for 112, you could have Murali and Warne bowling on that surface, and you're still not winning a test match. So,
well, they might. Anyway, Anderson is into Pant, and he's gone. He's come down the pitch. He's taken one liberty too many, and has flat batted it into the hands of Joe Root at mid-wicket. It's a sharp catch from the England captain. Rishabh Pant admonishes himself at giving his wicket away, with England at his mercy, really. But it has been a magnificent innings once more. He perhaps hasn't driven home that advantage to the extent to which he would have liked, but the Motera, now known as the Narendra Modi Stadium, stands as one and cheers as one at a young man who has the future of the Indian cricket team in his hands, you would imagine. And just watching the replay, the ball has been hit violently, fiercely, straight at Joe Root at mid-wicket. Root takes the catch. Anderson has his wicket. A little bit of revenge for England's highest wicket taker, but the stage belongs to Rishabh Pant.
Absolutely, Butch. Standing ovation for what small crowd is in there. But it was a fantastic catch by Root. Good planning by by Joe and as England captain and Jimmy Anderson as Premier fast bowler. They went with extra feelers on the leg side, took slip out of play, left one slip and basically said, right, we're going to try and bowl a bit shorter, have men on the boundary on the leg side, 2 men out on the leg side, and if he hits it for 6, well, it's his day anyway. He's over 100 not out, he hits it for 6. So it was good strong shot, very, very good catch. And does it give England a glimmer of hope? 54 runs behind?
Well, it certainly does, but they need to wrap this up pronto, probably within the next 20 runs or so. Akshar Patel is the man at the crease. He's no mug with the bat either. Seen him make important runs, quick runs in T20 cricket, playing for Kings 11 Punjab, so he can wield a bat, he can find the boundary. Washington Sundar, his partner at the other end, 40 from 92. Both left-handers can play. And England's work is not done as yet, but they'll be feeling a lot more relaxed about things now that Rishabh Pant is out of the picture.
Big boom and smile on Jimmy Anderson's face, and after the day he's had and the surfaces he's had to bowl on, the heat he's had to go, I'm not surprised seeing the back of Rishabh Pant.
2 slips and a gully round the wicket, and ball carries through to Ben Stokes with a little bit of extra zip and nip as Akshar shoulders arms. Just having another look at the replay of the dismissal. Comes rather off the toe of the bat twisting in the hands of Rishabh Pant as he makes contact. Didn't actually try to go over the top of Joe Root. I think he was trying to keep the ball down, if anything, and rather clothed it into the England captain's hands at mid-wicket. But what an innings. He'll still be thinking to himself that he could have put this game out of sight, but England clinging on as Anderson is straight and Akshar is as straight in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the ball down because England had changed the field, brought slip out, put 2 men back and basically saying, right, we're going to bowl middle of the pitch. If you want to take us on, well, it's going to be a big hit to hit it for 6 off with a new ball. This a little bit of invariable bounce. And it was a good bit of planning by the England captain, and you just need an element of luck when that happens. And he got it.
Anderson in. Full ball is driven by Akshar. Diving Dan Lawrence, who rather fumbles the ball at mid-off, and somehow, did they get through for a run? They didn't. No. Somehow Akshar and Washington Sundar managed not to pick up what should have been a pretty straightforward single. Just a bit of a pause for breath, really, as we mull over the effect of Rishabh Pant on this game and on most of the ones he's taken part in since returning to the side in Melbourne. And that position is his for the foreseeable future as Washington Sundar is on the back foot. They did get a single from the previous delivery. Washington Sundar has just peeled off the most exquisite back foot drive just wide of mid-off for 4.
What a shot this is. This is timing. This is going right back on the tips of his toes. Let the ball come to him, and his back foot punch, beautifully straight down the ground, eyes level, perfect. What a shot. Middle of the bat. Fantastic shot. This kid is a player. This kid is a proper player. In England have had real trouble 6, 7, 8 and getting 6, 7 and 8 out in this series. It's really been a positive sort of section of the batting order for the Indian cricket team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, our colleague and part of the Times writing team, Mike Atherton, was saying that Joe Root's 5 for 8 was against the tail. You have to point out that England have struggled to get the tail out, barring his 5 for 8. So you're absolutely right. As Anderson is in once more, and the ball is defended on the back foot by Washington Sundar, who moves on to 44. England through 85 overs now. James Anderson and Ben Stokes have bowled a large portion of those. Stokes with the wickets of Rohit and Kohli. Anderson with the wickets of Gill, Rahane and Pant. Jack Leach has picked up the other 2, Pujara LBW, and Ashwin caught by Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. 264 for 7. England have battled manfully. They are behind in the game now, but they have really put in a huge shift to have India 7 down on a pitch that is still playing well, still a decent surface, still the best surface in the series so far. Cricket-wise, doesn't favour the batting team, doesn't favour the bowling team. It's just a fair pitch in Indian conditions. And England have battled, they've had to, and it's been the brilliance of Rishabh Pant that means that India are in front.
It's incredible. They've managed to doctor pitches that only Rohit Sharma, Washington Sundar and Pant have been able to score on.
Don't forget Ashwin. Blocked by Akshar, his first ball off the bowling of Joe Root.
But I just want to talk about Sundar. So he has opened 6 times for his first-class team. So he's only played 12 first-class games.
Short from Root and punished. Pulled away by Akshar Patel, who's in no mood to let the England captain get away with that sort of freebie. 268 for 7 now.
But he obviously went 4 years without playing a first-class game because he was in India's setup, and it didn't, especially with the white ball cricket, he's been travelling around, and so there's a lot of people, within his team that have been saying for a long time he should be opening the batting for his first-class team as a potential opener for India.
Well, that's heartening news. Thanks for that, Joe.
Yeah.
That's great.
Just when I was hoping that India had 3 number 11s, they've actually got 3 number 7s.
Routine around the wicket to Akshar Patel, who plays a forward defensive worthy of any opening batsman. And Joe Root picks it up in his follow through.
And just a reminder that Akshar Patel has made a 95 playing for Durham.
He did, yes.
What, at the Riverside?
At the Riverside,
yep.
yes. So that's worth about 140.
Even more good news. Just keep it coming. A block from Akshar, middle of the bat, and Joe Root picks it up again in his follow through. India 63 runs ahead, 268 for 7. Sundar 44 not out. Akshar forward once more, making it look very easy. Little puff, little explosion out of the rough from Joe Root, bowling at the left-hander. And at the end of the 86th, it's 268 for 7.
I've got one more for you, Harmy. Gary Morgan just sent us through a stat. India's 7th wicket partnerships this series have added an average of 61 runs.
Ouch.
Yeah.
England haven't made a 50-run partnership, I don't think, in the last 2 Test matches.
Did Pope and Fogarty didn't quite make it. There must be one.
They were 41, I think, yesterday. Well, go on, have a look. Stop bringing us great cheer and do some
bad
work.
News, yeah. But it is a moot point that you look at this side and this setup that India have got now. They have got 7, 8, 9 are effectively 3 number 7s. Akshar could have played in the team as a number 7. And that's a huge replacement for Jadeja, because he was massive in that role. Akshar could play there. Sundar looks as though he's a fantastic prospect. He could bat at number 7, and Ashwin is actually batting at number 7 because he got 100 in Chennai. So that middle order, that lower to middle order, has really given India something just something different to sort of, I think, exasperate England's bowling attack when they're not quite rock bottom, but they were very, very close to it.
So could you bat Pant at 5, Sundar at 6, Jadeja at 7, Ashwin at 8, and Akshar at 9?
Play 4 spinners.
No,
all of whom could bat at number 7. Well, why not? I mean, if you get,
I'm just saying, it's a potential lineup. It's a ridiculous lineup, but it is
on a wicket like last week. Yeah, not a problem.
Well, they wouldn't get a bowl anyway. You only need 2 spinners on a surface like that. As Ben Stokes is into the attack, bowling to the left-handed Sundar, who flashes that away outside off stump for 4, just wide of extra cover, or to extra cover's right hand anyway. And India go to 272 for 7. You're listening to commentary of the fourth test between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. Try it for free for 1 month on times.co.uk/cricket. Offer.subscription. Order renews. The auto renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply. No terms and conditions when it comes to the commentary of Neil Manthorpe, though. What you hear is what you get, as that ball is going to find the boundary as well off the outside edge. And that's brilliant. In fact, that's brilliant from Dom Bess. Full length dive. He may have made contact with the boundary cushions. I'll let Neil Manthorpe decide.
Well, it's 50 anyway for Washington Sundar, whether it's gone for 4 or not, because he was on 48. It was an excellent effort from Dom Bess. There's absolutely no question about that, and it's touch and go. I don't know whether Anil Chowdhury, the third umpire, can see any evidence to rule that as being a boundary. I think it'll just stand as 2. And an excellent 50 from Washington Sundar from 96 balls in just over 2 hours and 10 minutes. Here is Ben Stokes once again, slashed away behind square on the offside to the man sweeping Dom Bess. This time it's gone straight to him. I must say I do feel a great deal of sympathy for Ben Stokes, who has given his absolute everything, and it's a ghastly analogy because I find bullfighting absolutely despicable, but once the proud, strong, gallant bull is finally brought to its knees, you do feel for the bull. I feel a bit like that for Ben Stokes at the moment. He's given it absolutely everything.
Well, it's come to bite them in the backside, hasn't it, now, the selection. I mean, you look as...
Stokes short down the leg side, left alone.
You look as well of Anderson's bowled and as Stokes bowled, but you can just see it, can't you, in Ben Stokes' body language. He's tired, he's hurting, he's sore, and India are taking the game away from England. It's been quite magnificent, by the way. Sat out there, not in the commentary box, just watching Rishabh Pant play some of the shots he played. Absolutely fascinating.
It happened in about 45 minutes. Here is Stokes in once again, and that's pushed out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And we have said about Rishabh Pant on various occasions, he's the kind of player who can change a game in an hour. Well, but Mark Butcher and I were just having a chat about it off air. It happened in about 45 minutes. When the new ball was taken, Rishabh Pant, normally you think it's a bit of an exaggeration. You can change the course of a test match in an hour. It happened in less than that. It happened in about 45 minutes.
Didn't he? Absolutely counter-attack. Brilliant.
Here is Stokes once again, and that's punched off the back foot. Super looking shot from Akshar Patel, and India's lead goes up to 71. They're 276 for 7.
I think you can almost explain Pant's innings by looking at Sundar. He's played second fiddle, and he's got 51 in 97. Played beautifully, chanceless. Played up and down the line of the ball. Used his feet really well. He's played a beautiful knock. But his second fiddle has sort of been in the background to Pant, who just absolutely. I'm in awe of some of the things and how he goes about certain
Nothing
things.
for second fiddle is the bats, unfortunately. And when you play like that, it's box office, and you look at players like A.B. de Villiers, don't you, and McCullum and Gale and Pant. These are the guys that go on. If they can carry on playing that way in international cricket in all forms, they're just gold dust. Absolute gold dust box office. That's what will get bums on seats in the 100, which we were talking about earlier.
Rishabh Pant's first 50 came from 82 balls, and we were thinking that's pretty good going. His second 50 came from 33.
Well, he made the first. I said when he got to 50, didn't I? But I said that's pretty quick. If you look at Rohit Sharma, we had to really fight and battle and be watchful to get to the score he got to 49. But like I said, Rishabh Pant came in and he played beautifully from the off. Found a technique to play Joe Root off the back foot mainly, didn't he, as well? A couple of close calls, but the way he took me away there against one of the best bowlers ever, Jimmy Anderson. Wow.
Quite extraordinary. 276 for 7, and the lead is 71 after England's 205. Jack Leach is coming in to the attack now, and he's bowling to the tall figure of Akshar Patel, who's beaten outside the off stump. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport, joining us here on TalkSport 2, where every single delivery is live and exclusive of England's tour to India. And my goodness me, how this game, this test match, the fourth test match, has been a topsy-turvy fight-back, counter-attacking affair, because India well on top now. Jack Leach in, and that's steered away by Akshar Patel once again, the left-arm spinner, who's taken 22 wickets in 22 wickets, an average of just over 10 in his first 3 test matches, the last 3 of this 4-match series, and now he's contributing with the bat. But Washington Sundar has 51. We have seen a century that's played off the pads by Akshar, a century of the highest calibre today from India's wicketkeeper batsman Rishabh Pant, whose third test 101 from just 115 balls. And well, when he came to the crease, India were 80 for 4. This one is pushed away defensively again out towards mid-wicket. And that 80 for 4 soon became 146 for 6. And England at that stage are still leading by 59 runs. Rishabh Pant has turned the game on its head. He's grabbed it by its ankles and he's shaking all the change out of its pockets. That's pushed away again defensively out in the onside. No run. Gareth Batty.
As you were reading out those stats, I was thinking to myself, there's only one way this can go for Akshar Patel. Wonderful numbers, and he's bowled beautiful. And then Goffey, to my right, reminds me there's still a second innings for him to bowl in.
Yes, that's right.
He's got another 4 or 5 to come on top of that, lads. I'm telling you now.
Here is Leach once again. Forward comes Akshar Patel, 276 for 7. I mean, he's taken 22 wickets in 5 innings.
There's more to come on, unless obviously India's seamers have a field day and knock over the top order. But I mean, we're talking about England being in the fight back. England were magnificent that first session and a half. Let's give them some credit. The way Anderson and Stokes' ball was terrific. Leach were trying to back them up. They were just lacking that other bowler, an extra bowler, weren't they? And it's cost them. And then they've had a player, India, that's come in and taken the game. I've often compared this team to the Australian team of the 90s. They get a team by the old, and they absolutely, destroy you. And they've got that mentality. And what they've got a game changer coming in at number 7. Or, 6, 7 or 8. Same as Australia had Gilchrist, they've got Rishabh Pant. It's a game changer for India. It really is. They got Jadeja, who would probably be coming in after him in a normal selection panel, in a normal test match.
There's another similarity between Rishabh Pant and Adam Gilchrist, is that they both appear to have largely a disregard for statistics, because Rishabh Pant's made 3 90s. He's got out, and he made 89 not out. But the fact that the 100 just seems irrelevant to him. It's just a question of changing the game and putting India into a winning position. He doesn't seem to have a personal regard for numbers, averages, personal statistics. Now Dom Bess is back into the attack. India 276 for 7, leading by 71. It's been a torrid couple of spells for Dom Bess recently, and he's in, and it's pushed defensively by Washington Sundar. In fact, Bess has bowled 12 overs compared to Joe Root's 14, which is not a situation that Root would have wanted. But I mean, Bess hasn't been flogged. I mean, he's 12 overs for 49. It's just over 4 and over. Here is another full toss, and that's been his problem, and it's smashed down the ground for 4. That is the problem, and Gareth Batty has tried to explain to those of us who don't really understand the art and the difficulties of spin bowling why he bowls so many full tosses. But there's another one, Bats.
Yeah, you can see it on his face now. It's not a technical thing. It's not a physical thing now. It's in the top 2 inches now. You can see how he's berating himself. He can't understand it. He's fighting himself, which is, we've said, myself and Harm, it's not a nice place to be, and he's fighting, controlling the mind now.
Well, it's 4 more runs to Washington Sundar, and that one's right up in the block hole. It's almost a Yorker length delivery. It's driven to Jimmy Anderson at mid-off. 280 for 7.
Bats, I tell you what, I saw some clips of him earlier. I don't know if you've seen it on social media, where it shows him in practice where his head is pretty straight, and he's got high arm, and then it shows him in the game, and his head dips quite a lot, and his arm's lower.
Here is Bess once again. Forward comes Sundar playing defensively. I mean, there's so much analysis goes on in the England team. They must know that if that's a truth.
Well, I think that's what he's been working on. I would say. Would you, Gareth? I mean, that's what he's been trying to get his head. Do you know what I mean? Straight down the wicket rather than tilting to the left.
Yeah, I'll explain after this ball. But yeah, fundamentally trying to be more upright, which is a balance thing, which is a consistency thing, obviously.
India leading by 75 runs, and it's another full toss from Bess, and it's driven to extra cover, and he's got away with it because it's nicely fielded by Zach Crawley diving to his left.
But all these things need sorting training ground so that when you go out into the game, you just play the game. You play the man in front of you and you bowl accordingly. You can't be thinking about that now. There's too much pressure, there's too many outside factors coming into when you're bowling in a game.
Ooh, there's a man in at silly mid-off now. It's driven in the air uppishly by Washington Sundar, but for a single to the man sweeping on the cover boundary.
But giving him 2 games off, that's what they've obviously been working on, and that's what they were hoping he could bring into the game now. But as you said, once you bowl a couple of bad deliveries, it all comes back, doesn't it?
Yep.
It all comes back.
The muscle memory goes, and what you tend to do is, and it's similar for fast bowlers that we see, as soon as you're under pressure and you're trying to drive the ball into an error, you lose your front side, which is the bit that lines you up. As soon as that's gone, then the head goes, then the body goes, and you lose your focus on target, and you lose the power in your ball, you lose the swing, the spin, whatever else.
Well, you're just using the shoulder, aren't you? And I totally agree, and compare it to the fast bowler, because looking at clips and watching fast bowlers time and time again, when they get tired, they kind of fall away, don't we, that front side. It is so important. I used to have a coach of mine, every session there used to be a text on my phone when we were allowed mobiles in the dressing room, and when I come off at tea, if I was just tiring, it used to just say 2 things. To just say front arm. That's it.
I think it was Alan Davidson, the Australian cricketer, used to go jogging with his front arm up, his right arm, to try and just get used to keeping it in the position he wanted it at all times.
Jogging? What's jogging?
Yeah, he was probably the only cricketer in the 1950s who jogged.
There's something in it, though. All these little things, they sound stupid, and people will be sat at home listening. They'll be driving the car, whatever, and they'll be going, "What are you on about?" It's stupid, but it just goes that way. It's
I'm not having that. Hang on a minute.
I've got another one for you. Mitchell Johnson used to go jogging with a cricket ball in his hand. You know that?
I know that's true.
Really?
Just because he wanted the comfort of the ball in his hand to get used to that ball in his hand.
Australian seamers are weird, Goffey.
Jack Leach continues to Washington Sundar, who's back, playing it with the spin out towards mid-wicket, and they trot through for a single.
I used to go to bed as well with a football when I was younger, not a cricket ball. I think most of us probably at some point, even though we've gone on to
Christmas.
Yeah, football.
Was there room for you?
He's still wrapped up, that one.
India 282 for 7. What a picture that is. Use your imagination for that. Goffey and a football in bed, pushed out behind square, or heading down the leg side. He tried to push it through the leg side, unable to get a bat to it.
I think what he's trying to say, man, is, but it's still down my shirt now, that football. It's not like Army's having twins.
On strike, it's Akshar Patel, and he comes forward and plays defensively. Interesting facts you didn't know about Akshar Patel, number 7.
He's left-handed?
No, his parents named him, his given name is Akshar. Have you ever seen an Indian name with an X in it before? The letter X is not used in Indian names. When they went, here's Leach again, forward comes Akshar Patel. So when they went to register his birth, they went to the birth registration office, and the clerk filling in his 715th form of the day heard Akshar. That his name is Akshar, Akshar, which is a common Indian name. And they said Akshar, and the clerk, tired, sore fingers at the end of the day, heard Akshar, and that's what he wrote on his birth certificate. That's down the leg side from Jack Leach, and it's missed by Ben Stokes. And I fear more buys will go down again. It's just so harsh. I mean, that's a quick delivery, fired a long way down the leg side. Folks couldn't lay a glove on it. Which is why it's pronounced Akshar as opposed to Aksar. So you see, I tell you what, interesting facts you didn't know about. Anyway, it's 4 more buys.
Can you tell us about Washington? Why is he called Washington Sundar?
Because his father was inspired by...
He wasn't inspired, was he? His father actually was paid for by a friend, wasn't it?
Called Washington.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. 286 for 7. He was inspired in a way, wasn't he? That slog swept by Akshar Patel out towards deep mid-wicket. Couple of bounces and it rolls into the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's 4 more. India, well, it's as what Gareth Baddy would say, tax-free batting now. It's just help yourself time, buffet.
Oh, it's just the line of the ball here from Jaitley. It's just a little bit straight, and Sundar picks up on it, and wow, he just picks up so quickly and hits it in front of square, hits the gap between deep square leg and mid-wicket. 1 bounce into the boundary. It's quality batting from Sundar. It's what we've seen all day. It's magnificent.
Sponsored, I think is the word we're looking for. He was sponsored, wasn't he?
Yeah, his father.
His father was sponsored by...
P.D. Washington was the man's name who helped. Can I give you a stat? This is just for you. I mean, Bats and Goffey can probably have a couple of seconds
Is
off
this
here.
things we don't know about Akshar Patel, number 8 or 9?
mean, sadly not.
Oh.
This is the longest time in Test match cricket history between 50-run partnerships for England when it comes to the amount of partnerships. So they've gone 65 partnerships without actually having a 50-run partnership, and they've never done that before in Test match cricket history. Their last partnership of 50 runs was Pope and Root in the first innings of the first Test. And they've never ever gone this long in a Test match without another 50-run partnership.
Just 24 hours after Liverpool lost their 5th consecutive game at home for the first time in their history.
Talking of partnerships, we're going to have to forget our partnership. Goffey's mate Chris Evans has just been in chucking Maltesers at him. We've lost him for a few minutes while he wolfs them down.
Here is Dom Bess. Oh no, full toss. It's okay. It's driven to Johnny Bairstow at cover, and there's no run.
You should have thrown me a bag of crisps. I'm not bothered about the chocolate, but the crisps I would have eaten. But I think, getting back to just the cricket for a moment, I think Washington Sundar, the way he's played here, 57, 105 deliveries, he got it spot on. He's played second fiddle, but what a knock it's been from him.
He has. Dom Bess is in once again, and Sundar, or Washi as they call him, comes forward and plays defensively, and there's no run. 290 for 7.
Yeah, because Virat Kohli brought him in and said about he's in for the third spinner, but he's in to get runs, batting where he's going to bat, and wow.
Virat Kohli said that.
Yeah, and what a selection that is, actually. Hats off.
Full and wide outside the off stump. I mean, imagine that. I mean, the luxury of having... You're picking a batsman who happens to be a very useful third spinner.
Amazing for a third spinner. And unfortunately, he's probably going to end up being replaced by Jadeja, one of the best players in the world.
Here is Dom Bess once again, and that one spins, and he covers the spin, pushes it to cover, no run.
Well, if he keeps playing like he is, we saw what's happened with Pant getting back in on a Boxing Day Test match, and probably won't look back for the rest of his career the way he's playing at the minute. Sundar, you never know. He might be the man now that gets pushed up the order, or Rahane, is he under pressure? I don't know. I'm only speculating.
Here is Dom Bess once again, and forward comes Sundar playing defensively. Did you see at the end of Dom Bess's last over, Joe Root went and put his arm around him and you know, it's trying to encourage him, because he knows that he's sinking, and the captain was trying to lift him.
The interesting thing, Dom Bess was almost walking away from him, like, just, you know.
Forward comes Sundar once again playing defensively. Well, it's like almost leave me alone with my pain.
It can be worse, can't it, Bats?
Yeah,
it can be worse if people making it obvious, but you're struggling and putting your arm around you in front of the watching millions or listening millions. You know what I mean? It can make it worse, that doing stuff like that.
But do you know what? Human beings, that is a great intent from Joe Root. We can't say anything other than that's brilliant, and he's trying his absolute best to help the young lad out. That's nobody at fault there. That's just, we know, well, I know, Goffey don't know as much, but if you're the man in that place, it's kind of like, oh, just let me stick my head underneath the parapet and just, you know, I'm invisible for a little bit. Now you're putting the spotlight on me.
I think it was Carl Nisha who said every man has a right to suffer.
And we all have at this game, Test cricket, when you're out there, we've all suffered at the hands of someone, whether it's bowling a wide that don't hit the cut bit, or whether you're getting smacked all over the park by Gilchrist and Ponting. You know what I mean? We've all suffered, or bats with Lara. It's hard, Test cricket.
It's your rite of passage, isn't it?
Absolutely. You learn, don't you, from your bad days. You're always learning, every single day.
Now then, it's 290 for 7, and Akshar Patel on strike on 10 from 23 deliveries. May I just say as well that Dom Bess has bowled 14 overs none for 54, which, as far as bad days go, is statistically anyway. I mean, he's bowled visually much worse than statistically. Here is Leach once again, and that's steered away behind square on the offside. Remember, Jack Leach bowled 6 overs for 60 in his first 6 overs to Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, that was an onslaught, though. That was an absolutely planned onslaught, wasn't it, against Jack Leach? This is totally different. I think Mark got it spot on earlier. They've just milked him, kept him on, milked him. It's what Geoffrey Boycott would have done.
Jack Leach in once again, and Akshar turns it behind square to short fine leg. 290 for 7.
Which is sometimes more demoralising as the person that you're slowly being dismantled, as opposed to just an onslaught and it's kind of like you're in and out and it's happened. If you're just being dismantled, it doesn't halfway on your head and the 2 inches up there.
Jack Leach in again, slightly short, and I mean slightly short, and it's pulled Akshar Patel very, very quickly onto the length of this, goes deep in his crease and pulls it with a straight bat to mid-wicket for a single. 291 for 7. The lead is 86.
I mean, I remember Geoffrey saying to me, I mean, he's probably said it to most people in here, if you've got a spinner on and it's a flat pitch or whatever and it's not doing too much, just keep hitting ones and twos. You don't want to hit him out of the attack. You want to just keep rotating the strike, getting your ones, getting your twos, the odd 3 now and again, but don't be doing anything stupid. Keep him on.
Jack Leach in again. Flicked away through square leg past Ollie Pope.
It's true though, isn't it?
It's cruel. 292 for 7. That's what it is. It's cruel.
Wondered where you were going with that. I thought you were going to say he's called you rubbish at some point, and I was like, yeah, he has.
Oh, he's done that, yeah. Him and Fred.
Well, is there a way back for England? You know, it was. It's just you just keep coming back to the fact that Ashwin has taken 27 wickets at 15 and Akshar Patel has taken 22 at 10, and England have got to cope with those two, and they're almost 100 behind. Jack Leach continues once again, and this one it's pushed defensively, no run.
I'm certainly not saying that I'm getting carried away or anything, but I do think England showed some signs in the first innings. There were partnerships and we just didn't quite get the rub of the green. I'm thinking Bairstow's LBW, I'm thinking Pope, the sort of nutmeg between his legs. There were signs that just didn't go our way. And they should be taking heart from the way that Pant and Sundar have played, and they've used skill, they've used a lot of nous, and they've used sort of gamesmanship to get the runs on the board. England can definitely do it. It's going to be very, very difficult because it is just that possible step up with Ashwin and Akshar Patel, plus the scoreboard pressure, but I still think it can be done.
It's like watching Lionel Messi or Ronaldo saying, you know, dribble the length of the pitch and slot it in the back of the net. Say, well, it can be done.
Well, they're going to need 250 in the second innings to have a chance, aren't they? Let's put it straight. I mean, are they going to get 250 in the second innings?
Got a bowl India out first time.
Well, there you go.
First. Here is Dom Best continuing, and that was smashed straight back down the ground over the bowler's head. He hasn't got all of it. He's that's sliced off the face of the bat actually, and it's just cleared Jimmy Anderson at mid-off. For a moment, as the ball was in the air, Anderson thought he could backpedal sufficiently quickly to get hands to it, but he's just got enough of it.
Yeah, it's actually well bowled from Dom Best. It's a bit of flight on it, did him totally in the flight. Bit of turn as well. He didn't get hold of it, he clothed it. Jimmy Anderson, let's say he's bowled a few overs, Jimmy, and he's getting on a bit now, Jimmy, and he's run after that one. Perhaps if he were fresh, he might have got some kind of hand on it. But 294 for 7, a lead of 89 now on TalkSport 2.
Washington Sunder's 2 runs takes him on to 60 now. What an innings it's been. Dom Bess in again, and that one is driven straight back to the bowler, no run.
It does just show you this game of ours. If it's getting you, it keeps getting you. You don't get any freebies. You have to work so hard for everything, and that just shows there with Dom Bess. Didn't get the wicket. He's had days where he's not bowled so well and got wickets. You got to take the rough with the smooth.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's an absolute ripper. Spun from middle, past the outside edge, past off stump into the gloves of Ben Stokes. And a rueful, wry grin from Dom Bess. Perhaps he's finally stopped beating himself up. Perhaps he's finally beginning to relax. Just let me do what I'm doing. Oh, they're actually referred it. Ben Stokes took the bails off, and just as a precaution, it's been referred to Anil Chowdhury for a potential stumping.
Great bit of bowling again, by the way.
Well, we've said this all along. He's bowled some magnificent deliveries. He's not bowling pies all the time. It's just there's been a full toss or two every over, or a drag down.
Yeah, and this is from the main part of the pitch. It's really spun and bounced.
Grounded. Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
I mean, it's good for Bess on this occasion. It's probably not a good sign for the 3 or 4 lads who are thinking about batting on the England side. It's started to go big from straight.
Just a reminder for those of you who've heard the phrase and sometimes wonder what it means, turning from the straight. That means wicket to wicket. Here is Dom Bess once again, and that is pushed defensively out into the offside. In other words, on either side of the line directly between the two sets of stumps, there are bowler's footmarks, and the ball spins out of that because the bowler's footmarks break up the pitch. But when the pitch breaks up naturally, where the bowlers are not allowed to run on that straight line between the stumps, then you're in trouble. Pushed away defensively off the back foot again by Washington Sundar. So that's the difference between turning off the straight and turning from wide of the stumps. There's nothing much you can do about the ball turning when it's turning naturally, as it were, not from bowler's footmarks. 294 for 7, lead of 89. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Down on one knee, up goes the finger. Has Don Bess got a wicket? Washington Sundar's reviewed it immediately. Once again, it has to have gripped enough to straighten because it was heading down the leg side. If it's turned enough and straightened. Well, anyway, at the moment, Don Bess has a wicket.
On, please.
Yeah, the key person here is Ben Stokes. You watch him check. He's running off down the leg side here and checks his run almost. Has it straightened enough? Oh, and he's hit it as well.
One more time, please.
Right. And no wonder he reviewed it immediately.
I just double check with all.
Again, when it's going against you guys.
Yeah.
There you go. Fine, Nick.
I think this is completely irrelevant, but I think it would have hit the stumps.
Big spike, yeah.
Oh dear, poor old Don Bess. He,
just do it one more time.
Like the umpire, did not hear or see the nick. It wasn't. He didn't smash it. I mean, but it is a fairly thick nick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep rolling.
Okay, he smashed it.
Keep rolling. Yeah, big spike. Yeah, off the bat. Good.
Big spike off the bat, says third umpire Anil Chaudhary.
You need to reverse your signal.
Virendra Sharma.
You can signal not out.
Makes the mea culpa. I'm sorry. Sign with his arms across his chest and reverses the decision. And Don Bess shakes his head and thinks, well, I've had better days on the cricket field.
But like I said, I think in defence too, Dom, he's bowled some wonderful deliveries. And the unfortunate thing for him, he has got this technical thing and again at the top of his head, but it's just too many bad balls, isn't it? I think that's where we're at with Dom. He's bowled some wonderful deliveries. He bowls wicket-taking deliveries. And he's had a good start to his test career. Runs and wickets. He's showed great character at times. So it's not like we say, get him out, he shouldn't be playing and all that. It's just, but when you need, in a test match, you need your spinners to bowl in tandem. And we haven't had that throughout this series. Let's be honest about it.
Well, I'll ask Gareth Baddy, what would you be more interested in as a coach? An off-spinner who could give you 36 unthreatening balls in the same place? Or one that's going to bowl you 6 wicket-taking balls out of 36 and one bad ball? As a youngster, that one is outside the off-stump, it's left alone. What would you rather work with? On the second and third test match wickets, the guy that just bowls 36 on a spot. Either side of that, the guy that's going to take wickets.
Spot on that, absolutely. If you're playing on an absolute shirt fronter, a flatty.
Here is Leach once again. Forward comes Akshar, plays defensively, no run. 294 for 7.
And that kind of is the problem for spinners. We expect them to be able to bowl 15 different ways as a young person, because the different circumstances you're bowling are very different to possibly fast bowlers get from time to time.
India's lead is 89. Jack Leach turns this one in quite sharply to Akshar's pads and he plays it away defensively and there's no run.
By the way, there's plenty of fast bowlers who not very good on flat pitches. When it's green and it's seaming around a bit, they're brilliant, but on flat pitches they suddenly disappear. There's plenty of them. I played with plenty of them. Disappeared when it was flat.
Stop staring at Steve Armstrong, Goffey.
He wasn't one of them.
No, exactly. Here is Jack Leach once again, patted away here, and there's a impassioned appeal from Ben Stokes because no shot was offered by the batsman Akshar Patel.
I tell you what, I think that might be a little bit closer than we give it credit. Spun big.
We grew up in the era where
saying that Keith Atherton got given out, wasn't it, off Shane Warner one? But remember that one? That
pitched 3 foot outside off stump.
I still laugh at that every time I see it.
Interesting to see that on ball tracking. It's hit him at 18 inches outside off stump.
Yeah, and the angle's definitely piling into those stumps for me.
I agree.
It's a guess for the umpire to give it out, though. He said absolutely he can't give it. He could review it, but it's an absolute guess for the umpire.
He gives it up by not playing a shot, doesn't he?
I think so. That's the way it should work. And that's down the leg side, beautifully taken by Ben Stokes, who's quickly got the ball back towards the stumps, but Akshar Patel had not left his ground. 294 for 7, lead of 89 here. Well, this is probably the last over of the day. India have got themselves into a dominant position. England will need 3 wickets extremely early tomorrow, and then they'll have to bat out of their skins to get themselves once more back into the Test match, which is exactly what they did earlier in the morning session. England won the morning session comfortably. Probably say the afternoon session was shared. The evening session has been dominated by the home side, completely dominated, with a breathtaking, eye-catching century from Rishabh Pant, which has grabbed this Test match, all the initiative, and has given it firmly to India, who now are extremely strong favourites to conclude victory over the next 3 days, or possibly over the next 2 days, and take the series 3-1. That's how dominantly, that's how extraordinarily the day varied, with England fighting back in magnificent fashion with 56, 3 wickets for 56 in the morning session. And at one stage, when India's 6th wicket fell, they had just 146 runs on the board. They were leading, they were still trailing by 59. And England had put themselves into a dominant position, but I must say Rishabh Pant has changed it, and now it's really hard to see a way back for the tourists.
Well summed up, Manners, really. That last session, 141 runs in that session, took the game away totally from England. Rishabh Pant and Washington Sundar, absolutely brilliant for different reasons. Washington just was there, absolutely supporting Rishabh Pant, who was very watchful actually, came down a couple of times, didn't hit the ball down the ground, but very, very watchful. But when that new ball was taken, it was time to cash in, and some of the shots are quite remarkable. Who says you can't take a T20 game into a Test match? It was all there, plain to see. 294 for 7, brilliant.
Yeah, traditional values of the game have been rewarded for me. First session England, second session you go 50-50. I'm still going a little bit England, but India's stuck in the wore England down, and possibly what Goffey and Harmy have suggested about the bowler and maybe an extra one that England required has bit England in that last session. And 141 in the last session is the thing that's changed the day's proceedings and really put India in the ascendancy.
Well, it's that time of day where we head towards the following on podcast. You can catch up on all of the action if you missed any of it, or lots of it, during the course of the day. India resumed at 24 for 1, and they have finished the day on 294 for 7. It was quite a journey to get from there to where they have finished in such a dominant position. But it's following on time with Mark Nicholas.
You're listening to Following On. Well, the ebb and flow of Test match cricket never better shown than today, with England having a real opportunity to break through against India and get a first innings advantage. Well, I'm afraid it didn't happen thanks to some superb batting. 100 from Rishabh Pant to remember. I'm Mark Nicholas, and in the next 20 minutes or so, Steve Harmison, Gareth Batty, Darren Goff and me will look back on the action. We'll discuss what went wrong, of course, and what went right for India. What about Dom Bess? And is there any chance of England finding their way back into the game tomorrow, the third day? Yep, plenty to discuss, because you're listening to following on. Mate of mine just sent me a text saying, as good as anything Adam Gilchrist has ever played. And I absolutely think it was. In fact, I think given the position in which India found themselves, I would say it was a near perfect innings. Suck it up to begin with, milk it a while, and then take it apart. Is that fair, Goffey?
Absolutely fair, Mark. Brilliant knock. And listen, I was on the end of some of Adam Gilchrist's innings, one at Edgbaston, where he absolutely took everyone to the cleaners, six after six.
But the big difference there being Australia weren't in such trouble as they were here.
Exactly.
He was merely rubbing salt into the wounds, wasn't he?
Absolutely. And he did most
Gilchrist,
He did most of the time, didn't he? Because they had an unbelievable batting lineup. But in these conditions, with a ball offering for the seamers, which we've seen, and there's a turn and bounce for the spinners, to come in and play like that was absolutely fantastic to watch. And as I said, I was glued. I went out there to have a little rest and total break from cricket, but watching him back was superb.
Okay, I'd love to hear from Rishabh Pant. He's being interviewed on TV. We can't do that right now unless we can record it and turn it around or something like that. But what we can do is talk to England's spin bowling coach, Jitan Patel. Jitan, hello.
Hello, how are you, Mark?
Excellent, thank you. Very good. Very disappointed for you guys. You really put in a proper shift today. I mean, you gave it all you had to claw your way back into the match, but in the end, a brilliant innings took it away from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic knock again from Rishabh Pant, 101. You know, I think at that tea break, we were in a great position to really sort of grasp that game, and he took us on. He went the other way and played the aggressor, and look, he played some fantastic shots and thoroughly deserved the 100 he got. Yeah,
when Ashwin chipped it to mid-wicket, it was 146 for 6, and that was really the time to open the door. Look, I have to ask a very difficult question of you, but it has to be done. The attack looks to a bowler short to all of us, and in addition to looking a bowler short, Dom Bess is having a rough time.
Yeah, he hasn't had the greatest of games, I suppose. I think he really wanted to come back into this group and improve his worth, and it probably hasn't gone his way. I mean, you can't take away from what Jimmy and Stokesy did this morning in terms of the way they bowled with that new ball was superb, and then Leachy backed him up. And it just didn't fall Bessie's way. I mean, that decision right on tee against Rishabh Pant, it could have gone either way. I think everyone can understand that, but that's also cricket, and we've got to move on from that and look at other ways to take wickets. And as I said before, I mean, if a guy comes out and plays like that, sometimes you just got to sit back and applaud him for it. But
I am asking a wider question. It's a great political answer there. I'm asking a wider question, which is that if you go into a match with only 3 frontline bowlers or 2 frontline bowlers, Ben Stokes with a stomach problem and a knee problem ongoingly, and Dom Bess in uncertain form after a very difficult month during which time he was left out of the side, there is an element of risk, and I wondered if that put Dom under even more pressure and expectation, perhaps.
I mean, there is an element of risk, you're right, and that was also discussed prior to the game, but I mean, ultimately Bessie's picked in the side to bowl as well as he has done before, and I think the trust was there for him to go and do that. It didn't work out that way for him, and look, I'm not trying to beat around the bush with it just didn't work out. The reality is, you're right, with Jimmy Anderson as your number one seamer, Stokesy, who hasn't bowled as much as he probably would have liked throughout the series, have to take on that second seamer role and bowl 22 overs already. It's difficult. I think within that, there were opportunities for us, and they did create good opportunities initially. It just, throughout as the day went on, it did wear us down, and that sun got hot, and as India does, that last session is difficult, and it's certainly tough for us.
So the question now is A, how's the dressing room? That's question 1.
Very tired.
Tired, yeah. Okay, tired's a good answer.
Yeah.
And question 2, can it lift itself to find the truly deep-set commitment and positive attitude to tomorrow morning to knock 3 over and bat like geniuses in the second innings and maybe make something of the game? Mate,
it's going to have to, Mark, and that's just the thing. I mean, this team has come back from come from tough positions before and had success, and it's another opportunity for them to do that. And yes, we keep talking about an opportunity and how great the chances to go and I suppose showcase their skills, but tomorrow is a huge day. Just like every other day of cricket is in India, tomorrow morning is the biggest session of the game for us.
Okay, one last question, and I know you've got other interviews to do, but you can give me a quick answer. The pitch, our view is it's a very good pitch for Test match cricket and fair to both sides. Is that your summary?
Fantastic wicket, mate. I think both teams didn't really realise it was going to play as well as it has so far. It's had pace, bounce. It's nipped around a little bit, and now it's started to spin. That's exactly what you want, and I suppose you'd expect on day 3 in India.
Lovely. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, Gene. Take care. Okay, well, there you have it. It hasn't worked out. That's the quote you take out of that. It hasn't worked out. Does that mean that selection is culpable, or we just move on? Are we banging a boring drum if we continue to talk about that? Goffey?
When it comes down to selection, I think if they're going to be honest, we are a bowler short. He didn't want to say it cheating, did he? He just got the job full time, Mark. Realistically, we are a bowler short, and Don Bess is going into it with a lack of confidence. I think that's obvious. It's not saying anything that nobody else has not said, and I think Ben Stokes, you could see that last spell, couldn't you? He just ran out of fuel. He was on empty. He was sore. You could see with his body language, and that's not Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes is up and at you from ball one right to the end of play. But that's a lot of overs to bowl in those conditions. And he tired. And we were a seamer short. Seamer short, without a doubt.
His figures, and he bowled really well in the first half of the day. 22 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 73. Anderson, 20 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 40. And then Leach, 23 overs, 2 for 66. Bess, 15 overs, none for 56. And Root, 14 overs, none for 46. So, they kind of tell a story. I'll turn our attention now to the innings from a bowling point of view. Steve and Gareth, a fast bowler and a spinner. A guy like Rishabh Pant's difficult to bowl to because he's got every shot in the book. And so you almost want him to play them because that gives you a chance. Once he uses his talent to play within himself, set himself properly, get to understand the pitch, the light, etc., the opponent. In other words, if he beds in, he's a formidable opponent, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's why the innings was so good. He sort of dissected England's attack. He took the sting out of it when Anderson and Stokes and Leach were bowling brilliantly as a 3. Not really needing anybody else to perform, and then added in a little bit of Best, not a lot, and a little bit of Root. There was still full tank right up until probably about 4 hours into the day, and then he just realised he was like the lion sat in the long grass, and he was like, wow, here we go, these boys are tiring, the juice is going out of them, like Goffey said, and I'm going to start taking them down. And there ain't many players around the world that have the ability to flick the switches, to have the skill sets, to be able to play whatever is required in front of them, to have the power to whack it out of the ground, to then have the patience and skill to defend the good stuff. And he just showed what potential he has in the world of cricket. The world is at his feet if he keeps using his skill and his mind like he did today. I mean, it's frightening how good he could be.
100%. And I think what you look at it, when you look at Rishi Pant behind the stumps, you think, well, he's a little bit of a clown jester. He's somebody who he gets them going, and he looks as though he's the brunt of the majority of their jokes, and he's put his life and soul of the party. When you like you mentioned, you dissect that innings there. He's probably stood for 10 overs and milked the spinners, waiting and knowing, you know what? When that new ball comes, they've got 2 bowlers with 1 spell each, and from the very, very start. So he's probably getting himself ready for probably 8 to 10 overs, waiting for that ball to take, to know that this is when I'm going to cash in. This is when I'm going to take a game away from England. I'm going to wait till that new ball comes, and I'm going to take the game away. And for me, that was the beauty about that innings. It was patient, it was calculated, and his execution, when the new ball came, was frightening, and I think that's what's changed the course of this test match.
Oh, he did. He really slaughtered the new ball, didn't he? Ran at James Anderson, and brilliant performance. Goffey, what has interested me here too is that Rohit Sharma, who's always been criticised for playing too many shots. And it's why when he was first chosen by the selectors, he batted at 6. He didn't open. I know they had other guys who could open, but this guy's a very special talent. Now, today, he's 49 from 144 balls, only hit 7 boundaries, strike rate of 34 per 100 balls. There's no doubt that this India team has thought very carefully about how to approach this match.
Well, to be fair, Matt, I think he had to. I mean, they came out, didn't they, after that last Test match, defending the pitch, and it's about discipline when you bat and about shot selection. And I think today, Rohit Sharma, the way he went about things, showed he's more about running down the wicket and playing a big shot over mid-on for 6, or sweeping and hitting through the offside. He's a fantastic all-round player, and I've always been a fan of him since he first came on the scene, whether he batted middle order or whether he opened the batting. And in all forms of the game, and I've said this many times, and I know you did an article about this, which caused uproar a few months ago. Well, huge debate, not uproar. Even got me on the case. He is one player who you would have as an all-format cricketer. He's absolutely superb. And today proved it. He's playing in a Test match in India, and he realised that Jimmy Anderson and Ben Stokes were bowling really, really well at him. It was a proper test of his technique. And he was just watchful and waited, and he got out in the end to an absolutely brilliant bit of bowling from Ben Stokes, didn't he? The in-swinger, he got done. Lucky for that single to get to his 50. And it was a fantastic innings, and it set the tone for the rest of the Indian team to follow. And Pant came in because he'd probably tired out Jimmy Anderson and Ben Stokes, let's be honest.
Yeah, you would actually, thinking about that team, you'd have Rohit Sharma and David Warner, wouldn't you, as your 2 openers in an all-format team?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
Unless it was in England, then you wouldn't have Warner in it.
Well, you might have done up until Broad finding him out.
Yeah, but Broad's playing in the opposition, so he's not playing.
Okay. All right, yeah. Fair enough. Okay, let's turn our attention to other things. A dressing room tonight, Gareth. It's going to be very low. I mean, when you get as close, that really was a case of that old phrase, so near yet so far.
Yeah, it will be tired. It will be a little bit low, and maybe just thinking rude opportunity missed, maybe. But I actually think we've seen a lot of character from this England team, and there's still a lot of the same personnel kicking around who will sleep on it and come back and fight tomorrow and put good plans into place and execute. I suppose the one lesson you're going to try and learn is, can you extend the exceptional sort of 2 sessions into 3 tomorrow, whether it be with ball or with bat? It's that one session, the 140 runs in the last session has really hurt England's day, and it was very, for me, they've won the first 2 sessions. I know it doesn't show that in the full day, but it just shows you can't have a bad session of Test cricket, particularly in the subcontinent against a very good Indian team.
Sorry, Mark, you talk about being low and everything that goes, but how many times can you go back to that well? How much resolve have you got? Because if we go back 24 hours, England were low last night, and they managed to get themselves going. Fantastic performance up until tea, and it's, can they go back to that well? And one other slight thing, I hear it to sort of to bring it up to magnify it, but that dressing room will be a little bit on eggshells as well about how to treat Dom Bess, because they'll be wanting to have as much empathy with him as possible, but Dom Bess will be in such a position where he'll feel as though he's let his team down. He'll feel, and this is natural feelings, and not having a go at Dom here, but this is what comes inside. I've been in that situation where I've not bowled badly, but I've let there's things going on inside my head which shouldn't be, and I've affected the team in that aspect. And it will be
just explain that to us. Just take us into that world.
Well, there's a couple of times I've lost my run up the time bowling wide. Not being able to sort of bowl outside off stump, or the captain being able to set the field, but he still has to go back to you. You still have to perform. You're playing Test match cricket. This is your job you have to do, and it's a lonely place. You as much as you'd have like Andrew Flintoff come and putting his arm around you and saying, "Come on, Army, do it." Old Trafford was the prime example. I couldn't land the thing, and you have other people, Michael Vaughan coming over, captain, just trying to sort of G you up. But you don't want it, because I'm in my own head, and I feel as though I've let the whole team down. I feel as though I'm playing for my country. I've let my country down. I don't want to let go of the ball. I don't even want to be on the field from a mental point of view, but I've actually got to get myself in a position to go and have dinner tonight, to have a good night's sleep if I can without thinking about it too much, because once the door locks, this is my problem, to get myself ready for breakfast tomorrow morning, get myself to warm up, to potentially have to go doing it again in front of a whole big crowd. It's a lonely place, and as much as you can have all your teammates around you, it's you and it's inside. And how many times, Bats, you've talked about the bowling action today, you've talked about his run up, he's letting go of the ball. It's got nothing to do with that. It's between the ears. And when you're by yourself in your own headspace, that is the biggest problem you can possibly have. So I think that's where Dom Bess has to overcome to get back into this test match, or potentially get back into his international career.
Well, if this podcast does nothing else, it brilliantly explains an international sportsman's life and his insecurities. Steve, that was riveting. Goffey, you were fortunate in that your mental attitude was so ongoingly positive. But did you ever have moments when
absolutely
you did you?
I was going to say to him, once it happened to me quite clearly, where I just could not get any rhythm. I just couldn't get my length right. I couldn't get the line right. I was struggling with my run-up. I was slipping at the crease. My action was all over the shop. And it was a massive game. It was an absolutely huge game. It was a final, the ICC trophy at the Oval. It was slightly damp. We had him in trouble. We had him a few wickets down. And I just could not get the ball in the same place. 2 balls in a row in a one-day game. And they're tail enders, didn't they?
That was West Indies.
Yeah. West Indies.
Every
time I've seen that.
Still have sleepless nights thinking how we didn't win that.
Well,
I still watch your highlights and think, we're going to win this.
Well, that's what I mean. Every time I've seen it, I'm working here on drive time a lot of the time, right? And the games, they go back and show all the old games, and the screen's everywhere. And all I can see me is running in and bowling and getting slapped because I couldn't get the ball in the right place. I was bowling with width, and your mind is just so scrambled, and you're thinking, what is going on? I've been such a good cricketer. And I know I can still bowl, but I just cannot get it right in this game. And it's so difficult to work out, especially when it's happening so fast. It's similar to the Ben Stokes situation. We talked about it many times, that final when he's bowling to Brathwaite in the final, and he getting it for 4 sixes. I mean, how many times if he watches that back and thinks, why didn't I just bowl wide of off stump and full? He kept bowling at the stumps and he kept hitting him straight over mid-on cow corner. You just get trapped in your mind and you can't stop it. You cannot stop it. No matter what anybody tells you, you cannot stop it. It just boom, boom, boom. Everything goes so quick.
And yet I reckon that he would have learnt so much from how to handle his mind under pressure from that experience, so much so that he was able to guide England to a level score in a World Cup final, and then on to actually just sneak home and win it as well.
Because the best always find a way in the end.
Yes, they do.
And Ben Stokes is one of the best.
So let's just continue on this theme. Did you then struggle that night and the next day to get over this, or you were quick? Do you?
Still, absolutely. Still to this day, recently, every time I watch that, and I think I'm one of the reasons we didn't win that game. And I won so many games for England, but it's that one that sticks in there because it was a final. And we were in a mega final. When we talk about England getting to one-day finals, that team got to one. And we didn't get the best of the conditions. It was skiddy. It was hard to hold the ball. It was wet. But I just could not bowl 2 balls in the same place. And that is just not like me. Especially in one-day cricket, I always was felt in control. But that game, mate, I couldn't put 2 balls in the same place.
And the thing from Dom's point of view here is what doesn't help him, and we can go back and we've talked about the selection issues, but that selection hasn't helped him either, because not having that extra bowler has magnified a little bit of what's happened for Dom Bess today, and that there again will put even more mental pressure on him because he'll feel even worse for not performing, and it's such a dark place. It's such a dark and lonely place when you're out there, but then when you come off, it's a whole lot worse, because then you have to go. When you're out in the middle, you can go away to final leg, third man, you can breathe a little bit, but then when you go and sit in a dressing room with your whole teammates around you, you're forever in a feeling. And it's not happening, by the way. This doesn't happen. But psychologically, to the person, I'm taking my boots off and I'm thinking everybody's looking at me. I'm getting changed and I'm thinking everybody's looking at me. And I'm thinking everybody's looking at me in a negative way because I haven't performed and I've let the team down. You have a bad day and bowl badly, that's fine. But there is this is not like that. This is other issues have come into the game. It's like Manners was talking about, having the yips and things like that. And I think subconsciously you always feel as though you're insecure. They're looking at me, they're talking about me, they're in the corner talking about me. Jeetan Patel's on TV now. I know for a fact Jeetan Patel's going to be talking to TalkSport, talking to the world and they're getting questions of Mark Nicholas about Dom Bess. And this is going through his mind. And it's going through his mind at 1 million mile an hour. And that's what the international game brings. It's not as simple as just go out and bowl. There's these things happen as well.
All right, let's just, it's riveting. Let's just slightly change tack. Had Dom Bess, because you could argue in a way he's been hung out to dry, hasn't he, in the last month?
Yes.
Had Dom Bess not been chosen for this match, if England had made the decision that Root was the better off spinner right now, they wanted 2 off spinners, they'd read the pitch well, and they'd have a third seamer in there, would England have been criticised for leaving Bess out of the team?
Yes.
They would, wouldn't they?
But England have chucked him under the bus. They've gone for the easier option in my eyes by saying, we know this lad probably isn't quite right, but we're going to get nailed if we don't pick our out-and-out spinner. So we're going to go with that, and we're going to say, well, he's a professional sportsman, he's a professional cricketer for England, and go for it. And that happens a lot. He won't be the first, he's not the first, sorry, and he won't be the last. And I think that is magnifying the things that Stephen and Goffey have touched on there. And the biggest thing that seems to always come back with these sort of conversations is the control that you don't have in so many aspects of normal functioning parts of your body plus life, that you just completely lose that element of control. And that's why it's such a dark place, as Steve says, because it's just you, and you're kind of like, wow. Normally there are so many other people who can help you out in life, particularly a team sport, but in this instance, no chance. It's you're on your own sort of scenario.
And then when you come back the next day, it's even harder, because you thought about the night before, you think how it's finished that night, and then you have to start again the next day. And the pressure you'll be feeling if he starts tomorrow, he won't, will he? If he opens the bowling tomorrow, the pressure you'll be feeling immediately at the start of the day would be, it's an horrible feeling. And I think we've kind of just about summed that up.
You've hit the nail on the head, Mark. It isn't just today. This happened probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it's been building up and building up and building. That's why it's as
that's
bad
why they
as
left him out,
potentially we think it is.
To be fair, Dom Bess was chucked under the bus the minute the whole hullabaloo with Moeen Ali. The minute that asked Moeen Ali to steer was when Dom Bess was going under that bus.
Yeah.
And that for me was a downward spiral for a young kid who has played very few test matches, who was being out there.
He's averaged 22, by the way, with a ball. He's had big games for England.
17 wickets.
17 wickets in 3 games, 22.
He's sat and watched for the last 2 or 3 weeks. All he can think about is about Moeen Ali staying. Everybody's wanting Moeen Ali to stay, and then they're talking about me, he shouldn't have played, and the pitch and everything like that, and that's culminating to a day's cricket that we've getting today. I feel so sorry for the kid. I really do. I have so much sympathy with him, because I've been in that place and know where he's at, and it is not a very nice place. But the good and the great bounce back, and he'll come back, and I really do hope he does.
Okay, guys, I have to tell you that the people out there will have been fascinated by that. That is as good an insight to professional sport and the problems that can hammer people through insecurity and uncertainty. Well done. That was really fascinating. I don't think there's anything more for us to say other than to reiterate the situation in the game. India, who were 24 for 1 this morning, progressed to 294 for 7, but at one stage were 146 for 6, and it did look as if England's outstanding bowling and fielding performance might even give them a first innings lead. Well, Rishabh Pant, with one of the best hundreds that you'll ever see, in harness with Washington Sundar, who's also past 50, played really, really well. They put on 114 together, and that has probably taken their game away from England. I mean, you never quite know with cricket. The fact is they lead by 89 and still have 3 first innings wickets in hand. If you lead by more than 100 in India on first innings, well, you're in an incredibly strong position in the match. So a fascinating fascinating day for so many different reasons. This great game of ours continues to throw them up and absorb us, and indeed ask us many challenging questions, not just to each other, but to ourselves. So thank you very much for listening. A top-class day of Test match cricket, one in the end that went the way of India. We'll look back at it.
Here is Jack Leach once again. Another appeal. It's carbon copy, and up goes the finger this time. Pujara has immediately reviewed it. I tell you what, it's hitting halfway up, just over halfway up, middle and off.
So there's two titans of the modern era head-to-head here. Oh yes, beauty from Stokes, he's done it! And Kohli playing at it has nicked it through to Ben Stokes. That's fabulous fast bowling.
Terrific wicket, huge wicket for England.
Leach is in, and Rohit Sharma.
Kohli went without. Scoring edge, and it's taken by Ben Stokes, and second slip, and Jimmy Anderson has the third wicket of the session, the fourth of the innings, and India are 80 for 4.
Anderson, that's a little wider, and it's a one-handed drive by Rishabh Pant, and it'll go for 4.
Rohit Sharma peels off an imperious drive just wide of mid-off.
Down he comes now, and he hits it high and long and for 6. He waits for Stokes. Oh, he's done it with a beautiful in-swinger. He's LBW. That is some delivery. If Waqar Younis at his best had bowled that ball, he'd have been proud of it. Jack Leach is going to bowl. I think that's a good decision. He lobs one up, and that's out. Caught at mid-wicket.
Is there a crowd in there, Mark? Because I can't hear a pin drop. A huge dismissal that for Jack Leach in England.
Slightly opened his stance to face Leach from round the wicket so he can get to the ball, and then he skips down the pitch to knock it down the ground for a single that takes him to his 50. A huge smile on his face. An excellent, classy innings from Rishabh Pant.
Short from Stokes, pulled away by Rishabh Pant through mid-wicket, and he's absolutely crunched that.
No, he's a cracker, Jack, this fella.
Here is Joe Root, and slog sweep, and he's picking up the tempo now, is Rishabh Pant. That's 4 more.
Now a nice little punch down the ground. Very good stroke. Wow. Washington Sundar with a dead straight bat hits a dead straight 4. Anderson, the Panther, comes down the pitch, slaps him back over his head. Wow, the arrogance of youth. Anderson. Oh no. Rishabh Pant has just reverse paddled him. Incredible shot.
That is a beauty. What a shot this is.
Joe Root is in, and Pant with a slog sweep has hit it all the way for 6. What a way to bring up a third Test match 100. Anderson is into Pant, and he's gone. Anderson has his wicket. A little bit of revenge for England's highest wicket taker, but the stage belongs to Rishabh Pant. Short from Root and punished.
And that's 4 more. India, well, it's as what Gareth Baddy would say, tax-free batting now.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 4th Test match live from Ahmedabad.
Only on TalkSport 2.
Ready for anything on TalkSport with the Renault Pro Plus electric van range. Listen to Hawksby and Jacobs this afternoon from 1 for the latest team news, player updates, opinion and speculation ahead of another electrifying weekend of top-flight football. What a goal! It's your essential pre-match preparation guide to all the up-and-coming Premier League action. Ready for anything on TalkSport with Renault Pro Plus electric vans. With the widest range in the UK, Renault have an electric van that's perfect for every business.
It's finally time to bring in the spring. And the new season means new deals at Screwfix. Like a £10 saving on the Hose Lock 25-metre hose reel kit. Now only $31.99. Plus, save £30 on Mara Sport Max showers from only $199.99. Order online at screwfix.com. Spring into action and get your job done today. Screwfix, here when you need us. While stocks last. Prices valid until at least 28th of March. Visit screwfix.com for T's and C's, delivery charges and restrictions.
Mums do so much for us, so it's time to say a special thank you. Treat Mum this Mother's Day with a celebration cake layered with raspberry jam and decorated with floral frosting for just £6 from your local Co-op. Show Mum you care this Mother's Day. Co-op, it's what we do. Subject to availability, participating stores only, ends 14th of March.
So we're sitting here with one of New Jersey's prodigal sons, the boss, my friend, Bruce Springsteen. It's good to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you also.
You and I have spent a lot of time talking about what it means to be a good man.
Our audience looked at us and saw the America that they wanted to believe in.
We come from such different places. It turns out there's a lot of overlap.
Renegades, Born in the USA, a new Spotify original podcast from Higher Ground. Listen free only on Spotify.
Tesco Mobile would like to say sorry on behalf of most of the other mobile networks. For years, they've been hiking up your bills mid-contract, making nearly £1 billion extra since 2013. And this spring, they'll do it again. That's a real kick in the Sims. Whereas Tesco Mobile have never raised prices mid-contract. Ever. So if you'd like your price frozen for your whole contract, come and say hello. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. See tescomobile.com/tariff-promise for full details.
Impress your friends and seriously irritate your competitors with a hard-working, cost-effective custom ad campaign on TalkSport. Find out what we can do for you at advertiseontalksport.com.
Van drivers, it's time to leave diesel behind. Meet the new VN5 electric van from LEVC. Designed, engineered and built in Britain. Iconic styling, superb load space and a quiet, comfortable cabin. Up to 304 miles total range and 60 miles of pure electric power makes a unique, sustainable statement. Switch to electric today. Visit drivevn5.com. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
You're listening to the Cricket Collective on TalkSport 2 and another of our big name exclusive interviews. Over the course of the next hour, that famous England bowling partnership from the early 2000s reunites as Steve Harmison sits down with his old teammate Matthew Hoggard to discuss the twists and turns of a successful career in the game. For more content like this, as well as match highlights and in-depth analysis, you can subscribe to the following on podcast, which is available on Apple Podcasts, Acast and Spotify. But for now, you're listening to Steve Harmison in conversation with Matthew Hoggard.
So, Hug, thanks for letting us delve into the life and the mind of Matthew Hoggard. I did say to TalkSport that this could be an interesting hour trying to get into the mind of Huggy, but I think I know your life inside out, and I've heard your after dinner stuff and stuff like that, but your entry into the game of cricket was a bit late. It wasn't the conventional way. You didn't play much representative cricket for Yorkshire as young Yorkshire, and you sort of fell into it by chance, really, didn't you?
Yeah, I've got to say, I didn't start playing for Yorkshire until I was sort of 18. I thought my chance of playing professional cricket had gone because I kept on getting overlooked for all the Yorkshire representative side. So I was taking A-levels. So I wanted